Millimeter, it be accurately measured.
It's measured flat, direction up and down. Flat level we at, flight over ground. Descending from that breeze, heading in degrees. Horizontal, flat, ESC. Now you know it's flat, below ground. Measured flat.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere. There's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Sven P, Curved Fart, Pablo de la Cruz, Level Playing Poem, Vitali Z, Colton James, Survive the Spin, Thomas van der Zander, Measured Flat, Tiers Morgan, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Names Burley, J Mel's 24, Unimento, Iron 26, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Bob Barker, Mobile Mac 777, Rob W, Dale West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Yun Cat, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Links to Patreon are below this video, together with links to my book, Measured Flat, which you can buy now. You can also join as an affiliate and sell the book for 30% margin of any books you sell. So links to the affiliate program, and indeed if you just want to read a copy of my book, are below this video. But with that, I will hand across to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show. We're in Jenna's server today.
Oh boy.
Gucci, or whatever he's called, said to tell him wherever we're going to be, and I remember about a month ago you saying I'm sure Jenna would be grateful if we went in her server. So here we are.
Oh, I said that?
Did.
Yeah, well, a lot of things changed since then, but everything's cool.
Okay. I have no idea what you're talking about, but fine.
Well, is there anybody in there?
No. I just said that. Gugushi, or whatever he's called, said, when you go to a particular server, tell me, and I've avoided, or not avoided, I've gone to Jenna's server in previous weeks, and there's just no one in there. So I thought, okay, well, I won't go in there. There's nobody in there. But today I'm like, okay, well, yes, there's nobody in there, but if there's a willing participant, in this case, Gugushi, or however you say his name, that's willing to tell people where we are, I'm sure she'd be delighted that she gets some footfall.
Oh, I hear you. So the word's going to go out. All right, so the famous groupie should be here soon.
That's another. I hadn't thought about it in that way. If a few people have said there's a way that you can follow people around on Discord, I didn't know that was the case. If that is the case, then yeah, that will also presumably lead people here. We'll see if you're right, Neil. Anyway, do you have that Gagushi's contact info? If so, drop him a line.
I'll let him know.
Thank you very much.
I lost my pug dog last night. Very sad.
Oh,
I don't want to bring it down into the show.
Did it die?
Yeah, like I was right there with him. I ran to the store, came back. Like he's been sick for a while because he had that big tumor on his leg. And I'm looking at him and I see him laying down, just breathing with his tongue out. So I just stood there and pet him till he passed.
Oh.
Very sad.
Sad,
My son took it hard.
Also for the best, because he sounded like he needed putting down.
Yeah, I couldn't. If he was going to keep fighting, I would just take care of him, and I did. But it just sucks because he's with us 13 years. It's like, a family member. But anyway, it'll be all right.
You okay? You sad?
Yeah, a little down because I'm looking at his empty bed. He'll be all right. Let me get a message to Gagushi so we get some people in here.
There's some words from Red Dwarf in this regard. The character says to, I think it's Lister, when he's talking about his dad dying. So he gets a letter in the mail that's like 2,000 years into the future at that point that explains that he's lost his dad. And the cat says, sure, it's bad news for him, but it's party time for all the worms.
That's terrible. Well, that was the decision last night because I don't know what to do with it. Now, it's either we dig a hole, and I'm not digging. I dug my holes in my day. No more digging for me. But I think they're going to have him cremated. My son's going to pay for it. He wants the ashes.
Just dig a hole.
All right.
Cremate it. Waste of money. Just dig a hole.
That's what I say, but
Just tell him. Dig a hole. Costs nothing.
Yeah, make him dig the hole.
Absolutely.
oh, that's what I said. I said if you don't want me to call it, I'll just pick him up. I took care of him right till the point where he died. Now it's on use. Go borrow a couple of shovels from the neighbor and dig a hole.
Yeah. Sooner rather than later.
When none of our animals die, it calls for a backhoe.
Was that like a crematorium on wheels?
No backhoe, a tractor, a back with a. I don't know. We call them backhoes with a big shovel on the back.
Oh, right. You just dig a hole.
Yeah,
Now that would be great. One shot, you'd have that hole for a pug dog.
Yes, you would.
yeah. Well, when you got a 200-pound sheep to bury or a horse, you got to get bigger equipment.
I wonder if they make like mini backhoes.
Yes, they do.
Right. I want to review that friendly, non-friendly guy today. DJ, his name is. Regardless of whether or not it's of advantageous benefit to him, that is to say, to get him on side, then there's going to be an advantage to doing it from the audience's perspective, right? From memory, and like I say, I only watched maybe one video. I think it was his intro as a shorts video or something like that. There was enough there for us to go, okay, this guy has just become the archetype of the people we talk about when they say that we say our own side braces against us. He is now that stereotype. But I just don't have a link to any of his videos. Anybody have a link to his videos? I'm sure somebody did post one to me in Master B.
I don't even know who it is.
DJ guy that we talk about that we will get recommended
Oh, the one
by...
from No, I don't have any videos. I thought the Flat Earth Cafe guy did, but he said no.
Okay. Well, I didn't imagine it. I definitely did watch one of his videos. It's just... No, maybe if I just type in a few search terms on YouTube, I'll find my way to him. Let's give it a go. Not necessarily killing the conversation while I have a little look.
So I sent Gagushi a message. I went over to Gempan. There's a ton of people in there. And I just dropped in the text that we're over there.
It's going to be like trying to find a needle in a freaking haystack. Somebody's got to have a link to him. Vaguely remember somebody saying that he might have posted one of his own videos in one of the servers we're in, but again, that's almost as bad as trying to find it via a YouTube search. No, none of you got any clue?
I don't lurk around those circles.
Oh, this is bad. We've been saying we'll do it for 3 days. Is there a way to search my history?
I can't find anything with this guy.
That's no good, is it? I mean, in reality, he's suffering the same censorship that we suffer. So it means even if you want to critique somebody from your own side, it's just as difficult to find them as if you're a member of the public trying to find this subject. You know, you just find the debunkers. Because that's nice and balanced, of course. You know there's something awry when the only videos you can find are pro the subject first and foremost, and then debunking anybody who's anti-subject secondarily, if that's the order. And then you just can't find anybody who's actually critiquing the subject at all. You just can't find them. The only chance you'll see of them is if somebody from the opposing side puts them on their screen.
I can't even invite Gagushi. Just sent me a message to invite him. I can't invite him because I'm banned from her server.
Okay, why are you banned from her server?
Nathan, you really just don't remember anything that goes on, do you?
No, I don't care. I'm so
She's sleeping
terrible,
with
aren't
the
I?
enemy.
Say again.
She's sleeping with the enemy. Let's just put it that way.
I don't know what that means. Regardless.
She's a female QE.
Oh, okay.
I haven't seen her server active much at all lately. I think they've moved on to the FED, the old FED. So,
Oh, really? Well, then maybe it's pointless me being in here. Should I just go in flip side?
He's at it, Gem. Gem is loaded, unless you're tired today, which is understandable.
I don't mind doing it. If you want me to guess James, I don't mind.
Gem Panda is supposed to be a flat Earth server or a Glober server.
Global server. Right, let's go in there.
Oh, Nathan's here. Hello, Nathan. Thanks for coming in.
Hello. I was actually in Jenna's
Good to see
server,
you.
but there was nobody in there.
We don't. I told Neil we don't. We're not in there. We don't have invites there.
I didn't know
join
that.
there.
It's just a list. It's just a server on my list that I haven't been in. So I was like, okay, well, I'll go in this one. And because you said, I'll just let people know where we are.
He's banned everyone.
Yeah, everyone's been waiting for you here. So thanks for coming.
Everyone's been waiting for it. I had no plans to be in here. How could they be? I'm sure you're just exaggerating.
Well, it was a hope that you would come in here.
She
and
was
you
warming
did,
the crowd up.
Yeah, I was warming these guys up.
Things like that.
Yeah, Nathan, do you know like Globert failed? Wait, Globert again failed today. They was trying to hit a rocket to the moon by SpaceX, but Globers was trying to capture it from all over the world, but they didn't. So it seems like SpaceX was coming them again with their new schemes, but they tried very hard and failed to capture.
You should have went up that mountain halfway up.
Does that work on you guys in this server? Do you guys watch a rocket launch and go, yay, that's confirming my religion. Hooray.
Yeah, Globers do that and they failed it again.
What religion are you talking about?
Heliocentrism.
It's not a religion. It's more of an ideology.
We
Nice.
normally bake a cake and ice it and put some candles on and celebrate.
It's come from the Roman Catholic Church. It's Roman Catholic mathematics.
This morning.
Roman Catholic mathematics.
Really?
It's religion from the Roman Catholic Church. Heliocentrism, that is.
What's that?
Somebody asked me why I called it a religion.
Roman Catholic
It's because it's come from
mathematics?
the Roman Catholic Church. It's their maths.
What's the mathematics of the Roman Catholics?
Why male models?
I don't know. You don't know what a Roman Catholic is, you stupid
I
fuck.
don't know. It's just something you picked up they're Y male models. You don't know what the maths is of the Roman Catholic.
When you answer a question wholly and completely, and then somebody repeats the question to you, I say why male models, because it demonstrates, like Ben Stiller, that you didn't hear the last line. Like a dumb model doesn't hear the answer and comprehend that it's been answered. That's just stupid.
You said it came from you said it came from the Catholics' mathematics.
Yeah, heliocentrism is Roman Catholic mathematics.
I asked what it was.
That's what it is. The church's mathematics.
What's Roman Catholic mathematics is what I asked.
Heliocentrism. Are we going round in this circle again for the fifth time?
So you're telling me that heliocentrism came from Christianity?
It's a bit like flat Earth measurements. You don't have an answer. Is that what you mean?
You guys not well. That's intriguing.
So
do you not know where your own maths came from?
One thing right.
Do you not know where?
One thing right.
Do you not know where your own maths came from? That intrigues me. Why don't you know?
It's your claim. It's your claim. It's your claim.
Really? You're going to hold this at my doorstep too, are you? Okay. No, it's not
Nathan,
my claim.
just take them through it.
Well, you say it.
No, absolutely not. I'm amazed, Neil, that they don't know where their own maths came from. That intrigues me. That's like, wow. Okay. So you just blindly follow this religion then. That's intriguing. Very interesting.
Came from Euclid, Nathan, not Roman Catholic.
You think heliocentrism came from Euclid?
You don't know your own religion. You don't know your own religion. That's funny that you'd say that every day and you don't know your own religion.
Heliocentrism, Neil.
You could look up Copernicus.
Nathan was saying.
Oh, so when he says not heliocentrism, he's addressing something that wasn't said, Neil.
That's what I was about to say.
Yeah, heliocentrism is Roman Catholic mathematics. But it just, like I say, I'm slightly befuddled, almost lost for words, that you guys don't know this. You should know where your own religion came from.
Yeah, but you're saying it.
Oh, well, that makes it mine then.
You're saying it.
That makes it mine.
You don't explain to anybody.
Okay,
You just
I tell you what, it didn't come from the Roman Catholic Church.
To all your people.
That's all right. I'm happy for them to remain in ignorance. That's fine.
It comes from the mass of the Roman Catholics.
That's correct.
So you never give it. You just say it, and they just accept it because they think that you know what you're talking about.
No, Edinburgh, he breaks it down, Edinburgh.
No, I don't want to break it down. I won't be breaking it down for this very reason.
I'm saying you break it down on the show. He's saying that you just say it and we just follow it.
That's fine.
He says it on the show and it's broken down.
And that's fine.
How?
That's absolutely fine, because that is my point regarding the people. They don't know where their own maths comes from. Now, when Edinburgh tells me, oh, well, you're just saying that. Okay.
Nathan.
Okay, have it.
Euclid.
Just saying it. No worries.
The maths came.
Yeah, we heard you the first time misrepresenting
Euclid.
this, Bev. You then specifically, explicitly detailed about 30 seconds ago that that's not heliocentrism. That's what you said.
I think Surf Daddy wants to say something.
Yeah, the maths. Nathan, that's where maths came from.
Yeah, so not heliocentrism then?
I think this is a great opportunity because we were talking about being introspective this morning, about discussing things with our own side. I think that we should encourage and have a nice little get together about encouraging heliocentrists to discuss with their own side about their own.
Sod that.
Yeah.
Let them remain in total ignorance. It amuses me greatly. Let them remain ignorant. Let them take their cues from people like Bev and Elderbear and Discord servers.
Don't get me wrong. It's not. That's why Elderbear has a problem. Is because every time he waits for you to say something and then makes it your claim. I absolutely not. Do not tell them where their maths comes from.
No, won't be.
Let's facilitate them. Looking inward. And discuss. Yeah.
Same thing. I don't care. Do you care that they don't look inward so they don't have any introspection? Who cares?
Isn't that the pot-smoking flat earthers that you hate or like anti-global?
Yeah, I tried to cover one of them today.
Your book is anti-globe.
I'm glad you reminded me. Yes, I tried to find one of DJ's
you don't have anything
videos.
Of your own.
Well, I'm trying to address what you said.
You just have the globe to point at. Anti-glober. So you're an anti-glober flat earther type. The ones that you hate, and your book is
We
all
heard you the
about
first
that.
time.
And
Just
that's what you
maybe say it 4 more times.
You don't have any flat Earth. You don't have any flat Earth things to back up your assertion.
I don't care. You can take it as that means you've got the win if you like. Nathan hasn't got anything to back up his claims.
You think that's a win? I know that's the way you play it. Let's tell them they win, and then they'll go away, and they'll be happy.
Go away. I'll come to you. I'm proactively in your space, not the other way around. What are you talking about? Yesterday I was told to go away.
You lose.
Told it was the end of the show. It was very funny. I don't care if you believe me. You don't have to believe me. Don't believe me. Believe your religion. It's fine.
What about? I don't have a religion to believe in.
Heliocentrism.
Is refraction about? Is refraction?
He's a Tiz Glober. That's the thing. He's not even a Glober. He's Tiz Globe. I don't know if you know what that is.
Anyway, this guy called DJ, he's one of the 24/7 participants. I wanted to critique his video. We just can't find it. Flat Earth's so heavily suppressed that even if you search somebody specific, you can't find it.
No, you didn't. DJ has kicked you out, and you're trying to suck up to him to bring him on side.
That's correct.
Your own guys
That's exactly
have
right.
pushed you out.
Yes, I agree.
24/7.
That's exactly correct.
Do you know why? Do you know why they put it out?
Ed Bear, it's not your show.
He's got verbal diarrhea. Let him have it. He sounds like a complete mentalist. But let him.
Elder Bear, let someone else talk if they want to.
No, let him spurg out.
Well,
he sounds mental. Elder Bear sounds like a mental retard. That's how he sounds.
Well, no one else has
you
a
out,
chance.
Nathan, because you have no verifiable data.
Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
I think he's in love with you, Nathan.
Data, Nathan.
I know.
That's what DJ
It's
said.
very funny. He doesn't realise how bad he's sounding.
Have you got any verifiable data, Nathan?
Nah, none.
None. No, we know that.
Yeah, you win.
And you retracted the other day that I was correct as well. I know I've won because you've lost.
Yeah. I mean, you could read all about what I've verified over the last 12 years in my book, Measured Flat, available now.
Dude, once his show starts, man, you're gonna have to behave, man. You can't do this nonstop.
You do whatever you like,
honestly.
Bev. This guy's not your boss. You spurg out for my audience, mate. You keep going.
Like. Heard him?
Go ahead, Elder Bev. You spurg out. It'll be very entertaining.
I'm just telling you, man. There's other people they want to get in too. You do this every time.
They can speak. Nobody else is speaking apart from you. Refracted curvature said that I was correct. The sextant does not
he did not. He straightened you out 3 times
the other day, Oakley.
These people think they're the boss of you, Elder Bev. You know that.
Here?
They think they're in charge of you. They're telling you what to do.
Is he
very
here?
funny.
Is refracted curvature here?
Does he do this to you ballers too?
Nah, John's not around. Sorry.
Neil, he lied. Hang on. Neil, refracted lied to you the other day. He said, when you said you've got to straighten out Elder Bear, he said, I did. I went on my own into a Discord server and spoke to him one-to-one. He's lying. He's never done that, ever.
He's talking about way back when you first said it, you dumb bastard. And yes, he did.
No. I have the recording. He said
it was our Discord server he went into
Discord, and I spoke to him.
Gives a flying rat's ass.
Well, because they're wrong.
Kikuchi, you're gonna have to look after this, mate. I can't mute this guy because I'm driving. I'm only listening.
You know what? You're right, Eddie. You win.
Why you want to be in control?
You win, Eddie Bear.
These people think they're in charge of you. They're Eddie Bear.
I know. You lose. You lose, Neil, because you're more stupid than I am.
Neil, you lose. You lose.
I throw up
Neil.
my hands and give up. You win.
That's the way to do it.
Okay.
Yeah, it was. Who is it?
Oh, it's just Elder Bear. Give anyone else a chance to converse. So he talks through everything.
You can speak. Go on, then you speak.
Don't need to mute him for a long time.
Well, stop worrying about anybody else.
I'm trying to fucking speak. Fucking rambling old cunt. I'm trying to speak. You kept talking over me. Just shut the fuck up. So what I'm trying to say, Steele, is we don't have to mute him for long periods of time. Just when someone else is trying to get in, maybe, give him a little bit of a break.
Yeah, I got you.
Thanks, too, by the way.
Oh,
no worries.
Can't we talk to Elder Bear?
He's a stalker.
Oh, you want to?
Well,
you want to talk to him? You just want him to splurge out for your show.
Oh, he's one of my biggest fans.
I'm trying to listen to a conversation.
Hey, Nathan, now that you're here, what is the CARMEN line?
I don't know what that means, sorry.
What is the
You're breaking up.
Chucky, mate, come on. You know you got a shit internet. What are you trying to do to us? You're killing us here.
Well, I just went on the Wi-Fi. So,
all right, let's see if that works.
what is the CARMEN line?
He said he doesn't know, and he apologized.
But he wrote it in his book.
Carmen line.
Well, he doesn't know what he's writing, and he's apologizing, I guess.
Okay. Good. Thanks,
I don't
man.
know.
A mistake.
Did you write your book, or did somebody else write your book?
Someone else wrote it. I just published it.
Full of mistakes.
They just signed a dotted line.
Full of mistakes. There's another one, Nathan.
So what about the Carmen line?
Update.
Go on, I'll play ball. What about it?
No, I know the KARMAN line. I don't know the CARMEN line.
Oh, thank you. Have you found another spelling error? That's really kind of you.
You think?
Well, but you certainly did the research, right?
That's off. Well, spelling errors happen, dude. Thanks for bringing that up.
I mean, come on, Chucky.
Copywriters are pretty expensive.
People make mistakes, Chucky. Come on. You got to give them a bit of leniency. I mean, they think the Earth's flat, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, the
I know, I'm just-
education, for God's sake.
He should have said, though, it's
supposed to be
nothing.
literate.
It's the KA. He should have corrected me and said it's the KAR. I don't think he knew it was KAR until today.
No, you're right.
He doesn't.
Nobody's infallible.
He hasn't got a clue. He doesn't.
But you did research on it, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with the Carmen line and the concepts thereof.
Well, apparently not. You don't know how to spell it.
Oh, so
Until
does
today.
misspelling mean you don't know anything about it? I see. I mean, this could mean that we don't measure it with respect to a plane of reference in terms of its altitude. You did realise that the Carmen line is expressly detailed in terms of its measurement from a flat Earth. You did realise that, right?
No, we don't measure it from a plane. You're correct.
All right, how high is it?
It's 1,000 kilometers. Or 100 kilometers.
100 kilometres from...
MSL.
Sea level.
From sea level? That's a flat Earth measurement, my friend, perpendicular
No,
to a
it's
plane
not.
of
It's a
reference.
geoid.
My bad, is it just me, or is you having the Carmen line rammed up you immediately? A bit too painful to hear the end of my response? My bad. Sorry,
mean
the
sea
middle of
level
my
is
sentence
a geoid.
interrupted the start of you
wrong
spurging
with
like a little bitch. My bad. Mean sea level? My bad. I didn't realise that the middle of
come on,
my
dude.
sentence interrupting the start of your spurging for a second time was going to be this
There we
painful
go.
and amusing.
Here we go.
You go ahead
we
and
go.
spurg.
Sea
It's all right, my
level on
friend.
the globe.
I'll
What's
silently
wrong with sea
smile
level
while
on the
you have
globe?
this little conniption fit through the top of me, my
Oh,
friend.
my
Because obviously
God.
having a little conniption
Such
fit
a
through the top of
drama
me
queen.
is you winning. This is you winning while I held the back of your head metaphorically and ram the height from mean sea level up your asshole. For my audience's benefit while I laugh at you.
All he's got. All he's got is
Mean sea level, you say?
Right, so
That's a height off a
what's wrong
flat
with
Earth, my friend.
What's wrong with sea level on a globe?
Yeah, I love laughing at you idiots. It's very funny.
What's wrong with sea level on a globe?
You tell me.
I can't. I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
vertical datum.
Well, it's closely modeled by a geoid, mean sea level. That's one thing.
So did you want to tell me I didn't understand this stuff because I spelt it wrong again so I could laugh at you some more?
No, I just told you because you're spurging out.
That was
told you
very
mean sea
funny.
level is
Thank
rough.
you. You've cheered me up greatly with your abject stupidity
You're welcome.
and ability to walk into a flat
you.
Earth measurement immediately. That's
Thank
brilliant.
you. Now, it's not a flat Earth measurement because, again, it's closely mapped to the geoid.
Oh, I see. Can you give me the height again from geoid level and then cite it, please?
Oh
Yes,
boy.
I did. 100
Well,
kilometers.
then, let's see it cited from geoid level because that's a thing.
It's almost a geoid. I told you that. It's-
Wait a second.
it's
Let me just
modeled
laugh
from a
even
geoid.
harder. Very
You know
funny.
what WGS 84 is, right?
No, things are measured from sea level, mate. That's how heights are measured from a flat Earth.
Yes.
You'd have to like it. You could
Yes,
tell me
they-
it closely
no.
comports to geoid level that doesn't exist.
But WGS 84 is mean sea level, and that is close to the geoid.
Is it? Oh, why haven't they got the
It's
same
not.
name?
Pardon me?
No, they're different things. They've got different names.
Yes, WGS 84. WGS 84 is mean sea level.
Okay, you
and
win.
It's modeled off the geoid.
You win. Yeah, the
Thank you.
stations on the coast, they're measuring WGS 84 levels. I mean,
Sorry, it's
sea
referenced from
level.
the
Sorry, I
elliptical
always confuse those things at the stations when they measure the WGS 84 level. at those stations around the coasts. Yeah, that's what they're measuring, mate. Yeah, of course, they're the same thing. You win.
Thanks.
Nathan, it's global mean sea level. Don't you understand?
Yeah, it's like my little clip on TikTok where I've got that guy Sloth from the Goonies. The globe is level. Oh dear. What did you say? Sorry, I spelt it wrong. Thanks for bringing it to my attention. I'll get that corrected immediately. I'll let my publisher know. Meanwhile, Earth's measured flat from sea level. All altitudes with all everything ever measured ever came from a datum 0 from mean sea level. That's every altitude ever measured ever, including but not limited to crazy bullshit that heliocentrists get fed by their overlords in their religion, where they don't think that mean sea level is a sea level, a datum that's 0, a baseline to have all altitudes. Yeah, it is. Earth's measured flat for altitudes, including the Kármán line bullshit.
You win.
You think the original copy of your book will be,
what did I win? Did I get a holiday? Did I get a holiday? What did I win? Did I get cash prizes?
And you win. There you
did
go.
I get boats? What did I win? What did I win?
Take the W.
What did I win?
The internet. You just won. You won the internet.
No, I didn't win
the
anything.
Whole internet.
No, I didn't win. You're wrong. I didn't win anything.
Well done.
You're wrong. Again. Yeah, your maniacal laugh doesn't change that. I didn't win anything. You're wrong. You said I won. There was nothing to win here. Earth will still be measured flat regardless of you, a gibbering spastic, having a conniption fit over the top of me talking to you about how I didn't win anything. Neither will you win. By accepting how Earth is measured, in reality, you don't lose anything. You don't win anything. It means nothing. This whole conversation is moot. Earth's measured flat regardless of me so-called winning this. Doesn't mean anything. Hope you understand.
That's another win. That's another win. Well done.
Oh my God!
What did I win? Did I win? I have to do it again. Did I get cash prizes? Did I get cash prizes? Did I get a holiday, a boat? What did I get? What did I win?
You're gonna calm down, mate.
I'm asking a question. You said, and I quote, "You win again." Now you're spurging through me. I asked in response, "What did I win?" Answer: nothing. But then you repeated it, so now I'm repeating the response because you're a bit like Zoolander. I've responded. I didn't win anything. Likewise, for you to reflect on, like have some introspection with regards to, you don't lose anything by accepting how flat Earth gets measured in this instance. It doesn't mean anything. You're not the arbiter of this. My God, cope a bit harder. Cope, mate, cope. Mate, cope. I haven't finished the sentence. Try and cope. Rein it in. Rein it in for 30 more seconds. Yeah, you can't cope.
Like a bobblehead.
Yeah, you can't cope.
No. I can't cope. No, I can't cope. No.
Yeah, that's you not coping.
I'm speaking right
out. I'm trying to make a conclusion.
I'm right through you.
Yeah, I know that's what people do when they can't cope.
Made it.
Okay, you have your little mental breakdown. Go ahead.
Conclusion. You made it 3 times now, I believe.
Okay, say it back.
Well done. It's another win.
Then repeat what you said.
I was going to give you a further conclusion. You just couldn't tolerate it.
You had a. Hang on, let me finish. You had a metaphorical win. How's that?
No, and likewise, you didn't lose anything, the sentence you couldn't cope with when I tried to get it out about 30 seconds ago. Seems like you can't cope again. I can still see that line dancing up and down as you're itching to intro. There it is. Spurg away. Go ahead. Don't lose anything. Doesn't mean anything. You're not the arbiter of this. Earth's measured flat regardless of you having this little conniption fit through the top of me.
Yeah, good win. Well done.
Not a win. Your third time's a charm. You're not losing anything. There's nothing to win here. Earth's measured flat regardless. This is meaningless. It's just a bit of fun. Don't take it too seriously, okay? You spurging through the top of me tells me that this is causing you mental pain. This now is your demonstration of your mental pain.
Go ahead.
You don't need to give me permission. I'm pointing out your mental pain as you spurg through me.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, this little cheap tactic where you tell me to go ahead in the middle of my sentence is, again, a demonstration of your mental instability, the frailty of your own mindset currently. That's what you're demonstrating. And I'm trying to alleviate that pain by saying you don't lose anything. Now, you can't cope with me offering a little bit of light-hearted advice after the loss that you perceive. There isn't one. Mean sea levels are still being used regardless of this. Now, you... desperate to get a word through the top of me, like that's going to change anything. It won't.
God,
that's what I'm trying to communicate with you.
Tell me when you finish talking, can you say over? So I know
over.
It's my turn to respond.
I'm done talking. Over.
Yeah, well, good boy. Well done. So I don't take
45.
it seriously. I do take it very lightly because we know that all Flat Earth has got is practically nothing. There's no real, nothing physically done to show it. I mean, what can I say? It's just that simple.
I see.
Over.
I see. So measurements from sea level, the ones you just appealed to for the Kármán line, they don't mean it. So you're going to reject your Kármán line in your religion because we don't have measured height from sea level. Okay, you feel free to reject your Kármán line, good little boy. 12-year-old fart sniffer with a space belief. You can relinquish that because you don't like the flat Earth measurement from sea level. Good for you, little boy.
You're spurging out, mate. You do what I'm doing.
Excellent response.
There you go, spurging out right through there.
That's the second time you've said that, mate. We heard you the first time.
Blah, blah, blah.
So you don't have to take
So
all
the
this
guy
very
who
seriously.
pointed out the mistake about the Kármán line in the book, did he buy the book or did he get a level copy?
I thanked him.
Bought it though, was that made clear, or he just got one?
It shows that, generally speaking,
nearly 1,000 now. The downloads on the free copy.
How lovely! So it's a really well received book. Lots of people want it. Yeah, I can believe that easily. 1,000 downloads, you say? Wow! I'll make sure to make a song and dance about how many people have got a copy of my book. Amazing that I'm so popular.
Yeah, most people have printed it and put perforations in it.
Yeah, most people are interested in it, downloading it, printing it. Wow, this is absolutely fantastic news. I had no idea I was this infamous. Awesome.
They must put a lot of value on it.
Yeah, clearly.
4 or 5 audio versions.
Yeah,
wow.
that's 1,000 out of the 8
This is amazing news. Fantastic.
Excellent.
I had no idea I was that popular. Thank you for letting me know. Meanwhile, it's not that serious. None of this is that serious, right? What we do here today will not affect Earth's measurements in any way, just so you all know. None of you have arbitration over any of Earth's measurements at all. Neither do I. I have to accept that also. Sorry, somebody's a bit triggered. Go ahead, whoever that is. The guy who's talking through the middle of my pointing out that you don't need to take this so seriously. Go ahead.
What are you doing here then? If it doesn't matter, why are you bothering?
I make YouTube shows and make content out of this debate to answer your question.
Yeah.
Just a means to an end. You're just my content currently.
Gambit. The Oakley's Gambit, that's what you do.
Okay, if you want to call that. Fine. Oakley's Gambit. Love it. Very good. Very catchy.
Well, you present some claim, and on further investigation, you just say, I'm just a YouTuber.
Yeah, today I'm not going to present much.
That's
I'll just let you guys spurg out and you can provide the entertainment for my audience today, hopefully specifically
you. don't have anything to present. You have nothing to present. What do you mean? You're not going to bring? You never do.
That's right.
You don't have anything to present.
And if you do want to see what I have to present in a very calm and orderly fashion, you can just get a copy of my book, Measured Flat, and check it out for yourself, like thousands of people have done already.
Funny thing is that you say the globe comes from flat Earth measurements, but you can't back engineer it.
That sounds like a claim. Are you contradicting yourself?
That's your claim.
Oh, so I thought you said I didn't have anything. You're contradicting yourself already. Yeah. God, give them enough rope and they'll hang themselves.
It's an empty claim, though, isn't it?
Oh, so a claim? A minute ago you said I didn't have any. You seem to be mentally disorderly. You don't seem to have a mental cognition about what you're saying.
So you've got nothing for the flat Earth. No. I said.
So should we discuss what I've got after you telling me again that I've got nothing?
Claims about it.
That'll make you seem even more mental.
Questions about your claim.
I haven't got any. I'm reliably formed. I don't have any, Bev. I don't have any. What are you talking about? How can we discuss them? I don't have any.
So where is the
that stutter is a brain fart where he tries to figure out how to cope. No. I've just told him he doesn't have anything. Now I want to discuss things he's got with him. So he has a little brain fart. Did you all hear it?
That's just to demonstrate that you haven't got anything.
Okay, so by demonstrating that I've not got anything, that'll be the end of the discussion because there's nothing to talk about then, right? Or you're going to immediately launch into things you say I've got.
People who repeat you are dumber than you are.
Oh, what are they repeating? I've got nothing to repeat, according to you, a mental idiot. Somebody who needs locking up in an asylum because he's gone nuts.
You have empty.
Stuttery,
claims.
do you want to get a grip? Get a grip there, Stuttery. Did you not say you were on IMDb? I thought you were a professional actor. Can you not cope with lines, Stuttery? Get a grip. Take a breath, have a glass of water.
I don't have lines like you. You've practiced your lines over and over. That's what you do. Try and get it right.
It's called rhetoric. Sorry, I didn't think I had any.
And keep doing it day after day.
With what?
Rhetoric.
But there's nothing to do. I haven't got any lines. I've got nothing to claim, according to you, you mental idiot.
That's your model, is to perfect your script.
I can't have a model. I haven't got anything to claim, according to you, you dumbass.
You have a model.
Oh, so that's something then. So you've already contradicted. You say you sound mental.
Yeah, but it's a baseless.
You sound mental.
Thing that
you sound absolutely insane, Ed DeBev. I'm just telling you, that's how you come across.
Yeah. On further investigation, you just claim you're a YouTuber and you hide there.
I am just a YouTuber. I'm not out doing these surveys. I didn't measure the Kármán line from a flat Earth.
A YouTuber.
You're not just a YouTuber. Don't sell yourself short. You're also
with baseless assertions.
Now I'm being accused of being a grifter also. See, there's something. That's something. See, got a hat out in front of me.
You took some measurements off of the curve, off of the globe, and you laid them flat on the ground, and you think that they match. But they don't.
So you're debunking the globe for all these globe believers in here. Elder Bear thinks you're all idiots. He's about to debunk your globe for you and tell you how wrong it is.
Yeah,
tell all these idiots how wrong they are about the globe.
You presented them, and you gave them to all your flat earther friends, and now they think the Earth is measured flat with 10,800
Now we know
miles
it's measured flat.
being the diameter.
Yeah, height off sea level.
You don't know anything, Neil.
Height off sea level.
What do you actually know, Neil?
Height off sea level, Kármán line.
What
I know
are your measurements, Neil?
Height off sea level. I just took a good dump on this guy and laughed at him for it. It was really funny.
You're talking about your 10,800 nautical miles, the flat Earth distance.
It is, yeah. Miles are linear, like on a map.
Well, not on the circumference of the Earth you told me about.
That's not mine. I don't have any circumference. I just told you. According to you, I've got no claims. But simultaneously, globe claims are mine. You just sound mental.
That's the same.
You know that, right? You sound absolutely mental.
Globe, 24,901 miles.
Yeah, because that's mine. Obviously, the globe claims mine. Yeah, you're mental. That's not mine. I'm not a glober.
Curvature agreed with you.
Guys in this Discord server, this guy's about to tell you how wrong your globe is. He's about to tell you how wrong your globe is, guys. Brace for it. He's going to tell you how idiotic you all are for having a globe belief that he's about to debunk. You can blame me if you want. I'll take it on the chin. When he says how wrong your globe is, I'm going to be sat next to him laughing. He's going to tell you that it's my claim as he burns this. And I'm going to laugh at you guys as he destroys your globe for you. It's going to be hilarious. Can't wait. Go ahead, Ed DeBev. Tell them how my globe measurements fail miserably. Tell them. Go ahead.
Well, it does. Have you actually done the maths?
What maths? You tell me all about. I haven't got any claims according to you. Fill me in.
You have a claim. Yeah, you have a claim, but it's baseless because you haven't done the maths to work out whether it's correct.
I see. You sound insane.
No, you told me that the circumference of the equator is 24.
So you're about to list out a claim? Is this a claim you're about to list out that I don't have? This is one of the claims I don't have that you're listing out now.
It comes from.
Is this a non-claim? You sound mental. Absolutely mental. You need
You're
committing.
Demonstrating it now. Under investigation.
Are you demonstrating how contradictory your statement was earlier when you said I've got no claims? I see. You sound mental.
Just empty base. Yeah, you've got claims of baseless assertions. But nothing to substantiate them. No verifiable data. That's why 24/7 kicked you. Because they can't talk the nonsense that you're talking. They don't want to do that.
Nobody has to.
That place is dead, bro. That place is dead. Oh, no.
You don't have to. You don't have to believe anything I say. I don't care. I don't care if you believe what I say. You can just chat skank through every response. Keep talking till you tuck yourself out if you want.
You don't care, but you're trying to suck up to DJ, aren't you? You're trying to suck up to DJ to get back on board so you can go back over there. And he thinks you're nonsense.
Oh, that's really kind. I'm hoping to do a reaction if I can find one of his videos.
Yeah, so you think you can bring him on board?
Well, he doesn't like me, and I like to be liked.
You don't have it. He says you have no verifiable data for your celestial navigation claims.
Yeah, like I told the guy earlier, I'm not the arbiter of this stuff, but you can put me on that pedestal if you want.
You try to present yourself.
You stuttery man. You can put me on the pedestal if you want. I don't mind. Put me on that pedestal all you like.
I don't have a script, so if I stutter a bit, it's because I don't have a script like you do. You have a script.
I have a script, do I?
Day by day.
Okay.
I wrote to repeat it day by day. I'm just talking.
Dude,
that's not a script. That's called rhetoric.
All these servers copy your book. It's dreadful.
Oh, really?
Okay,
You sound like you've got adenoids.
Yeah.
You sound like a very adenoidal dude.
Yeah. Has anybody?
Are you one of the thousands that have got hold of a copy? That's lovely. Thank you so much. Did you steal it or did you buy it?
Has anybody?
Yep.
You can't steal something.
That was an
doesn't
either-or
exist.
question while we're being chat skanked. My friend, this guy will now interrupt this discussion indefinitely. Did you buy it or did you steal it? Third time.
No, I'm not paying for that. No.
Oh, so you stole it. So you're a thief. So you're a thief then.
Uh-oh.
Thief.
No, it was given to him.
They're just common criminals. This is a fairly standard practice for globe believers. They're common thieves. That's what they are. They steal things. This man who we're about to have this conversation with is a thief by his own admission.
Half pages. The first chapter.
Right, well, am I talking to you, this thief, now? Are we going to converse with a thief? You're a thief.
Really dreadful. It's got no
Right, why are we
measurement.
listening to your opinion? You're a thief. You stole this.
Sunrise and sunset alone debunks flat Earth. Sunrise and sunset alone debunks
Sunrise
flat
and sunset debunks flat Earth. To be rising or setting requires a description with respect to a plane. Rising is verticality. Setting is also verticality. Both of these descriptions are planar only.
It's too much for him.
If somebody bought a copy of the book and gifted it to someone else, is that?
No, that man stole it. He stole it. He just admitted he didn't buy it. He didn't suddenly come up with the disclaimer of, "Oh, I was giving it as a gift." Did he?
Yeah,
he stole it.
they bought it.
Yeah, he stole it. You're all thieves. I know what you all are. This is wonderful. The fact that there's been literally thousands, according to you, who have stolen this book means whenever anybody references it, the first question I'll ask is, did you purchase it or did you steal it? And when you say, "Oh, I'm not purchasing that," that's what he said. Well, okay, so you stole it then. Yeah, you're a thief.
Somebody gifted him a copy.
Oh, did they? What were their names? What was the name of the person? I've got a full list of who purchased it. You say, "I just don't believe you." "Oh, I didn't steal it. Oh, I got it from a friend." Yeah, of course.
Is that a claim over there? Is that a claim that he got a gift?
Well, funny, it's not printed on. It's not even a book. It's an e-book, and it's dreadful.
Notice how he's not saying, "Yes, a friend gifted it me." He is just a thief.
Not one single proof. As I say,
So you're a thief. We're listening to the words of a thief. You've immediately discredited yourself. You're a thief, my friend. Why would anybody trust a single word you've got to say? You are a thief.
if our planet was flat.
Right, why are you talking about this? You're a thief. Nobody trusts a thief. If you were in court, when you were asked to raise your right hand, rising being with respect to a plane, it would have the word T on it, as in thief.
Got no proof.
Well, the man just told us. He said he's not buying it. And when you suggested that he got to get out of jail, someone gifted it me, he didn't confirm that. He started critiquing it as a thief. So he loses all credibility. That's why they ask you to raise your right hand in court, so they can see if you've been branded. This man branded himself with a T. He's a thief.
Nathan, why didn't you go to the police, Nathan, instead of using your last chapter as a spiteful dig at one of your ex-authors?
1.5 pages.
Are we listening to you again, thief? Again, we're going to not listen to this man. You've got no credibility. We don't want to listen to your critique. You're a thief. You're a thief, my friend. Nobody wants to hear you. You've discredited yourself. You have no credibility. You are a thief. Rather than giving us a critique, you should be locked up for thieving things. You're a thief. Do you not understand that?
It's okay.
Stuttery, you're a thief. Nobody wants to hear the words of a thief. You have no credibility in this arena as a thief.
Still got that life.
So you're going to still keep talking. Nobody wants to hear from you. You're going to accuse me of lying. You're a self-confessed thief. Nobody wants to listen to the words of a thief. You've discredited yourself.
You're just running away from the conversation by calling...
No, I'm calling him a thief because he's stolen. From me, personally. I produced that book to feed my kids. This man said I wouldn't pay for it. Ergo, he is a thief. And anybody else that decides that they're going to take illegal copies, it's like buying a copy from the Chinese man on the street that's pirated the DVD by filming it from the back of the cinema. And then you go, "Oh, well, I'll have that copy," because you don't want to pay for it. Well, that's thieving. Do you not understand what piracy is? It's theft. This man's a thief.
So what?
You did.
So what? So, okay, when you take food out of other men's, children's mouths, they don't want to talk to you anymore. They just continually call you a thief because that's what you are. That's what, so what?
Somebody else bought it and gifted it to me, so I didn't have to pay.
Oh, really? It's took you long enough to say, Mr. Adenoidal. Oh, really? I'm going to believe you now. Oh, no, I don't believe you. Who gifted it you? Who gifted it you? I've got the name of every single purchaser. A laugh. No need to give me a name. Yeah, you actually back your credibility. This is what thieves do. They also become liars. That's why you lose all credibility. That's why nobody gives a shit about your opinion in this regard. You've branded yourself. That's what you are now, a thief. You adenoidal
Hold
thief.
on, obviously you care because you won't let him talk.
I'm not going to let a thief talk to me. I don't have any time for thieves. Is that something that's wrong? Societally, people don't like thieves.
You're just running away.
I'm running away from a thief. Yeah, that's what people generally do. They don't like staying in the company of thieves. What, are you going to tell me that I'm wrong for not wanting to associate with literal criminals? Oh, my bad. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'll sit and have a little tea party with this thief, shall I?
I don't like children.
You did make a claim in black and white in your book that Adam Meakin was a criminal. Why didn't you go to the police and...
Sorry, that is not written in my book. That's a lie.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. You will not find that in my book. That is a complete lie. That is not what is written down. No, I have not said that.
Name Simon Merkin in the book.
Sorry, so someone else
gave him that name.
So someone else. So when you said, quote, Adam Meakin is a criminal, the only person who said that were the words I've just quoted that came out of your mouth, correct? Yeah. I think somebody might be having a little word with you, Elder Bev, because it seems like you've just accused a man by name of being a criminal, because I definitely haven't done that, have I? Cat got your tongue, you stuttery little liar.
Already said that that's a pseudonym.
Sorry, so pseudonym? What, fake name? So some fake names accused of being criminal. All right, that's interesting.
Name that you gave Adam Meakin.
Oh, so you've decided that, have you? It's almost like you wrote this book that thousands have been reading.
I've heard you say...
Now, if you are interested in this book that's caused all this controversy, then you can read it too. It's called Measured Flat by Nathan Oakley. You can buy a copy if you don't want to be branded a thief.
We're associating with this criminal for a long time, weren't you, Nathan?
No time.
You did associate with this criminal for a long time.
Is that right?
Millimeter, it be accurately measured.
It's measured flat, direction up and down. Flat level we at, flight over ground. Descending from that breeze, heading in degrees. Horizontal, flat, ESC. Now you know it's flat below ground. Measured flat.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and explain. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and X. Also, check out my book, Measured Flat. Link is in the info box below this video. Now, we are joined by Neil, Surf Daddy, Click OK, Len, and a whole bunch of people in the Debate Flat Earth and More Discord server. So, welcome one and all.
About Flat Earth, and they might be able to tell me about it. But Oakley is very interesting because he's one of these leaders that has nothing. He is one of these interesting people who claims a lot of things. He has no basis to it, and a lot of people follow him. So it's an interesting subject to research and look at. He has nothing. I mean, he's got nothing. He knows he can. The sextant angle does not make an elevation angle.
He has us muted right
knows
now.
that.
He's telling his audience how everybody's trying to talk to him at once because they love his book. Everybody there should buy it and send a super chat.
I mean, sunrise and sunset alone debunks flat Earth. I tried to tell him that about 10 years ago, but he doesn't listen.
Again? Is this the guy that admitted to stealing from me earlier in the show? This is a thief talking. Thief. You've branded yourself as a thief. Yeah, the adenoidal guy.
He has included his book about
that
how
guy,
he's associated with a criminal.
He sounds like a complete dweeb,
to
doesn't
tell
he?
them about it.
Adenoidal dweeb.
Well, this guy says that the horizon rising is going to prove a globe. Right, Mr. Adenoidal Thief?
Yeah, I explained to him, rising is with respect to a plane. Setting is with respect to a plane. Flat Earth, that's what you've got to appeal to.
How long?
Gonna tell me again in an adenoidal voice how rising and setting with respect to a plane actually proves the globe when it's a flat Earth measurement? Feel free to tell me in your adenoidal voice all about it, my friend.
Just get rid of him, please. It's ridiculous.
So was that the first appeal to have me removed? Oh, that's going to be put on the bingo card. Turn him down, mute him, get rid of him. The show's already over. You've got nothing to offer. Why aren't you talking about your book? We'll put all these things on bingo cards, ladies and gentlemen. It'll be very amusing. But did you want me removed, my darling?
He's not being removed, and nobody's muting him. If you mute him and talk over him, I'll mute you.
Let me get this right. They're itching to put me on mute, and this lovely lady just said, "Can't we just have him removed?" Oh, I love it when the people in the panel demonstrate admirably the level of projection that I've suffered over the last 10 years. What's that you say, mute button? I'm pretty sure we just heard a woman suggesting I should be booted out because she can't cope with me. How very, very amusing.
That's kind of what your book is about, Nathan, right? Isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's just because we're in this echo chamber. What we are currently in now is a globe Earth echo chamber. And when someone comes and disturbs the apple cart of this echo chamber for the globe, they want to remove anybody that disturbs that apple cart. Somebody who comes along and points out that the Carmen line, I misspelt in my book. Carmen, I spelt with a C. Thank you very much for critiquing my book in that regard. It's lovely to get a spelling error update. I love that. Thank you for working on my behalf. Very grateful I am. But unfortunately, the Carmen line's a measurement from a flat plane. It's a flat Earth prerequisite from sea level, mean sea level. End quote the guy who claimed it. Yeah, it's a flat Earth measurement.
The fact that you misspelled it, it's that you didn't know it was spelled. And you claim to do research, but clearly you did not.
Yeah, that means you win. That means we've got a measurement from a geoid level, end quote you. Not that any such beast exists or that any altitude ever's been measured from geoid level, but me misspelling it, I mean, you can take that as a win. That basically means Earth's spherical. Now that you've put me, little old me, on this high pedestal where I'm the arbiter of flat Earth measurements from sea level when I misspell things. I mean, that's an interesting pedestal you put me on, my friend. Very interesting. You win. That means we're not measuring from mean sea level anymore because I've misspelt it. Let me laugh even harder.
Scientific paper and submit it to the Nature Scientific Journal.
Oh, sorry, we got another adenoidal thief that's talking again with his adenoids. You can get an operation to get those removed, my friend.
I've had my adenoids removed years ago.
Really? Why do you sound like somebody that's 12 years old and talking about going to space in a spaceship then? Why do you sound like this?
And if we talk over this guy, who's going to mute me? What mod's going to mute me?
Did the chick that wanted me removed, does she now take offence to the fact that she's been shut up because she's irritating?
I did shut up. I was asking a question, though. I've asked this my second time asking for clarification, and it wasn't from you.
Oh, nobody cares. Yeah, I don't have arbitration over this server. I'm a guest here.
If you're going to mute him and talk over him, I will mute you. That was me.
Yeah, get it right, love. I'm the main attraction here, not you. It's a fact. I got welcomed moments I arrived. I was like, everyone was waiting for you. What, in a place I wasn't expected to be? My God, people are even waiting for me in places I'm not supposed to be. It's amazing.
Well, it's because Kikuchi always talks about...
I'm not trying to be a dick, man. It's just like, He's
all right,
here
one at a
and
time.
people are trying to have a
I know you're all very
conversation.
excited. One at a time.
Yeah,
I can
but
sign any autographs.
every time they
It's not a problem. There's plenty of time.
Yeah, go one at a time. It's all good.
Are you dumb, Nathan?
Am I what? Sorry.
Constantine, did you want to ask him questions or what?
Am I what? Sorry. I didn't hear the question. Sorry. Well, this is an excellent opportunity for me to plug my new book. So you can check out Measured Flat by Nathan Oakley. Link is in the info box below this video. There's also a link to become an affiliate. So if you happen to be a videographer and you want to have me on your show and maybe make 30% of the sales of those books, then you can become an affiliate and you can sell the book also, and you can basically make the same amount of money that I make off each copy. 30%. Check it out. Info box is where you find those links. Measured Flat. Buy a copy today.
The answer to this question will be very telling. Nathan, when you present pro flat Earth arguments, do you ever present flat Earth evidence, or do you typically present your skewed definitions of other people's works?
Oh, bollocks. I've just spilled my coffee all over my Denevo remote. Oh, piss flaps.
Of course you did. But we'll wait for the answer.
That's very telling. Very telling, Nathan. Very telling that
you can take my coffee spill as the win. What was your question? Do I present evidence? No. What generally happens is people will present me with a claim that they suggest is spherical in evidentiary standards, right? For example, Kármán line. Then what I do is I grab the back of that person's fucking head, force it into the pillow they gave me the Kármán line on, and then ram the flat Earth measurement from sea level up their arsehole for a live audience. It's really amusing. I don't have to claim anything. The Kármán line being measured from sea level came to me on a silver platter. I didn't have to do anything.
You just did make a claim, though. You said that you take the flat Earth measurement measured from sea level and shove it up their ass, right? So yeah, you are presenting a pro flat Earth measurement. Can you present that flat Earth measurement, or is it a globe Earth measurement that you misrepresent and you don't use proper definitions or consistent?
No, you are correct. I will take this on the chin. He is correct. When I say measured, as in people have measured it, and from mean sea level, as was presented to me by my opponent when he was asked about the Kármán line, he pointed out I misspelled. That is actually me misrepresenting that mean sea level, that's a measurement that has no part higher or lower than another for a zero datum, is actually geoid level, as was claimed by my opponent. I am typically one to misrepresent things as what they're called, as being things that they're not called, that are completely the antithesis of what they are by measurement. I am actually guilty of that. You're right. You can take this as the win, my friend. Well done, you.
I mean, it's not necessarily a win. It would be more just correcting. If we're talking about American football and you start talking about home runs, I correct you and say there's no home runs in American football. I'm not winning. I'm just correcting your misconception.
I see. Who can name the fallacy that this gentleman has just used? Called a false equivalence fallacy.
Suck your balls fallacy?
A false equivalence.
Wait, can I ask you a question?
False equivalence.
Like, what's the difference between 45-degree north latitude and 45-degree south latitude? Because
north and south
about
are flat
latitude
Earth
line and they are circles according to you. So the sizes are same or not?
Right, north and south are flat Earth measurements. They're horizontal only.
Means the circle sizes are same?
I don't know what you're talking about when you say circles. You said north. I heard the word north and I heard the word south. Just to confirm, I didn't mishear this in case I'm going to be accused of misrepresenting you afterwards. Did I hear quote north and quote south come out of your mouth a minute ago? Am I wrong? I don't want to obviously take those flat Earth measurements, grab the back of your fucking head and ram azimuthal horizontal directionality of your asshole. Don't take this as a claim. But I kind of perceive that when you hand me a flat Earth measurement on a little pillow and I grab the back of your fucking head, force it into that pillow and ram flat Earth only azimuthal direction up your arse. I don't want anyone to pretend that's my claim that I've just made. It isn't. He's handed me a flat Earth direction of north and south on a pillow, just so we're all clear what's happening.
So what's these 45 degrees south latitude according to you?
How do we measure the degrees? Would it be an elevation angle off a flat baseline? Is that the degree that you're describing, or are you describing horizontal azimuth? Which degree are you talking about? And altitude from a flat plane, or horizontal azimuth from a flat plane? Which one? Which degree? Is it a horizontal or vertical degree that you're measuring from a flat Earth? Which one?
I'm just talking about the latitude line. So what is that according to you?
A flat Earth measurement from surface level. If it's in the vertical, if you're describing a 45-degree angle to Polaris, then that's a flat Earth measurement along a flat Earth baseline for a flat Earth degree from the horizontal in the vertical at a measured value of 45 degrees. That's a flat Earth vertical altitude angle measurement. That's what you've just described, your measurement of a flat Earth that you call latitude for your global system. So it's almost like you think this is global. Kind of like I described earlier, you've came to me with a flat Earth measurement on a pillow. I don't have to claim anything. My opponents use flat Earth measurements to suggest and infer that we have some sort of sphericity. No, these are flat Earth measurements. North, south, degrees, in the vertical or horizontal, they're all with respect to a plane. That's what you're asking me about.
They're not definitions. They're not definitions that anybody else uses other than Nathan. So don't worry.
You are talking about Polaris, but you can't see Polaris from 45 degrees
Does
south.
any flat earther actually write a scientific paper and submit it to the Nature Scientific Journal?
Sorry, am I hearing the adenoidal thief again? Is it just me, or do we hear this dweeb who's stolen my book talking like he has some credibility? He's got the word T on his hand, but he thinks that we're going to listen to him babble on with his adenoidal voice. Every time you talk, my friend, Gertrude Perkins, right? You're going to get called a thief, because that's what you are. Nobody wants to hear from a thief. Nobody wants to hear from a thief.
I've got my eye on you, thief.
Yeah. If you thieve from me, I'm not going to engage with you. I mean, if you think that's unreasonable, because it was suggested in the pre-show that I was unreasonable or running away from a thief. Now, that is general normal behaviour. When you encounter a thief, people don't want to interact with you. That's all that's going to happen when this person talks in his adenoidal dweeby voice, stuck in his 12-year-old state, looking at space and thinking that he's going to go on a rocket. Whilst talking about my book he's stolen, he's just going to get called a thief every single time he opens his mouth.
He can hear me talking, which is why he's waffling on his end, because he doesn't want me interacting with his audience, because there's no point. Because his definitions are all made up, his ad homs are boundless. There's no point talking to him.
My definition of azimuth's made up. Okay. No, the guy appealed to North and South. That wasn't me appealing to it.
Ching, it's been at least 3 or 4 minutes since you've re-advertised your book. Sorry, your PDF.
Okay, let's do that. You can check out my book that everybody's got on the tip of their tongue by checking out the info box below this video. It's called Measured Flat by Nathan Oakley. It's the talk of the town. It's been downloaded thousands of times. It's incredibly popular. It's generated a huge amount of controversy. Everybody's talking about it, including this guy now, and he suggested I'm giving it a plug. But I don't mind. Thank you very much. Good opportunity to plug my book. Thank you.
Give it another plug.
Give it another plug? Oh, no worries. Check out Measured Flat by Nathan Oakley. It's the book everybody's fighting to talk about. This guy included. He wants me to plug it twice. He thinks it's that good. It's amazing.
Just keep plugging it for an hour.
Okay. I don't mind if you want me to stay the entire hour and talk about my book the entire time. I don't mind at all. It's only been out one weekend. I'm delighted. Like, it is fantastic in terms of the response. I couldn't be more delighted with how overwhelming. It's literally leaving me almost lost for words. It's amazing. Measured Flat. Check it out.
Can you tell us what controversy caused?
Chucky, I don't think you understand the controversy of Flat Earth. Because in this Flat Earth server that's existed for years and years, we've never talked about Flat Earth until this book came along. Well done, Nathan. You're doing great, man.
That's true.
That's absolutely my pleasure. What's being suggested is that in this Globe Earth echo chamber with a Flat Earth title, they typically didn't talk about Flat Earth. Now they did, they just didn't know it. Like when they talked about things being in the north or in the south, when they're talking about measuring from surface level or with altitudes. I mean, these aren't my definitions. These are just what they are when we take measurements from Earth's surface. But I write about it in my book, and that's why it's generated such a stir.
To talk over here, what's the rule on how's this supposed to go? I'm not used to this advertising space. I just don't know what to do.
Buy a copy of my book.
No, you're right. I mean, honestly, out of all the servers, this is the most chaotic server for some reason. You all need to control yourself, man.
That's because I'm
When he speaks, be quiet and ask him a question. Go one at a time. It's not hard. Like,
boy.
Yeah, but if he gets asked a question, he does his diatribe to run away from the question.
What's your question?
This is the problem. Buck does the same thing. You ask him a question, you don't get to dictate how he answers it, right?
Well, no.
Whatever he answers, that's on him.
No, we don't have to ask him any meaningful questions, do we? We don't have to do that because he's not interested.
Why are you guys getting owned by this one
question? whether or not I'm interested. Is that a question or not?
Everybody gets stoned by him.
That's correct. Yeah, that happens.
He's the biggest boy on the internet.
So you're going to blame my mute
Speaking about
button?
your book, yeah, I got something for you, Nathan. Speaking about your book, because I heard a lot of people almost create like a conspiracy with the cover. You explained this to me yesterday, but can you just explain what the reason for the cow is on the cover?
Yes, it's because I'm a devout Hindu.
Symbolizes him milking flat earthers.
Yeah.
You don't.
It's for the It's the book's for the bovine brained.
You guys notice how I asked him the question, right? Not you two.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I was helping him out.
Yeah, you were helping because you want to be me by answering on my behalf. I find it very flattering. You're doing it now. You're still talking like you're me, like it's you that has been addressed. Because in your mind, you're as important as I.
I've got hair
you're not.
as well, so I definitely don't want to be you.
Well, you're talking while I'm being addressed about something specific, but you want to talk on my behalf, which is flattering. Like you want to be me.
I definitely don't want to talk on your behalf.
Oh, bless.
It would be for me a category failure in my life if I was talking on your behalf.
So I think the interpretation that's the favourite is that it's the ballers being milked. That was my favourite.
Yeah, flat earthers being milked.
Anybody got that link to the PDF that was released with all the refutations and citations 2 days after Nathan's pamphlet came out? Anybody got that link? I'll put it on the share. I'll share that. That's free, by the way, that is. And it's got pretty much all the substance of Nathan's stuff, plus all the actual citations from the real world and the real definitions, which demonstrate it's a load of codswallop.
Oh, let's hope that sells as well as my book sold. Let's hope thousands of people download that too. I mean, I don't know if that's downloading thousands of copies as well.
It scoops out all the narrative nonsense, just gets to the patently false assertions you make, and just demonstrates how they're fallacy with the actual real world citations. And there's loads of citations in it, interestingly.
All right. How does it deal with...
Ask him a question and you hijack this matchup.
How does it deal with... yeah, you didn't get an answer to that question because it was hijacked by that man. That's correct. But that's fine. I don't mind that. The more intelligent members of the audience will figure that out. But that's okay. That's
Nathan,
cool.
Nathan, pick a number between 1 and 180.
I'm good.
So you can't do that? 69? I'll do 60.
67.
Where is that link to the side to the refutation?
So, just out of interest, you said that there's a debunking
PDF pamphlet did.
Yeah, in the debunking pamphlet, how does it cope with the altitude to the Kármán line from sea level? Does it say that it's actually from geoid level?
Should we pull it up and discuss what they put in it?
Yeah. If you want to tell me how they coped with mean sea level.
Page 69 is a short page, Faza. Sorry, page 69 is a short page on which he says stratification of the atmosphere took vacation. What the fuck does that mean, Nathan?
I mean,
Nathan, can you draw?
You'll have to ask Quantum Eraser what that means, won't he? Let's be honest, or his wife.
Quantum Eraser? Yeah, he wrote the book.
We're waiting for the refutation, not just what the fuck does that mean. I thought this guy was doing a refutation.
You can't refute something that doesn't make any sense. Go ahead and explain.
Well, just saying that something doesn't make sense is not a refutation, dude. So
I didn't say it was a refutation. It doesn't make any sense. Can you make atmospheric stratification takes a vacation make sense? It does rhyme.
Who's got that? Who got that link? Come on, someone must have it.
It's page 69 of Nathan's book.
Is this the book that you stole?
Who stole?
No, it is not the book I stole.
Is this the refutation of the... Well, we got someone looking for a link.
I'll repeat myself because you're too thick to hear it the first 3 times. It is not a refutation. It's a question for clarification. Do you get it now?
Okay, so it's just someone asking questions.
Yes. I am someone asking questions.
All right, what's your question?
Can you answer the question?
What's your question?
What does atmospheric stratification takes a vacation mean?
Or what's the full sentence? Do you want to read it out in context?
He's going to have to read a whole page. It's the poem, dude.
Oh, it's fucking long. Yeah.
Oh, is it a poem?
Yeah, fuck, it's a run-on sentence. Jesus Christ. Fucking
so he hasn't read the book. He doesn't know the context. It's the
No, I'm looking for the period because it's the fucking 6 lines.
But maybe you know, because I've got to be honest, I haven't got it up in front of me. What is the context? Do you know? Because I don't.
No, I'm going to read it. Hold on. Okay, I think it's a whole paragraph. Without protestation or procrastination, and at no risk of demonetization, The ether sensation is the manifestation of vibration when viewing libration and perturbation in the variation of a background radiation. When we view illumination, there is no postulation in my verbal masturbation because perception is a visualization of the emanation and a rotation, toroidation of magnetization through vacuum evacuation, show the Maxwellization propagation with a motion demonstration, phase quantization, being quantum induction, validation, where review Michelson-Morley experimentation showing consistent variation in the direction when illumination went on vacation at elevation and atmosphere stratification by interpretation, and that's a miniaturization of the ether explanation.
What is going on?
That is what the fuck does that sentence?
Was that an actual sentence?
Who wrote
That's one
that
sentence.
garbage?
Oh, you were joking.
Page 68 to 69. That is page 68 to 69, written by an AD.
Oh, you were joking.
I think he challenged himself to find all words ending in ization and put them in a sentence.
Notice how you're not saying it doesn't make sense. You're just saying it sounds funny.
It doesn't make sense. What does that mean, Nathan?
At all, Joby? Come on.
It's not just a word salad. It's a big word salad.
Do you want to hear this? You listening?
Yeah.
The ether sensation is the manifestation of the vibration when viewing libration and the perturbation and the variation of a background radiation when we view illumination. There is no postulation in my verbal masturbation because perception of the visualization of light emanation and a rotation, toroidation of magnetization.
Shut
that too.
Shut
okay?
up. Shut up. That's the moderation here. We don't have music. We don't know it's copyright domain. We don't have music here.
Well, I'm telling you, the copyright is owned by Suno and not by Nathan Oakley.
Okay.
Suno own all the rights to that tune. And it can't be used for commercial use.
I'm not addressing you. I'm addressing the person whining about moderation. We don't have music here.
I didn't know you have no music in this server. My bad.
I'm not worried about
no, because you don't have copyright domain for that, so we're not going to broadcast
my
it.
song. You just read out the lyrics from it.
Let
me get it straight. These people who have stolen my book and are reading bootleg copies of it are claiming copyright law at me. The irony is absolutely delicious.
Yeah, but you're
Stuttery, you're a bunch of thieves, right? And you're going to claim copyright law at me? Oh my God, I cannot fricking believe my ears. This is absolutely delicious. Let me laugh even harder. Sorry, tell me all again about how copyright applies, you bunch of thieving scumbags. What an absolute epic visit today has
nothing
been.
to do with copyright per se.
Oh, sorry, this is nothing to do with copyright. You're reading my copywritten material out. You realise that? I know for a fact you haven't bought a copy of this. That's my book that you just read out.
For fuck's sake.
Basically, this chick needs to now spurg and tell me that I need removing, right? Do you want to appeal to the mods to have me kicked out again, love? That'd be a good move.
You don't need removing. You're just not going to broadcast music here.
Yeah, that's fine. I can broadcast music. I broadcast it to a live audience. This room has less people in it than in my audience.
Into this server, though. You're not broadcasting into this server.
No. I noticed that you were putting me on mute, but that doesn't change any facts in the matter when it comes to me broadcasting my material to my audience. That's exactly what I'll do.
I'm happy.
Stuttery, I'll do what I like. I'm running a live show. Now, you can kick me out and say I'll mute you, which is exactly what you guys do in your echo chamber when you don't like what somebody does. You pop me on mute. That's what you did. You popped me on mute and the chick said, can't we remove him? That's what you've done. Now, that's your prerogative in your little echo chamber. You can do that all day long.
You're going to talk all day long because we know no one can hear you. What we do here is what we do here. You don't play music here, Nathan.
Yeah, okay. You can be in your echo chamber. You've got control. I understand. You've got control. You can put me on mute at a whim whenever you choose, right? Suddenly, copyright law's really important to you. I gotcha. Yeah, I'm laughing at you for the irony in this particular circumstance. It is beautiful.
We're broadcasting it. We're not.
Yes, you're very concerned with the copyright laws. Yes, I got you. Very, very amusing.
We don't want music here. We don't have music here.
Yes, because you're concerned with copyright. Yes, I got you. But did you want to read out my copywritten book again? Did you want to go to one of your bootleg copies of my book and read it out again? Because you're so concerned with copyright law.
The owner doesn't want anyone playing any music, whether you have the copyright or not. So I don't think it's a copyright thing. But the second thing is, any new member here who just joined, you have roles, please reconnect to the server so you can talk. That's where your mic's muted, just so you know.
If you look, by the way, Nathan, if you look in the text chat of Debate Marathon, you'll find a linked. Well, you'll find the PDF, Measured Flat Refuted, which came out 2 days after your. Yeah. Someone's just given us. There's a FileBin URL link for it. It's https://filebin.net. AGT7WELQCH9.
This is fantastic. I mean, so far my book over 1 weekend has already generated response publications that are being distributed and the links being given out. Like I say, you couldn't really have a better launch. Fantastic. So there's already responses to it. That is awesome.
So everybody don't have to bother downloading or paying for.
I mean, you can tell my audience that you don't have to bother downloading it, but if you actually want the source material that this reaction has generated, the original source is my book called Measured Flat. Now, obviously, I understand that people who make reaction publications off the back of my book, because it's generated so much interest, will want to promote their reaction over and above the original source material that's produced and you can buy by clicking the link below this video. And yeah, it's generated such a stir. Immediately, people wanted to produce reaction material. It is amazing, the reaction it's had.
Yeah, this is what I was complaining about.
Let's go through the book. So at the beginning of the book, it says Measured Flat Refuted, a point-by-point scientific response to Nathan Oakley's Measured Flat, all roads lead to flat Earth. It's free. Everyone can look at it. It's great. It's got all the pertinent bits in and all the ad homs taken out. It's a bit like muesli. It's just like all the fruit out of the muesli. It's brilliant.
Fantastic.
It's free.
Can we have you read the lyrics to Nathan's song again, please?
Yes,
I kind of like that.
That was really beautiful. I loved it. Maxwellization was especially
we learned
especially well delivered.
His song.
It's not his song, is it? Just the same way it is.
Yeah, it is. I wrote that. You read it from my copywritten book, and then when I started playing the song version of it, you guys put me on mute in your little echo chamber and told me that you run this house and you have the rules and you can put me on mute. You very much put me in my place about how copywritten material wasn't going to be used in this server. It was deliciously ironic and hilarious.
If you read the terms of service before you came here...
All right, so this server's all right with bootleg books, which is not okay with bootleg music.
Not hosting bootleg. No one's hosting a bootleg book here. No one's doing that.
Yeah. One of your participants specifically told me that he wouldn't pay for the material, and then I branded him a thief. The adenoidal guy that you've got here has definitely stolen a copy. I'm well aware that there's thousands of illegal copies been downloaded. Something else that was pointed out to me in your server. So I'm acutely aware of the thievery that's taking place. I'm just laughing at it and saying I'm glad I'm that popular that people want to steal from me.
The server is not hosting your book, and the person coming here saying I've got an illegal copy is not affecting the server. That's up to him.
No, you just like hosting thieves. Yeah, I get that. Your echo chamber likes hosting thieves. You're good with having thieves here. Yeah, it's a Globe Earth echo chamber that doesn't mind having thieves amidst your company. That's fine by you, and fair enough.
So why don't you guys
music?
To be fair, thievery is in the eye of the beholder here. To a certain extent, I think that you're a thief, Nathan.
Really? Yeah. When you nick a handbag, you can say, well, I kind of needed the purse from the old lady, and therefore it isn't really stealing. I've got kids at home that need... Yeah, you can justify it however you like. Yeah, you bunch of thieves.
No, I'm not justifying him. What I'm saying is, I think that you're a thievery of humanity. And I think that you're here to deceive people, and I think that it's okay to a certain extent, but it needs to be called out and showcased.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, Biodual.
Yeah, I mean, that's very interesting, but like I said in the pre-show, I have no arbitration over what I disclaim here. So, for instance, when someone comes to me and tells me that they've got a measurement from sea level for an altitude perpendicular to a plane, and I point out that's perpendicular to a plane right there, you can say you're lying to the world. But in reality, it's the people that come to me, like yourselves in the server, that offer me the information with flat Earth measurements attached to them. Now, that isn't me making up lies, but you can call it that if you want to. I don't mind.
Well,
if that helps you.
Well, it is. It is because there's... So the simplest thing here would be the relationship between your degree measurements with the sky and then the distance measurements on Earth. For example... for a Spherical Earth, the expectation would be there is a linear relationship between the distance change and the degree change. On a flat Earth, the expectation would be that it would be a logarithmic relationship between the distance change and the degree change. At greater degree changes, you would have different distance changes per degree on a flat Earth, but we don't have that. It's a mathematical proof that the degree change linear relationship with the distance change on Earth shows a spherical Earth. That's a mathematical proof. Now, you disagreeing with that is your thievery of proof and knowledge and understanding.
I see. So demonstrated for the
proven.
audience. Let me know when you're done. You done? Calling me a thief? On screen now is the globe-Earth derivation of this man's angles that he's just described in terms of their declination. On screen now, from the centre of Earth on the equatorial plane, is a 40-degree angle. This angle is measured with respect to a plane. Now, if you're a ball believer, you have to transpose the surface tangential planar angles that you measure that aren't with respect to your globe Earth inside a globe Earth to something called the equatorial and extended celestial plane, as demonstrated on here, on this screen, on this diagram. Now, that is a flat Earth prerequisite surface level altitude angle of 40 degrees, measured from a plane. That's what he's describing. So this man, who's suggesting that somehow I'm a thief, is hijacking flat Earth. So there we go. There's the interruption in this echo chamber. The echo chamber's spoken through the top of something that's contradicting him. Notice how I asked permission to speak. I said, have you finished yourself yet? Are you going to let me know when you're done? Once he'd finished with his little yak-happy bullshit where he's calling me a thief, I addressed it with a coincidental diagrammatical example of exactly what he was talking about by pure chance on screen while he was saying it. And what do you know? It's a 40-degree angle from a flat Earth that suddenly needs a lot of spurging to be talked through, and maybe I'll get called a criminal. So maybe you could wait till I finish my sentence, absolutely annihilating you with your flat Earth measured angle from a plane that needs to be transposed inside a ball. Maybe if you start talking before I finish my explanation about how this is a flat Earth only angle acquisition, maybe it'll mean that I'm a thief and that I've stolen this, when it's literally come out of your words about 2 minutes ago. They're your words. You're the one who's put this surface level angle in the mind's eye of the audience while suggesting I'm a thief. No, it's just a flat Earth angle from surface level. That's all it is. It's on screen now for my audience.
No, I know, and you're making that mistake. The expectation
get closer,
for flat
I think you should get closer to your mic. Can you get closer to your mic, please? Is there any chance you can get closer to your mic to make it even more distorted? Would that be possible if you get even closer to your mic? Maybe eat the mic so that you're even more distorted than you already are?
Say anything except for the things that I'm saying. Correct. Address anything else.
Okay, he specifically brought up a 40-degree angle with respect to a plane in terms of its declination and its association with the nautical mile extrapolation and the linear miles you extract when you take this elevation angle from surface level, minus it from 90, that's the 90 along the baseline at the GP of this particular star when measured, and then times it by 60 to give you a linear nautical mile distance. Now, I'd say that's a pretty complete and whole summary of his position that he suggested was global, because what of an arc of the degree? No, the degree is a planar measurement of an angle with respect to surface level. Like I say, spurging through the top of my response might make me a thief. On the other hand, it's just a flat Earth measurement that this man's appealed to. I know that's going to be very painful and require a lot of interruption, but that's okay. I can deal with that for my audience's benefit.
I know. But you're non-stop.
But do you hear that stuttery brain fart going on? Yeah, he can't think of the words to interrupt with me quick enough, so he's got but coming out of his mouth as he stutters around the fact that he's presented, like the last guy. Here's an altitude angle on a pillow, Nathan. And I go, oh wow, thank you. I'm going to now grab the back of your fucking head, force it into that pillow, and grab an altitude angle measurement up your arsehole, because it's come from a flat Earth. Now, what you will do is spurg through the top of me indefinitely while I point this out to my live audience, in somehow thinking that the vain attempt at yakking through the top of me is going to change that you just offered me a flat Earth measurement. It won't change that. You have asked me a flat Earth measurement.
No, because you don't stop, so I have to get in at some point, and you're making many mistakes.
Over.
And this is how humans conversate, in which when you make a mistake, it would be fine if I attempt to fix it, and we can go through that. But if you're non-stop, at some point I have to get in there while you're talking.
Gotcha. Thank you for that expansive rebuttal to my pointing out that you've measured a flat Earth elevation angle from surface level to suggest sphericity. Coincidentally, I've got a diagrammatic example for a live audience to show how stupid you are. That would be the metaphorical equivalent of me grabbing the back of your fucking head, shoving it into that pillow you bought me the angle on, and shoving altitude angles from a flat earth up you. Now, you can tell me that actually you need to interrupt me and it's perfectly reasonable non-stop, but I just listened to your last response and it didn't really do much for me, I've got to be honest. Neither did it demonstrate that somehow I've been a thief. No, I'm steel-manning your own position and pointing out how your own position includes flat earth measurements within it.
Time for a plug, Nathan. Time for a plug.
Is that the sound of a cuck? Is that the guy who was just watching this man, having things rammed up him, jumping on the bed with him? Do you want to contain yourself, little cuck? Did you need to join in with this man's devastating failure with his flat earth angles?
I've fixed it.
I can't quite get through the other stuttery cuck that's joined me on the bed. So I'm going to say, yeah, you've been reduced to a stuttering little spastic, my friend. That's what's happened. That's what I do to people. That's why my book has generated such a huge amount of interest in the general community around me. That's why it's been downloaded thousands of times and people are immediately generating response PDFs. Because my book takes your measurements of a flat earth and rams them back up you violently for a live audience while you spurg through the top of me and your cucks join you on the bed as I do it to you.
Yeah, that's what he's going to do all the way along.
Would you like to have a back and forth, Nathan? Or
Sorry, would I like to have a back and forth about your elevation angles from surface level diagrammatically exampled for a live audience, making you the butt of this joke where you offered me flat earth measurements in the suggestion of sphericity? No, I'm pretty sure I've already addressed it, but maybe you could suggest that we're not having a back and forth when I listen to your exact point and then point out how flat earth is measured with it. Maybe that's not us having a back and... Maybe I'm a thief.
Correct. You are stealing...
You are what? By a flat earther. That's right, my friend. You have been reduced to a stuttering spastic by me.
And here we go. Now you're muted. We can't hear you.
Oh, really? Well, that's funny. I get accused of having a mute button all the time. And what do you know, when we come to the globe Earth echo chamber, I get told explicitly that I'm put on mute. Why? All I did was take his elevation angle measurements, end quote him, and demonstrate with a diagrammatical example how flat Earth is being measured with those examples. Now, I don't mind if this person wants to put me on mute, demonstrating admirably how big a projection it's been all these years. What's that you say? Nathan can only win with a mute button? No, I'm pretty sure I've listened quite closely and we've had uninterrupted and unimpeded, well, if we were having a back and forth, Nathan, if I didn't have to interrupt you constantly, yeah, we heard his back and forth. It just didn't quite do it for any of the audience who can see this diagrammatical example of his flat earth prerequisite elevation angle on screen for my audience. But you can demonstrate admirably what a massive echo chamber this is. Thank you so much for demonstrating to my live audience that the only thing you can do is put me on mute, you pathetic little girl.
All right. Sounds like you're done. So again, we can get back to the mathematical proof that shows a linear relationship between degree change and distance change, much like a clock. When you're on the surface of a clock and you change degrees, you're changing the same distance between every minute mark. From the 1 minute mark to the 2 minute mark is the same distance change as, let's say, the 36 minute mark and the 37 minute mark. That's the expectation for a degree change and distance change on a curved surface. Now, on a flat surface, you would have a logarithmic change. The distance between the 1 minute and the 2 minute mark would be a different distance than the 36 minute and the 37 minute difference. That would be the expectation. In reality, the distance is the same with every degree change. That is a mathematical proof. Good luck.
Okay, so distance is a flat earth linear measurement. Go look at any map scale. Who was that? Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. I was just asking if anyone's ever been on the surface of a clock.
Anybody ever been on the surface of a what? Of a clock? No.
Please don't bring up another thing for him to go tangent on, please.
Tangent? No, we're not measuring tangents. Your suggestion that we're on a clock is absolutely ludicrous. It's called the false equivalence fallacy. The panel member, that's Len, pointed out that nobody's on a clock. Meanwhile, the degree that you're describing that's been now put into false equivalence with a clock, now you, the audience, might go, you know what? This false equivalence of the clock being the equivalent of Earth's planar surface, we get these degrees. What degrees? The ones he's talking about. What do they look like? Oh, they look like this. You know what? It's the exact same thing that was on screen earlier when I was absolutely annihilating him and he had to pop me on mute, because that's the only way these pissy pants little girls can win in their echo chamber, by popping me on mute when I point on screen for a live audience. The degrees talking about is with respect to a plane and only works inside a globe taken to be a glorified protractor. So the degrees that you'd see around the outside edge of a globe, there'd be the degrees that are being measured on this diagrammatical example with respect to a flat plane. Now, in order to extract the linear distance that all distances are when describing topography in terms of Earth and its surface, then the extracted value from the minutes or from the degrees is a value at 1 degree for every 60 nautical miles. Now, to extrapolate that from an actual flat Earth calculation, that's a measurement of an angle put into a calculation to give you this distance. It is the measured flat Earth angle as depicted on screen, this angle that says 40 degrees, minus from 90, that's the 90 at the base of the star you're measuring to your position along a flat plane. That's what you minus the measured flat Earth angle from, and then times by that 60, the nautical mile distance. That gives you a flat linear distance that is derivable into radial values for circles of equal altitude and distance measurements, 1 degree for every 60 nautical miles. In order to extract this value, you require flat Earth linear distances, nautical miles or statute miles, and degrees from a planar surface as depicted above my head and has been for the entire duration of this so-called claim of a globe Earth. No, the only relation to a globe Earth it has is if you transpose surface level angle measurements inside a ball, making the ball a glorified protractor, on the equatorial plane. Nobody's inside a ball. We're definitely measuring a plane, and the globe's plane is called the equatorial plane for these angles to actually work when you describe being in, not on, a ball.
I appreciate that you've confirmed the mathematical proof that when we take a nautical degree angle and we multiply it by 60 nautical miles, anywhere on Earth, you are actually, and for anyone with a brain, you are confirming the mathematical proof of that linear relationship on a curved surface. That relationship, that nautical degree times the nautical miles, anywhere consistently, the same number everywhere on Earth, confirms that it's not a flat Earth, because it's not a logarithmic relationship. You've confirmed it for us, and I appreciate you saying it out loud so confidently.
All right, it's on screen now for my audience in case anybody thinks that this distance along the flat baseline with the flat angle on the flat baseline with the degree marked with respect to the flat baseline that's being measured curves. The man's just wrong. He clearly does not understand how the globe Earth is suggested to work at the equatorial plane. The angle is with respect to that plane and does not curve. The distance is with respect to that plane and does not curve. Clearly this man thinks that his radial value for a globe Earth curves, because that seems to be what he's inferring. No, if this value curved with respect to the surface it's being measured on, not in, then your radial value would have a curve to it. That's not possible, my friend. You just don't understand how your own rhetoric works.
If you say so. For your audience...
Not if I say so. It's demonstrated on screen. So this demonstration is not me saying so. This is a diagrammatical example of what I am speaking of. It's not just me saying so, just so we're clear.
I know you can't handle it, but I'm going to say it to your audience anyway. What I implore you to do...
Well, no, that's all right. I can just cut you off like you did earlier. Like, you could just pop me on mute if you don't like what I've got to say. Yeah, meanwhile, if you suggest that this on screen here is just me saying it, I'll point out again that no, I'm not just saying it. I've got a diagrammatical example of the flat Earth prerequisite altitude angle you've appealed to. It's not curved. You've ignored what I've said, so I'm going to repeat it. I'm not just going to allow you to chat skank through the top of it without acknowledging it. You're measuring a flat Earth prerequisite altitude angle. It's from a surface level. It's on screen.
Thank you. So I'm going to address your audience. The easiest way to do something like this would be measure the distance between each tick mark of a clock, and you'll find that on a curved surface...
This is a false equivalence fallacy, so now he's rinsing and repeating that which I've already addressed as a false equivalence fallacy. Len also pointed out this is a false equivalence fallacy. Now, he can just say, I'm going to address your audience. No, it's my audience. I'll point out that we've already covered this, my friend. It's a false equivalence fallacy. Nobody stood on a clock.
Yes. You've accused us of being an echo chamber, but you're not letting me speak to your...
Oh, am I not? Did I not hear your false equivalence with a clock once already and address it as a false equivalence? Did Len not hear it? Is it just because of your echo chamber that you think that you can repeat it? That's what you're doing, echoing yourself, repeating yourself. We heard, we addressed it. It's just in your echo chamber you didn't actually address what we put back to you when you suggested the false equivalence of a clock. We said it was a false equivalence fallacy. You completely ignored it and echoed it again, moaning about how you will be addressing my audience. No, you haven't addressed the rebuttal to your false equivalence of a clock.
I'm doing it right now, but you haven't let me finish.
What about a clock? We heard you the first time, my friend. In an echo chamber, you just want the same thing to be said over and over again without address. Now, we have addressed your clock false equivalence fallacy. You haven't addressed that rebuttal, though. So rather than just allowing this echo to continue non-stop like it would if I wasn't here, I'm repeating the rebuttal that you failed to address. Now, you might want to moan. Maybe you'd prefer to stick me on mute. Would it be easy if you shut me up, pointing out that you haven't addressed the false equivalence fallacy that you've employed twice, that we have definitely heard in your echo chamber? Would you prefer to just shut me on mute instead? Would it be easier to win?
I would...
Is it easier to win if you just shut me up with a mute button? Because then you won't have to address the false equivalence fallacy you've used.
It would be easier because you don't stop talking.
Oh, I'm so sorry, you pissy pants little girl. Can't you cope with a bit of debate? Is it easier when you've just got your echo chamber and nobody addresses the false equivalence fallacy you've used and you just get to repeat it and then you tell yourself you've won? Would it be easier if you just shoved me on mute so you can carry on with your echo chamber?
And measure degree angles across...
Yeah, degree angles. Yeah, these degrees. These ones, right? These are the flat earth prerequisite degrees that I've already addressed. Now, obviously, me pointing out that this is what he's talking about from a flat plane means that what? It's never going to get addressed, that I'm not letting him speak? No, it just means he can't cope with actually addressing the rebuttal he's received after I've definitely listened to him.
Each distance is different from the other.
Distances are linear.
Nathan has confirmed that you can use a nautical degree times one nautical distance, not a different distance.
By one nautical distance? It sounds like you don't know what you're babbling about. You're under a lot of mental stress, and you're describing one nautical distance. I don't really know what one nautical distance means. It sounds like you're a jabbering spastic at the moment who doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. There is no such thing as one unit of nautical distance. Hello, stuttery wanker. You're talking shite.
Nathan, did you know your book's on Amazon?
He's run away, I think, Nathan.
Probably.
Scared little
So now we're back to talking about a non sequitur.
No, I'm still here, but I'm done engaging until you address the matter.
All right, no worries. I'll make a conclusion. So in conclusion, this measurement of the angle this guy's talked about repeatedly and made a false equivalence with that angle being like an angle on a clock is an angle from a flat plane. In order to derive linear distance in nautical miles, you will measure that angle, minus it from 90, times it by 60 to give you a linear flat Earth distance along a flat Earth baseline. Like sea level, surface level, eye level, like all of the levels that you use, like a map scale. The distance is linear, it's flat, it's horizontal. When you travel in a direction, north and south, like came up earlier, those are flat Earth directionalities. Everything about everything that's been put on the table so far to date has been a flat Earth only measurement. This is no exception. This is what he's talking about. A flat Earth angle measurement from a surface level.
No, you didn't listen to what he said because you were speaking over him when he...
The circle? Do we live inside a circle?
Said just right now.
No, we don't.
But, I mean...
We don't live inside a ball.
This is what it is.
Now, I did actually point out that we don't live inside a ball either. I did demonstrate with the diagrammatical example above my head now that this is inside a ball and nobody's measuring angles inside a ball. Again, it was just another part of the echo chamber that they couldn't cope with addressing. Now I'm being told that I didn't listen to him. That's what's being chat skanked through the top of it. That I didn't listen to him.
Nathan will never debate anybody.
So I've heard his claim. Now I'm being told I don't debate. Claim, angle measurement. Degrees, nautical miles. Yeah, that's this on screen. I'm explicitly and directly steel manning his position that he put to me with a diagrammatical example that includes his globe. I pointed out that to work, it works from the equatorial plane. Now I'm being told I don't debate. Yeah, projection. They can't cope with the rebuttal, so I'm told I can't debate.
So you didn't answer his question.
Yeah, I heard you the first time. Yeah, I did. He asked about degrees and nautical mile derivations, and what do you know? I happen to have an exact diagrammatical example of exactly what he's claiming, and have explicitly taken my audience through what he claimed. Steelmanned his position, refuted it, and then you've completely ignored every response, and then projected that I can't debate onto me. Yeah, we know what's happening.
You don't sound so interesting when I'm speaking. Listen.
Oh, sorry, did I need to talk to this cuck now? Now the guy's been annihilated and hasn't acknowledged a single one of my rebuttals. I've been told that I don't listen by this guy, but suddenly I need to pay attention to this cuck who's jumped on the bed with us. Oh, my bad. I'm really sorry that you thought that this guy's limp dick needed tending to, my friend, and you needed to take over when he couldn't cope with his false equivalence fallacy when I listened to his analogy with a clock. Oh, my bad. That's me not being able to debate and not listening, even though I'm literally steelmanning his exact false equivalence fallacy back for the 4th time.
This is what it is. He does not represent Flat Earth. He represents his own model. It's profoundly undeveloped.
Total lie. This is not mine. This is a globe Earth suggestion with the equatorial and extended celestial plane. It's what my opponent claimed. It's not my claim. Like earlier when I was asked, why do you bring these claims without evidence? I didn't bring this. Here's a flat Earth elevation angle, Nathan, on this pillow. Oh, thanks. I'll just ram that back up you. What's that you say you can't debate, Nathan? I'm doing quite a good job of it, I would say. You can read all about this and other flat Earth measurements in my book, Measured Flat by Nathan Oakley. Thousands of people have been taking part in reading this. Literally, it's had immediate responses made about it. This is the controversy and stir that the book has caused. If you haven't already bought a copy of Measured Flat, what's wrong with you? It's the book everybody's talking about. You can buy your copy. It's available below this video. Check it out now.
It's available on Amazon also.
I've just seen it listed on Amazon. Amazon.co.uk.
Who's selling that on Amazon?
They put you on mute now.
It's not available on Amazon. It's only available as an ebook.
Glover to ask
seriously,
a question.
if you go into amazon.co.uk, type in Measured Flat, it will come up in the search engine. I'm serious.
Okay, well, that's a bootleg copy.
In the chat.
There is no copy of my book on Amazon. I have not released that copywritten material on Amazon. If Amazon have got a bootleg copy, then they've stolen my book also. Whoever's published that book is a thief. But like I say, there's lots of people who want to acquire copies of this book. It is incredibly popular. Now, I don't dispute that. Lots of people want to steal it. Yes, it's very controversial. Yes, everybody wants to read about it. Now, you might be a thief and might seek out an illegal copy because you're a thief. Now, the legitimate people who aren't thieves, flat earthers as opposed to globe scum, they buy copies of my very, very well-written, extremely well-received, already responded to book called Measured Flat. It's available for $14.97 in an info box below your local video. Might not be mine, might be an affiliate, which you can also become and make 30% on the book if you want to sell it also.
It is on Amazon for £50. It is on Amazon for £50 right now.
Well, that's not mine. That's somebody who's stolen it.
Oh my goodness. What are we going to do? Oh, what a terrible thing to happen.
Well, I don't know that's the case. I mean, like I say, there's lots of people in this room that are liars. Like, a lot of you want to accuse me of being a thief, want to steal my material, concern yourselves with copyright music and all that kind of hypocritical shite. So I don't necessarily take what you say as read. I don't necessarily believe you. But thank you for bringing it to my attention. It might be something I need to concern myself with.
And he's selling more copies on Amazon. So many.
Yep. Don't worry, there's tons of other flat Earth.
It just points out how the Globers always use flat Earth measurements in every instance.
Oh, what, like they did today? Like they did today, you mean?
Yeah, like they demonstrated today. They'll all use flat Earth measurements, every one of them, like you've done today.
Yeah, I thoroughly enjoy rounding them back up. And like I say, if you want to read all about these flat Earth measurements used by the globe, then check it out. It's part of Measured Flat. Many of the chapters point out how globe belief is derived from flat Earth only measurements.
Is your book got an ISBN number, Nathan? Is your book got an ISBN number? Yeah?
It does, yes.
Okay, well, it's on you. It's on there with an ASIN number as well, and it's being sold on Amazon. So.
Yeah, I heard you the first 3 times. I've responded. I don't necessarily believe you, but maybe it's something I might need to look at.
Yeah, but there's a link in the text chat.
Okay, thank you for providing that.
Yeah.
It bolsters,
later, mate.
It bolsters the facts in the matter, which is that the book's very popular. Lots of people want to steal from me. Yes, when you've got something good, people want to steal it. People often don't steal the rusty old crap car. They steal the nice shiny one. That's what people do. They steal the good stuff. My book's good.
But
That's
the
why it's
person
being
who is
stolen.
selling there, he's saying like you didn't write the book, so he's saying like he's owning it.
Oh.
Did you write the book, that Nathan?
What, the book that's below my video in a link that you can buy with my name on it? What do you think, you dumbass? Yes, I wrote my book. Yes, you can buy a copy of it. Yes, it's by Nathan Oakley. Yes, it has an ISBN number.
Yes, it explains how all globes measure flat.
Yeah, the main focus of the book is how flat Earth gets measured for globe belief. That is its main focus. Like, here's how the globers suggest they've got a globe proof. Here's the flat Earth measurements required. As an example, this on screen presented me in the last 5 minutes as a globe proof. Just a flat Earth measurement, really, with a glorified protractor you call the globe wrapped around your position. But that's a flat Earth measurement, masquerading as globe proof.
It's Nathan Oakley's measurement. You don't represent flat.
But this isn't mine. Again, misrepresenting me like this is me and my arbitration of the matter or my measurement. No, it's not. This isn't mine. I didn't create the globe in this diagram.
Flat Earth. You don't speak for the 10, 20 flat earthers in here. You speak for yourself. You speak for your model.
I haven't got a model.
Interestingly, it doesn't state whether it's fiction or non-fiction, which is interesting.
Okay. Again, maybe you could take it as being fiction and therefore take it as it not being the acquisition of elevation angles to create a global model that you guys rely on. Like we established at the beginning of this particular session, that most of you haven't got the slightest idea where your maths came from.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's just a fact. Okay, where did your maths come from? Where did you get your radius value for your globe? Go.
At least we have math, so.
Question on the table for you. I've answered quite a few questions. Where did your gradial value come from for your globe? You guys must know your own religion, right?
Nonsense.
He doesn't know.
None of them know. That's the point. These people have got this religion that they're on a ball. None of them have got the slightest idea where any of the values came from. Again, if you're a heliocentrist, well worth buying my book Measured Flat, because it does take you through how the globe came to fruition, how things like the R value for your globe came to fruition based on the measurements of a flat plane. Now, these guys haven't got a clue. They're just like, yeah, we've got an R value. Where did it come from? Oh, well, this is nonsense.
His audience can't hear this, but there's literally thousands of free copies going around the internet. Everyone's got them.
Yes, I heard. Apparently, my book is so popular, thousands of people have downloaded a copy of it. That is how popular me and my book are, that thousands of people have downloaded it. Thousands of people are interacting with this book. If you aren't interacting with the book that I've just written and released over the last weekend called Measured Flat, what are you doing? It's all anybody's talking about. Buy your copy below. There's a link in the info box. Check it out.
About the measurements in your book.
It tells you all
No, Joe, I was first. Look, Nathan, I'll make it really quick. It's a question. We have the equator, right? If you were to go around it on a circle in your model, the equator. Right,
the equator's not mine. So when you say the equator on your model, immediately you're misrepresenting this. I don't have an equator. You're mistaking your own model and your own claims and your own equator like they're mine. It's not. It's not my equator. You're mistaken.
Oh, it is your equator. You
The book is so influential. People now think the equator's Nathan Oakley's. That is how high a pedestal I've been placed on after this book. It's amazing. Suddenly the equator is ascribed to me. It's amazing. It's not. It's not my equator, you dumbass.
Okay, so here's the question.
Is it about your equator?
Larger distance around the equator or the Tropic of Capricorn? Which one's a larger?
Neither of these are mine. Did we not just establish this 2 minutes ago? Do you still need to burn this straw man? And maybe you could just chat skank through the top of me while I point out that this is a straw man based on your own model. Are you saying that your own model fails in this regard?
He doesn't know the answer, but he's saying.
No, you just chat skanking through the top of me. You've asked me something and I'm now responding, and I'm still hearing your voice through the top of me responding. You could just pop me on mute while you have your little echo chamber spurg through the top of me. Meanwhile, these aren't my claims. These aren't my measurements. Are they globe measurements that you're about to talk through constantly? Are they globe measurements that you're about to debunk? Are you saying these globe measurements are wrong?
You have flat Earth measurements. That's what your book is about.
That's right. Flat Earth measurements. That's right. Yeah, the globe is derived from flat Earth measurements. Now that this guy's found out how flat Earth must be measured for his globe, he thinks it's mine now. Nah, it's not.
What's or the Tropic?
I was going to ask
which
if
one?
I could do that.
Sorry,
Okay, he's
are
muted
you
now.
trying
I'm
to
gonna say it one
debunk
more
the globe?
time.
Is that what you're trying to do now?
In your book, in your model.
Yeah, we've heard you spurg that it's mine 4 times, right? We're still hearing you talk through the top of me answering you, though.
What do you think is
you
bigger,
don't seem to be able
the
to cope with
circle of the
responses from me
equator
because
or
you're
the
still
circle
talking
of
through them.
Tropic of
Yes, we
Capricorn
heard
in your
you
model?
suggest that this is my model repeatedly, with you still spurging through the top of the answers. It's
You
not.
can't answer it, and I'm not going to ask again.
Oh, right. What, through the top of me answering it, you're going to tell me that you're not going to ask it again through the top of me responding to you? It's not mine. For the 5th time. This is yours. So if you want to debunk and discredit your suggestion of your sphericity derived from flat Earth measurements because you found out how flat Earth was measured to create your model, then feel free to debunk your model. But this doesn't become mine just because it's based on flat Earth measurements. Doesn't mean the equator suddenly becomes my responsibility. It's not. Now, if you want to debunk the equator, you feel free.
Nathan, you said like.
All right, can I hear somebody else? Yeah, I can. Yeah. Somebody else has now jumped on the bed with this guy. Now he finally stops spurging because he wants to burn his own model because he suddenly thinks it's mine because it's based on flat Earth measurements. When I put that to him, finally I get the conclusion without constant interruption. Another man hops on the bed. Kirk, can you cope with watching? Dude, this isn't mine. Tropics of Cancer, Tropics of... these aren't mine. What are you talking about? They're not mine.
You run away, so I'm asking you.
I don't care what you are asking, my friend. Indian man, sit down, cock against the wall, go away. We are talking to somebody else.
You wrote down it.
We are talking to somebody else.
Any manuscript of...
Maybe you can understand in English. We are not talking to you, we are talking to another man about the equator. He is saying it is mine. It's not mine. You understand, cuck? Do you want to get back off the bed?
If we're voting,
He's fucking ridiculous.
Come on.
Right, okay. So I get a straw man put at my door, the equator, and I go, that's not mine, that's yours. When we finally get to the nub of the fact here, yeah, we measure Earth flat to create these values. Suddenly they're mine. No, the equator's not mine. Have we had that addressed? Maybe I'll be told in a minute that I can't debate. No, something's been put to me. I've responded. Here's the flat Earth measurements that it's based on. Well, now it's yours. How do you explain this? No, it's not mine. It's still the global values. They're just measured off a flat plane to create them.
I want to ask him something.
Go to his fucking server. I mean,
I've been enjoying myself.
Instructed that he's supposed to have this time. Is Jim instructed supposed to have this time?
I don't know.
Scott,
I just didn't think it, so I muted him a couple times so Glory could at least get a fucking sentence out.
Oh, it's just for the audience's benefit. I am currently on mute in this server. So when it's suggested that I've got a mute button, make absolutely no mistake. When you just heard that guy say, I've put Nathan on mute, that's what happens in a globe Earth echo chamber. When you put it to them that their claim, we heard, equator, that's not mine. Now, has it been addressed that this is a straw man that's not mine? Or have I just been put on mute rather than an address? Or has a new cuck jumped on the bed alongside the guy that's put the equator to me like it's mine? No, they can't cope with rebuttals in this little echo chamber. What they can do is use their pathetic little mute button on me. That's what they can do. They can pop me on mute.
Brought him in
So it's no worries. Obviously, I'm not going to be taken off mute. I'm now on permanent mute in this Discord server. So that's no worries. I can just disappear if they don't want me to stay because they can't cope with responses. That's obviously my cue to round out this live stream, because literally the pissy pants little girls need me to be shut down and shut up with their little mute button while they reiterate the exact same straw man that suddenly the equator, derived from flat Earth measurements, is my responsibility. Definitely not. But I will say is, if you'd like to check out the book that's caused all this controversy, be sure to check out a copy in the info box below this video. It's called Measured Flat by Nathan Oakley. Also, if you'd like to become an affiliate so you can make money off the back of the book, then you can become an affiliate and earn 30% of the sales should you get a link and put it below your video. So check it out in the info box below this video. Along the same lines, a massive thank you to both Discord and Jeepers panels for making today's live show possible. If you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow.
Yeah, with the clock.
The clock, I know.
I showed up to the guy with the clock, right? And the clock's degrees that he's talking about are the two lines drawn from the center point. Right? That's how you get the degrees on the face.
Yeah.
How in the
A
hell
bit like azimuth.
are you getting on the
Bit like
Earth's
azimuth.
worth?
Yeah. Well, you know, we've had the tape measure, we've had the racetrack, we've had a couple of basketballs. Let's go for a clock now. Why not? Anything but the Earth, John.
But the clock actually proved our point. Not his, but he was appealing to it like it helped him in some way. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah. So
No.
Yeah. Those degrees are taken from inside the circle at a point with two straight lines coming out. So you accept that
Well, they've either
an angle with two straight lines.
Yep. They've either got to be inside a globe or inside a clock. And each one proves a flat Earth.
I don't know if you guys
I bet he's thought about this clock example over and over, thinking, I'm going to get him on something. If I use the clock, you know, the segments in between the second or the hour numbers or whatever he was waffling on about, this'll, you know, good luck with that, Nathan. He's talking about two straight clock hands forming angles.
Hold on one sec, one deck.
Around.
Hold on one sec. Go ahead, Flat Earth Cafe. Did you want to get a... Oh, someone's muted him.
Oh no, I just muted to. I didn't want to overstep one deck.
No, you go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just saying. I don't know if you guys caught that, but not only did somebody steal the book, but then they published it on Amazon for sale at $68.
Okay, I'll get in touch with my publisher and point that out to him.
Yeah, I mean, I just went right into Amazon and reported it. I don't know if they'll take me seriously, but I said that's not from the author at all, and somebody took the IP and listed it here.
Thanks.
I would go after them and put them underneath the damn jail. What a sorry son of a bitch.
Yeah, I agree with your sentiment in this regard earlier, though, John. You were like, yeah, the popularity is off the chain in terms of the amount of people that want this book. Now, yeah, I get people don't want to pay for it. Yeah, there's a lot of thieves on the Globe Earth side. Yeah, people want to steal the material and republish it. That's what happens when you've got something good.
Like the crown jewels.
Yeah. Yeah, the more something is stolen only speaks to its popularity, so I wouldn't worry about it yourself, but I do hope those people are put underneath the jail.
If it keeps getting stolen, obviously the measurements will go away and we can forget about our Earth's measured flat. Obviously.
Yeah, I don't think any other flat Earth books had this quite a bang to it that I've heard of, anyway.
No, because it's exposing the Globers for being flat earthers, using flat Earth measurements, shining a big light on them, saying you've always used flat Earth measurements.
There's a couple of them that have come out of the woodwork. That Gertrude Perkins guy's been around for a while, and it was brilliant to hear his voice because he is your stereotypical Globe Earth believing dweeb with an adenoidal voice. Oh, well, I don't think your book's very good. That's how he literally sounded. You're like, oh my God, you unfuckable dweeb.
Well, he's probably not read it anyway, but it won't be any good for him because he thinks he lives on a globe, and the book's pointing out how he needs to measure flat Earth first to create the globe.
I love how he went
like that.
They went, I'm going to read a random page. And then they went to a random page and read the ether sensation out. You couldn't make it up.
They are drawn to the feast of nuts. It's the only thing that they recognize. They may stand shoulder to shoulder debunking the ether with you, but still, you know, the piece of nonsense draws them.
Yeah. Furthermore, the more, like you say, the more they copy the book, the more they steal it, the more they republish it. Yeah, okay, yes, it takes a little bit of time to get that resolved, but it does speak volumes. Like today, I couldn't have had a better advert. Like, yeah, there's thousands of copies been downloaded. Everybody's talking about this book. Go and download a copy now. So you can join in and find out what the fuss is about. That, you couldn't get better advertising, could you?
Not really. Because it's like, yeah, well, what's going on with this book? Well, I need to find out what's going on here. There's a lot of lot going on here. I want to get involved. Like that, innit?
Yeah, when your enemy admits to stealing it, yeah, that's a good advertising.
Yeah, I've sent a message to Chuck saying, apparently there's a stolen copy on Amazon. What can I do to resolve? Yeah, good in a way. Obviously, I'd rather that the book was generating all the sales and they were all coming to me. But, you know, we're in an arena where people love to hate me. But they just fail to appreciate through their own fart-sniffing 12-year-old way that what they're doing is assisting the popularity of the publication. As much as they think they're doing harm to it or bleeding money off the back of it, or whatever it is they're motivated to do it with, like, all you're doing is generating more of a stir around it. That's all you're doing. Like I say, they're too stupid to recognise that.
Well, on that book on Amazon, $49.99. If you click on that, just say if you wanted to report, if you wanted to just report an issue with this product. Well, you could, then you could. There's a problem with my order. Parts of this page don't match. I have an issue with the price. The product is or content is offensive. This product or content is illegal, unsafe, or suspicious. It would be illegal, wouldn't it? That probably. And then just.
That's what I had clicked through, and then the next window was like it's counterfeit or whatever. So I did that, and then I just added some details.
Yeah. Counterfeit. Yeah, counterfeit. I did have it up a minute ago. It just didn't come. I wanted to read it to Nathan, but it wasn't letting me go in the second time for some reason. So I'll have to just. But yeah, you can do that. But it does say it's my intellectual property, so that would what with Nathan would have obviously put in there. Cheeky bastards out there. How low can you go?
Does it say anywhere who the publisher is?
Just having a look. Publisher.
Who's a new author?
Well, there's a difference between author and publisher, and I'm of the opinion,
yes,
unsubstantiated, but I'm of the opinion that stuff like this is done by an AI bot. So there's really no one person or even a corporation to pin it on. I mean, a company or a person obviously instigates the theft or whatever, instigates the book publishing, I guess, to Amazon. But I think that a lot of this stuff just gets propagated into a new, what appears to be a new book, and it just goes up there. I mean, it's been going on for years, if not a decade or more. You know, people will take and just republish it and then put it.
But who's
Really
the
quick,
author of this book?
Published.
Who's the author?
It was me, Neil.
The author. Amazon lists it as independently published.
Right. So it's not XYZ Corporation published it or Bantam Books or Harcourt or anything like that. It's just independently published, which is what you can do through Amazon. It's what
The author then. It would be the author then. Who is the author of the book? If they published it independently, the author is the publisher.
The person who instigated the deal could just as easily put Nathan Oakley as the author. And recreate the book in the digital format and put it on Amazon. And Amazon bots don't know. No one knows. I mean, no one independently verifies every single book.
Well, Amazon didn't verify a book that already had a listing. Had a listing that's on Amazon. They're the ones going to have to pay Nathan now. It's their fault.
Somebody's got to print the book too. I'm looking at the screenshot here in the United States of Amazon shopping and Amazon books. When I search barred measured flat Nathan Oakley, I popped up this, which is a new cover of the book, which has Nathan's picture on it. All roads lead to flat earth, measured flat, Nathan Oakley. All roads lead to flat earth, measured flat by Nathan Oakley. 1-star paperback, $68.44. Join Prime, get free delivery by Saturday, August 8th. So someone is printing the book, and I'm guessing printing a new cover too. So interesting.
I think a lot of those are print on demand also. So
They need a cease and desist order given to them. The relevancy of print on demand is not necessary. Like, but they need a cease and desist order. Nathan, you need to get on top of this.
I agree.
Yeah, I'm already all over it. Thanks.
Certainly gives you a nice price point to aim for, though, Nathan. If you ever do decide to publish it in paperback, $68 for a book is wonderful. Wow.
Yeah, I'd feel like I was ripping people off though if my paperback came out and was more than say $30. And the price point I would want to aim for the if it came out in a hardback format would be $40, like $39.59, and I'm sure I've said that on many shows. That would be the upper limit of what I would want to sell a book for now. And even then, I'd be like, that's quite a lot of money. But if someone wants a hardback, that's what it's going to cost. You know, in other words, it would just be a profit-making exercise. But $60, you're like, that's ludicrous.
Yeah,
almost 70. Sorry.
I mean, it doesn't mean that
when someone's a subject matter expert. When someone's a subject matter expert in their field and they write a book, what does that normally sell for?
I don't know. Maybe $60 is valid when it's a subject matter expert, and therefore I could say I could justify $60. But I wouldn't want to. Like, I think it's The Cure. You ever heard of the band called The Cure? The band The Cure did a tour recently in the last 5 years. And The Cure were the guy, the main singer, I forgot his name, was interviewed, and they were saying, or he was saying to the interviewer, that he'd been approached by multiple different ticket outlet houses like Ticketmaster and various other people, and they were saying to him, "You can't sell your concert ticket for £30." And he was like, "I am selling my ticket for £30." He's like, "Yeah, but it makes our tickets look really awful when we're charging $250 a ticket and you're charging $30 a ticket. You're making us look mercenary." And his response was, "You are mercenary, you thieving bastards. I want to charge £30 because I want my concert to be accessible to my fans. I want people to buy it and feel like they've got good value. And 30 quid's a reasonable price to pay for a concert. It shouldn't be more than 30 quid, as far as I'm concerned. So I'm going to charge whatever the hell I like, because I'm my own manager. I haven't got a team. I do it all. So when it comes to the price, I'll decide what it's going to sell for. And in this instance, my ticket is 30 quid. The fact that you're charging 200 plus just makes you look like you just want to screw everyone out of money. And I'd feel the same. I'd be like, if I charged $100 for the book, there'd only be one reason to charge that number, and that would be to screw as much money out of the people who are supporting me as possible. And that just feels wrong. Now, if you go, no, I do want it to make a profit, but $40, that seems like a reasonable amount for a hardback, or $30 or whatever it would be for a paperback, you're like, no, that's fair enough. I think that's a reasonable price point. And someone who wants a physical hard copy will pay double the price of an ebook. And I don't think they'd be feeling hard done by. Go ahead.
I just want to give you the opposite viewpoint on this, right? Jack Daniels was a liquor company here in Tennessee. When they first released their liquor, they were selling it at dirt cheap value, right? And it wasn't popular, and they didn't understand why, because it was such a great liquor. Well, they brought in financial consultants, and you know what they said to do?
Make it more expensive.
Yes. They made them more than triple the price of their lowest bottle, right? And it was a national, maybe even international success within 2 years.
Yeah, I get it. There's a perceived value. There's a psychological trick that you can employ, which is high price equals better.
Yeah, I'd just join back into this.
Well, it's that if you have something of great value that you undervalue, other people will undervalue it as well. So just remember that when you're pricing it.
Fair enough. I mean, I'll once if it ever reaches the point that I want to publish it, my desire is that it stays successful as an ebook. Far easier. Now, don't get me wrong, it may, wane eventually, and I'll go, okay, well, now it needs a bit of rejuvenation. Maybe I'll consider doing a different version of it. Maybe I'll consider publishing it as a paperback. Whatever. There's routes open. But at this point, I've got absolutely no desire to do it. So it's like, it's pie in the sky speculation about what it would be priced at if I was to price it, purely because someone's nicked it, because they've seen an opportunity. Well, I can probably squeeze 60 quid out of some unsuspecting mark, because that's all the person who buys that stolen version is, a mark that somebody's ripping off. Now that's unfortunate, but that's how life goes sometimes, right? If you've got a fake Lamborghini to sell, someone will buy it eventually.
Yeah, I joined just as you were talking to, it sounded like fishermen, saying you're on top of it. I'm assuming it's regarding dodgy versions on Amazon, but I've just reported the UK version as being counterfeit. But the interesting part about that is it's got 311 pages.
Okay. That has more added to it or taken away?
They might have done what QE done and added loads of blank pages at the end. Who knows?
Thank you for reporting it.
Here's another school of thought, too. And I mean, we're just rubbering and tossing things out. But it's amazing that the book has dropped ebook format. And within days, not even a week, someone has counterfeited, put it on Amazon already. Now, to what Nathan was saying, maybe they did elevate it to $68.44 here in the States to overprice the book. Maybe they do give it a 1-star rating so that no one will buy it. So, yeah, this problem needs to be resolved with Amazon ASAP.
Hey, guys. What part of the conversation did I walk into?
Oh, and I think somebody's just bootlegged a copy and stuck it on Amazon. That's all. Not a big deal. I mean, it needs resolving, but that's what's going to happen when you've got something good and people want a piece of it.
And am I hearing that they also underrated it on top of that?
I don't know. It's apparently got a 1-star review.
God. Jesus. what can you do, right? Oh, I wanted to talk to you yesterday because I spoke to Vinny. Vinny called me, and you guys were actually still live. But Vinny said that he had already, after our conversation, reached out to Killer Priest, and Killer Priest is ready to go. He's ready for us.
Okay.
And also, Vinny himself, he's asked you and me as well, but you specifically too, if you would like to be on his show. He wants to talk to you. He didn't know if you were okay with talking to him personally. I'm like, of course he'd talk to you. So I don't know. Reach out to him.
I'll tell my wife. So it's Vinny and Killer Priest. So I'll get them to the top of the list. So we finished off the press release, like the drafting process of it, yesterday, and so today, my wife's going to start sending out mail outs or sending the press release out. So I'll just have a word with her now and say, I'll step away literally now and say, Vinny and Killer Priest need to be on the top of that list. They'll be the first people that get contacted.
Okay. He also said he could get you on Bro Sanchez's, but I know you already are doing that. So
Well, I'll add those three to the list so they can be the first that go out today. I'll ask my wife to send out Vinny, Killer Priest, Bro Sanchez.
All right, sweet.
Is
We're
there
on
any
a roll,
other?
man.
Should I add Jesse Lee Peterson? So we've got 4 black men. So it's all black people. Would that be better?
Would you really do Jesse? First of all, if you could get on Jesse Lee Peterson, hell yes.
I love
Do
Jesse
it.
Lee
Let's
Peterson.
go.
He's actually at the top of the list. He's the first name. So when I was like, who would I like to go in front of? The first person that came to mind was Jesse Lee Peterson. He is literally at the top of the list.
I would love
be
that.
ace. That would be
I would
ace.
love that.
And he interviews tons of people, Nathan. And as you know, so far, and he's always kept open the idea of a flat Earth. He knows that Earth is dirt from a biblical position. He knows that, I haven't heard him say that the seas are bound, but he understands. So it would be beautiful. It would be beautiful. You have contact information on how to get to Jesse Lee? Because if you don't, I can get that to you as well.
Yeah, if you can. I've just got his name at the top of the list. I don't think I've got any contact information for him yet. But Jesse Lee Peterson said something hilarious. He had a guy on the phone. He was probably from 5 years ago, but, one of his clips. He's got this guy, and he's asking him, do you love Donald Trump? And the guy's like, no, absolutely not. He's like, are you a Christian? He says, yes, I am. He says, no, you're not. You're a Satanist. He goes, how dare you? You can't accuse me of that. I'm a devout Christian. He says, well, as far as the Bible is concerned, you are instructed to love thy enemy. That is what the Bible says. And the guy's like, yeah, I understand that. He's like, well, do you love Donald Trump? He's like, no, I don't. But because... He's like, well, then you're not a Christian. And this went round in circles. He's just got this way of holding someone to task on something that's absolutely valid, but so poignant, because you're like, yeah, it makes you have a certain degree of introspection. Like, the same with when he interviewed Dave Weiss. Like, do you know for sure and without a doubt Earth is flat? Now, that is a very carefully phrased question, and he had justification to repeat it 16 times, didn't he? It was effective because it was so well phrased.
Yeah, and it was into the 20s. I mean, I covered it on my channel with Dave Weiss and Jesse Lee Peterson, and Weiss just could not say. He couldn't say that the Earth was flat. It's just amazing. I mean, that's when I ended my listening to Dave Weiss altogether. Plus, Dave Weiss was saying he was a Christian and wasn't a Christian, and it was ridiculous.
Because he doesn't know, and that's the thing with the people like Jeremy from Earth Awakenings, and like they don't know that it's flat. They have a high degree of confidence that it is, just like Globers have a high degree of confidence that it's a globe.
Yep.
Eli, did you hear what Jeremy did yesterday on Nathan's show?
Just before you get to what Jeremy did, hold on. I just want to focus on the other bit, because that wasn't the pertinent bit from Jesse's lips that I was trying to get into the focus. It's the love thy enemy aspect that I was more intrigued with, because when he says that, you're like, that's an outlook that I don't possess. Like, it's not like I hate my enemy. I'm indifferent to my enemy. Like, I don't care. After the fact, I just don't care about them. And I think I even said it on today's show, like, you're inconsequential. How this goes at the end of it won't change Earth's measurements. Therefore, there's a certain degree of apathy when it comes to my opponents, if you want to call them that. But if you want to perceive them, or I even want to hint at them being my opponents / enemy, then there is a certain standard that I'm not adhering to as a Christian that could easily be pulled apart. Like somebody else could have me on it. Now, it's all well and good to laugh about it when someone's like, no, I don't love Trump, because that's just hilarious. But the point is valid. That's what it works on multiple levels that I hope, panel Christian or otherwise, can have a certain degree of introspection with regards, because there is there's an ease with which we could hate our enemies here. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
It was also
absolutely.
a sentiment that was taking over. And there was a sentiment that was taking over.
Okay, baby, we're done.
Perpetuated by QE.
No, I'm sorry. See, if you heard all the ambient noise, you would realize that was a totally not justified, a totally regular interruption. But because you can't hear anything and it sounds like I'm in a quiet room, you're like, did you just call me baby sweetly with your nice mic in my ear? No, I was talking to my baby. I'm sorry. I'm outside.
Okay, that confused me a little bit. But anyway, QE was perpetuating that hate whenever he made everything about calling other people stupid, calling other people out, blah, blah, this and blah, blah, that. Oh, you missed this, so you're accountable. Right? It's like it's creating your own enemy, and you don't want to do that. And that's why I defend people. And everybody's like, why would you defend them? You know, like, why would you try to see things from their perspective? There's a lot to that.
And Nathan, you do have a capability of loving your enemy, because you openly, blatantly tell them, I don't care. I don't. If you want to believe in your ball, believe in your ball. That's not hatred. That's telling them, yes, you get your reward down here. You get to do whatever Satan tells you to do. You get to do that. And we know as Christians, there are an enormous amount of souls who will take the broad way. And that's exactly what they do. As Christians, we're supposed to be able to recognize that, see it, expose it, and then tell them, like Jesse Lee Peterson does. He just laughs at them and says, okay, but you're not a Christian. You're supposed to love God first, love your neighbors, and as a bonus, you got to love your enemies too. You don't have to agree with them. You don't have to fellowship with them, but yes, everything should be done in a position of love. Everything. So I wouldn't be too hard on myself, Nathan. You're fine.
Well, I think I should lead us all in a prayer. Dear Lord Jesus, please pray for McToon, the lying, thieving bastard. Don't let him rot in hell. Amen.
Amen.
I think it's more so not that it's an argument that when Jesse Lee Peterson says, then you're not a Christian. I think there's a subtle difference between you can think of yourself as a Christian and showing the symptoms of being a Christian. So when someone says you're not a Christian, it's like, you can't say you're a good person. You're going around murdering people. It's like, oh, but I'm a good person. Well, I mean, but you're murdering people though. I wouldn't call you a good person.
Who are you hanging around with? Bloody hell, Eli. What circles are you running in?
So I'm just saying that when people go, you're not a Christian, keep in mind that they truly do believe they're Christian. But if Jesse Lee says, well, you're not a Christian, it's not because, oh, God specifically said you had to do this, and therefore, if you fail, you're no longer worthy of his grace. That's not what he's saying. He's saying, look, you're saying you're Christian, but you're not acting Christian to me.
We call that, my channel, pretend Christianitis. That's a disease they have. They think they're Christian, or they can perceive themselves as Christian, and then they act a completely different way. That's not the message of Christ.
Though, But it's kind of human nature.
Well, to continue on with Nathan's point of getting on Jesse Lee Peterson's show, which I think the odds are pretty good at doing, Jesse Lee would welcome you with open arms because you can be specific to the point and just sit back and wait for the response because it's undeniable. You know, once again, not to belabor a point, but I went into Google again to double check that. Are there any horizontal surfaces, planes, anything on a sphere? And the definition is right in there. No, there are not. The only place you get a horizontal plane is an imaginary plane that is placed where we all know, say it together, boys and girls, the equatorial plane. So that's not an argument. That's just like what Nathan, everyone has said for years and years and years now. That's the only place you're going to find that flat surface on a sphere.
Yeah, and that plane, right, that they all appeal to every time they take a measurement without knowing it, without saying it, I guess, because it goes without saying, is the plane that must be respected. And if it's not, you know, it can get real ugly real quick. Nathan's shown how ugly it can get. It can get a lot worse than this, too. And it will.
Well, on this morning show, Nathan tried to pull it. They tried to take all that stuff, that equatorial angle stuff, and bring it up to the surface. You can't do that. You can't do it. And there's no reason, you know, Nathan, give me a straight answer. Nathan, come on. He won't answer. He answered the question. You can't do it. That's the answer. You can't do it. And they don't like it. It's hysterical.
Well, Thunderfoot really showed everybody in his video. You tell whatever you have to tell yourself to bring that plane down to the center of the sphere. That's in that ambiguity of what their understanding is. That's their biggest weakness because we know what they're doing. They don't.
Getting on Jesse Lee Peterson would actually be an extremely big deal.
I agree. And Jesse Lee has given, I think he's given Mark Sargent at least 2 opportunities. One time in well, they called it a pretty big venue. He was on his stage and they had a flat earth on the floor and they had a guy from UCLA. And, you know, Sargent had his little round ball, holding his little round ball in his hand. And, you know, Sargent held his own. And then they had him back on and they had Dave Weiss on. And in his hot seat that he, you know, concludes on his Fallen State program, it's always, is the Earth round or flat? It's not always, but a majority of the time. I haven't listened to him for a while. But yeah, he's open to that. I think he knows. He just wants somebody to present it the way it should be presented.
Needs Nathan.
So
he needs it.
That's an open door.
Yes. He needs FED. And you know what? I'll tell you this. You know what? I called Vinny after this and asked him if he has any links to Jesse Lee Peterson as well. Because Vinny's sentiment was the people like Killer Priest, you know, the people in the background, like the producers that get the flat earthers on the shows, they're tired of the nonsense waffle too. The things that happen when we go into these discords and, you know, they're not held to task because the flat earther said this and then they're saying all this other wacky stuff. Like people who are trying to figure out what's going on or who have figured out what's going on, they're actually hungry for that. They're tired of the BS. And Vinny is like, I'm so tired of the Dave Weiss is cool. This person's cool, but you guys are the ones that know the science and the information. That's what everyone's waiting for now. So I feel like, yeah, if Jesse Lee is one of those people and we happen to be blessed enough to get on his platform, I really feel like that would make a big impact for our generation. I can't say it'll solve anything, but it will be impactful. What do you think of that, Nathan? Probably off making a coffee. Trusting us not to let the air go dead. Is your hand up for any reason, Lynn?
Oh, sorry, I forgot to put it down from earlier on.
Okay. What do you think about what we're talking about?
Yeah, I think Jesse Lee Peterson would be a good show. I've watched a bunch of his shows, all different kinds of guests, from political people to Dave Weiss and whatnot. He's very entertaining, and I think it would potentially bring a new audience to the information Nathan is presenting. I think it'll be a very good thing. And good stuff with touching out or reaching out to Killer Priest and whatnot. I think that will also be very beneficial.
Yeah, it'd be good. I agree. Sorry, I'm driving. I can't join in a lot, but that's what he needs. Nathan on there, giving him the direct evidence, 100% confident with the actual measurements. That's what he's not had off anybody. Nobody's doing it. Everybody's footing around with feast of nonsense and debunking a globe. Not saying this is how it's measured. This is how it's always been measured from sea level, and the way with what we're doing now.
Right.
And nobody can argue with this. It's not an argument. It's just a measurement, and it's a fact of life. You can't argue with it. That's the problem.
Yeah,
the problem.
The truth hasn't been platformed. That's exactly right. The truth, other people and their way of doing things, that's been platformed. But the thing that hasn't been platformed is FED style, and the way that we have grown or evolved. No pun intended. That's something that's always been missing. Because even in the beginning, like when I would come in, the first thing, like I got to, okay, well, how is it measured to be a ball? How did they measure it? What measurements? That's what I got to, because there was an assumption of the Earth's radius. I'm like, okay, well, how'd they measure it then? And that's the thing that was always obfuscated. And to this day, the measurements are the one thing that's being obfuscated. The problem is the people that are having that discussion, which is mostly us. There's a lot of other respectable people peppered in here and there in Discord servers. So respect to you guys and respect to the guys on TikTok that are doing it as well. But it's a very small number, and we just don't happen to be in the limelight. So the arguments that are being had out there aren't reflective of the information that we have. And that's the only thing that's actually missing, because I can't see them responding to us with, oh, they're just retarded. No, this was wrong. Let's fact check this. Let's fact check that. They wouldn't be able to handle us like that. So the only problem is we just haven't been out there. We don't know how they would choose to respond to us.
Okay, a couple of things I'm going to address from that, right? Firstly, the tip of the spear is a very fine point. So you say, well, it's not exposed to everybody. You're like, yeah, that's how it is at the tip of the spear. That doesn't mean that the rest of the instrument's not going to get sharpened up and in line with the point. But when you're at the tip of the spear, that's just how you have to accept it is. Now, if you look at any rhetoric that's come through flat Earth debate over the last 10 years, after 2 or 3 years, sometimes a bit longer, it eventually makes it through its way to everybody, doesn't it? We've seen that happen time and time and time again. So this is no different. The only thing I disagree with you...
Facebook is literally arguing with FED from 2019. Like that's where... But you can tell... because FED is the only... Like, we were the ones pushing certain arguments. So you see remnants of that online where people are, like, arguing against the Black Swan. And it's like, you guys are so many degrees of separation between us and where you got the information that you truly don't know any of the argument. Like, nobody put it to you like the argument isn't about refraction. The argument isn't about the oil rigs. They still haven't had a chance to hear those rebuttals. That's where they're at. But your point being, the information has reached the masses.
Yeah, eventually the rest of the spear gets sharpened along with the point. The tip of the spear is where we're at, therefore it's limited in terms of how quickly it can be, effective across a wider reach of people. There was something else, though, I actually wanted to disagree with you on, because you said that the measurements, in this case, if you want to call it an argument, are being obfuscated. Yes, that is true, but also it's worse than that. It's not that, for the most part, prior to... let's say a couple of years ago when we really started to drum into people that all of the measurements were flat, it's not that those measurements were being obfuscated back then, it's that they went without saying. So there was this use of geography by both sides that were flat in all instances that could be utilised without anybody saying this horizontal distance measurement that I'm now going to use with, for example, a calculation that says that there's Earth curve at the end of the calculation. Nobody stopped and went, hang on a second, this distance that we're using is flat only. Nobody did that. It went without saying that linear measurements of miles as per scales on maps were flat. And nobody had any objection to it. It's like, okay, so we can take these flat Earth measurements, put them through curve calculators, and then argue about how much curve there should or shouldn't be there. But nobody realised, like I say, it went without saying that they were, and always will be, flat Earth measurements that have been employed. Now, that will always be those measurements is where we're at now, where moving forward, we won't ever have a day that someone doesn't come to us with a nice little frilly pillow with their words saying globe proof and what is presented to you on the pillow being a flat Earth measurement. That'll never change. That'll always be the way it goes from now forward. But I would say that, given that that's the foundation of the globe Earth assertion, it's far more easily recognised by a third party. So although that currently is a tip of the spear argument, if you want to call it that, it's not. It's the end of the debate. But the suggestion that there is an argument is thwarted by something that's less complex than the general argument. So to have the general argument, it had to go without saying that you understood and could utilise linear mile distance measurements. So when you present that to somebody now, moving forward, most people require less intelligence than they've already demonstrated if they're in the debate to understand that part of their own claim requires linear distance. That's less complicated than saying, for example, the distance to the geometric horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That is far more complex than the distance, the bit used in the first part of that logical consistency. Yeah, I didn't put it into a logical consistency, I just made a statement of measurement, but you know what I'm talking about, when it does get put into a logical consistency. If you're at that other end of the spear where you understand the logical consistency, then ipso facto you must understand that the mile measurement's linear, or you wouldn't have already had the cognitive capability to understand the modus tollens. So what we're presenting moving forward is easier to understand than anything we've ever covered to date. So therefore its adoption rate, mark my words, will be steep. That is to say, people will understand and take on board the flat Earth prerequisite measurements quicker than any other discussion point. Now, I've already seen this. Like, people are posting me TikToks and Instagram, something I wasn't previously interested in. Suddenly I'm getting Instagrams with people talking about Earth being measured flat. You're like, get in! This is quickly being taken up by your average layman because it's really simple, isn't it? It's not like I have to unpack a consistent logical statement when I explain, well, it's just a measurement. It's not that big a deal. I can say things like it's not that serious, because it isn't. It's just a measurement. And my opponent can brace against it all they like. They're the ones using it all of the time. So we were in a position where no one can back away from this axiomatic flat Earth measurement fact. Everybody's been relying on it for years. So it is easy to be adopted by next man when you present it to them. Yeah? But yeah.
That's great, that, Nathan.
Well, I just wanted to summarise it for Eli, because the bit I was disagreeing with him is he was saying it was taken for granted or obfuscated. That was the word he used. Whereas I see it differently. It's not an obfuscation of the measurements. It's a already in use utilisation of the measurements that went without saying, that retrospectively we can start pointing out. So the point I realised this was with Red's Rhetoric. Red's Rhetoric suddenly started piping up about me having a sex life or something. So I just went back to one of his old videos, and immediately he's using a distance on a scale, on a map across the entirety of the United States. You know, like, there's a linear distance. And it's not like it was in any way hidden or like he had to obfuscate what he was using. It was understood and went without saying that he'd got a flat Earth linear distance that he was using in his calculation. And he used it and went forward and put it into a calculation and turned this flat Earth measurement into a sphere suggestion without a care or leave. You know what I mean? So it's already been on the table, like an elephant in the room. No one noticed it, or no one talked about it. It wasn't even an elephant in the room. I can't think of the analogy. It's a ghost in the room that nobody's noticed, but everybody's using and pulling from. It's hard to put it into analogy. But, you know, everyone was already using this shit. So no one has to offer up any higher degree of cognition to be able to understand that which they were already using anyway.
Yo, can I tell you two things?
No, you're right. Just real quick, because you were summarizing for me. Yeah, no.
Yeah, I want to
You know, now that you say that, you're right. And I appreciate that. I'm actually excited about what you said. Because, oh my gosh, you're right. The turnover rate, like the time it's going to take for people to actually understand what's going on, is going to be far faster and far steeper than any of the other arguments that we've tried to lay out tactfully, trying to figure out, okay, how can we make this solid so that there aren't, look at that bus going right by, you can't hear anything. That's the point of me doing this.
No, I didn't hear any bus.
But
that's so sweet. Your headphones are so awesome.
So the fact that you know, we don't have to tactfully have backroom discussions like, okay, where are the holes in this? Are there any holes? What would their response be? There's none of that with this. It's just actually it's measured like that. You guys are using it flat too. Look right here. You know what I mean? Like, so you're right. And this thing might explode the moment it reaches enough ears.
Well, when you got guys like idiotic Jeremy yesterday contending with Nathan with stuff he doesn't know anything about, you know,
my mic is
that's
wide
going to be
open.
the hindrance.
Also, the measurements are already accepted by anyone who is a knowledgeable heliocentrist. They've already accepted the measurements. It's not a point of contention, so it can't be a debating point.
Yeah, I get that it's not a point of contention. But when you have flat earthers saying, well, you're not really getting an elevation from an elevation angle, are you? Stupid stuff like that.
There's going to be stupid people on both
what
sides.
they're not understanding is when you're on Mount Everest and you're creating a horizontal, like you're not creating a horizontal anything. You just need your orientation for your measurement to be horizontal so that it is parallel with the ground. So even if you're in the sky with a bubble, so the whole point is the reason that horizontality means anything is because it's parallel with the ground. It can't be there's this plane here and there's this ball there, down there.
Okay,
Yeah,
That's what
but
they're not
you don't
understanding.
understand.
Let me just stop you a second,
see,
though.
me, I like.
Hold on, let me just address Eli. What you just said was absolutely spot on, but you're making it more complicated than it needs to be. So you started with when you're up Everest. Yeah? I just want Eli to nod along.
Yes.
Up is a description that requires a plane to describe it. To be up is a vertical designation verbally. So before you've done anything, up requires a flat plane. Every description ever used ever for anything. So it's like, why argue about establishing a parallel plane? Now, you're not wrong. And that is obviously far more advanced in terms of your understanding of this stuff. And it's admirable, but unnecessary. Again, it isn't me trying to demean you in any way. I'm just saying that once you appreciate that, no, let's just stop. It's like saying, well, if you take the modus tollens again, if Earth's a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, so first, straight off the bat, you've got to understand the concept of Earth's sphericity and a radial value in linear miles. Then every distance, so we're talking about a distance that we're going to extrapolate or measure, to the horizon, so we've got another concept that's formed with the ground and sky, is 1.22 times, so I need to understand multiplication and this value, the square root of the observer's height in feet. So I need the measured height of a flat Earth and the height that I'm going to be using with a square root function that I also need to understand. So there's quite a lot to unpack there. But then you go, well, let's just step back from it a second and break it down piece by piece and go, okay, if Earth's a sphere, well, Earth being a sphere was derived from flat Earth measurements. So that's the end of the discussion. As soon as you start begging the question of sphericity, you've got a starting point that Earth's got a radial value to derive based on flat Earth measurements. So the complexity fades into the obscurity that it should be in anyway. You don't need the rest of the complex function that is an after-the-fact assertion that's going to assert flat Earth distance, flat Earth height, and flat Earth extracted sphere value. Now, with the Everest example, you've got, if you're up Everest, okay, stop. What's up? Up is planar. It's the end of the discussion. The argument, if you want to call it that, cannot continue once you accept that within the prerequisites of the discussion point, being up Everest, you've automatically got a description that can only work on a plane. Now, every directionality, distance, vector, everything that's going to describe you positionally with respect to Earth's surface always was being described in this way. We had it on today's show. A guy was like, he was the adenoidal guy. Well, actually, the sun setting proves a globe, so there. You're like, setting is with respect to a plane. Rising, when you talk about the sunrise, is with respect to a plane. That's what rising is. It's a vertical description. Vertical being axiomatically tied at the hip to the horizontality. You're describing it rise with respect to. And if you measure it, you measure an elevation angle, an altitude angle. In the vertical, same as the description already had within the description that has to be adhered to by everyone always. So up the mountain, rising sun, over, when they describe things going over, you're like, that's a description that's planar, and there's no escaping it. You're like, the question fails as soon as you relinquish the prerequisite requirement to describe everything with respect to Earth's measurements ever planar. There literally is no example. When it seems like there's an exception, it's always conceptual. Like being in a ball, like the arc of the protractor for the degrees of the latitude. Oh, well, that's an arc, isn't it? No, conceptually, we're in a ball with a protractor around us. That's not Earth and its measurements. That's a conceptual inference that's been derived from the measurements. Ergo, the actual conception itself, when you compare it to the Earth measurement, is just an elevation angle. Your mathematical conception of having a curve around you that's a glorified protractor, globe Earth with you inside it, only exists to be perceived as a globe Earth measurement? No, it's not. It's a concept that you're having to visualize in order to describe it spherically, not measure it.
Yeah, and it makes every question they ask you about Earth's sphericity a malformed question. They can't help it. It's automatically malformed the moment they use any of the concepts we describe reality with.
Like you correct, John. Yeah, like you're saying earlier, Nathan and Eli. It's become so simple now, and I'm really glad about that. And I have said this before, and I'm not going to blow my own trumpet or put myself down too much. I did struggle with the housekeeping questions, learning the scientific method, Corey bloody Olis, and other things. I found it like mind consuming to get a grip of all this. And when you're talking about it, and obviously I've wrote poems in the past. I did certain poems to help sort of simplify it for my own good. Yeah. So when I read it, I can do it simpler. Between us all, we came up with the 30 words. Why are they using these words? These have got nothing to do with curvature. And then we progressed from all that and just pointing out that these words that you're using are all flat earth prerequisites. And it's made it so simple. And I'm just so happy about that because it just takes the struggle away for some people. Because some people can't remember these things. Everyone's at different levels of, remembering and got different... in that area, and I did struggle with it, So now it's come to this. It's like, wow, this is just so simple, and I can understand exactly. Obviously, I do know all about that other stuff, but it's just come down to this simplicity, which is fantastic, and it's always been simple. There's my little waffle over with. Sorry.
Yeah, I never did get to really go into the space one for length, width, and height. Where is outer and length, width, and height? You know what I mean? Does anybody know that?
Hello?
For there to be outer space. Which one?
Sorry. Well, this guy's not here. That's what I wanted to say to Eli. But Nathan, of course, jumps in and hogs the glory. If there's any glory, it's no big deal, right? But I don't care about that height above them. Once they go to a mountain and there's a height, I'm finished. I'm done. I don't want to say anything else. If they can't figure out what height means, I'm not wasting my time anymore.
Yeah, so we have
you're at an altitude above sea level at the end of the day. You're on a mountain and you've got this altitude where you're above sea level.
This is another analogy that John's made, where they slap one flat Earth measurement out your hand with another. So that comes back to Eli's original point. This is where the exemplary understanding at the tip of the spear does become useful. So when they slap out of your hand your altitude from sea level and try and ask you, no, we only want to focus on the acquisition of a plane from up a mountain when we ignore the elevation, then you've got to understand parallel planes, eye level, sea level, surface level, all the levels that we will also measure Earth flat with. But they're just slapping one flat Earth example out of your hand to offer up another one because it seems in their mind's eye that has some weasel room to obfuscate the point. Then it is an obfuscation of the measurements. That's when Eli's point, that's why I didn't disagree with him, because at a certain point it does become an obfuscation of the flat Earth measurements. But then it's John's example. They're slapping one flat Earth measurement out of your hand, altitude up the mountain, with, well, let's talk about how you can't establish the horizontal plane we require with this tool that needs a dip correction, as one example.
John said I'm right. John said I'm right. Like John has anything to do with this. You know what I mean? Like,
He did it again today. He did it again today. He said you actually lied, that you never went in any I said,
oh, Neil's breaking up. Hold on a second, you're breaking up, Neil. Let me just put this.
From the panel to our server. What?
You're breaking up, and I want it to be put to him because it's then contained in the same recording. So at one point, sorry to cut you off, Neil, it's just because you were breaking up right at the crucial bit that you needed John to address. Edebear suggested that you did not have a discussion with him in a Discord server to level out the accusation that he'd been putting to you once you'd said, according to him, that he was correct without any disclaimers about lowering your eye and dip correction. You had suggested that you'd gone and actually spoken to him after the fact in a server. Now, he said, John's a liar. He did not come and talk to me after the fact. That was what was put on the table today by Edebear. Now, in your defence, you had Neil saying, yes, he did. Go ahead.
It was when he was doing that impersonation of, what was that?
Oh, the Irish guy. When he did an Irish guy. In...
Well, he was doing Ayuka or whatever that guy's name was.
Oh, a different, yeah, Hayuka. Okay.
Yeah, I spoke to Ayuka. Yeah. So I guess technically I didn't. I talked to one of his side accounts. you know, I don't know what to say. It's insane. You know what? If they are different people, then I guess he's right. But I'm pretty sure Ayuker and Edebar are the same person.
Yes.
You hear what I said?
Honestly, I came in at the end, but then I heard the silence, so I said yes.
I said I spoke to Ayuker, but Edebar, if he's not Ayuker, he could say that. But come on, they're the same guy.
Part of me wants to hear the hear Edebar's many accents and many voices that he's done, but only because his regular voice is so horrible.
But if he's not Ayuker, then I guess he's telling the truth. If he is Ayuker, that just necessitates he be a liar.
Okay, so why would you go into Discord talking about the elevation angle that Edebar was claiming and break it down for Hayuka?
Ayuka was talking about it on that particular show. I can't remember which one it was, but he had come in and he was there. And I think it might have been the next day. Nathan didn't have a show. And
all right,
you know
so,
what I mean?
so it wasn't it didn't follow it right after the show. Okay.
No. If Ayuka and him are two different people, then he's right.
Yeah, he's losing count of his freaking what do you call them? Imposter accounts?
Shock.
No, he comes in, remember? Hello? Nathan? Can you hear me? And then he messed up and left character while he was off moot and became Edebar.
Yeah, that was before that happened. But I spoke to Ayuka. That's the reason I just said that about Edebar. Like I'd spoken to him personally because I'd spoken to Ayuka. I just combined those two personalities in my head. So I may owe Edebar an apology.
Edebar is a freaking, he wants to be relevant so bad that he just can't do it on his own. Because what is he? He's a freaking moron. It's getting a little creepy how he knows so much about Nathan.
He seems to be a well-paid actor because, like you said, he missed hitting the mute button. It was a technical problem that caused his identity to slip. He seems to be an extremely good method actor.
It's the same old stupid crap. I mean, things like going by pseudonyms like reality trumps axioms. No, you're an abject retard.
Axioms are pulled from reality. What the hell does that mean?
I'm just bringing up an example of stupid things he said. Like the other one when Kaylin asked him, what's your best evidence of a globe? Elderbear's response, horizontal distances.
Lord help us.
Yeah, well, he's correct. He's correct. That is the best evidence of a globe. Horizontal distances and elevation angle measurements.
The thing is, make believing that you're on that glorified protractor after measuring the Earth flat. That's the delusional part, and then pretending he's some sort of authority towards us.
How do you get a horizontal distance measurement on a spherical object when that spherical object is your reference?
Well, you can just go inside the ball, just like Brenda the other day. Yeah, we're dealing with delusional people.
Yeah, just nipping inside the ball for a minute, get some measurements, and I'll be back out on top of it, telling you it's spherical. Won't be long.
It's all good, and after that.
I think a lot of these ballers have multiple personality syndrome, and they're like got several different characters they interact with us with.
It's whatever they feel like being today.
And they're an expert in every field they just heard about 5 minutes ago. Like they had to ask you what it was, but then they become an expert within 5 minutes. You know what I mean? It's retarded.
Yep, like Brenda. Going off how she doesn't know anything about surveying, and then when Nathan's telling her straight out how it is, oh, now she's an expert.
Yeah,
Have you heard
exactly.
her epistemological base? Have you heard what her epistemological base premise is?
Oh, do tell.
The only thing she knows is she don't know anything.
That's fine and dandy, but then professing like you're some authoritative expert on things and that you do know, no, that's contradiction bold.
Yeah, pretty much her statement is to say, I'm a fool, don't listen to me, and then to sit there and profess to be an expert. Like, man, why don't you shut up? That's why she's my favorite baller.
Once you get to a point of talking to an adult and then they're going to tell you level is not level and it's curved, I think the party's over at that point. I think it should just, the conversation then should part ways. I mean, at that point, it's going to get ridiculous, isn't it?
Well, when they tell you levels curving, start bringing up their math. Oh, really? Well, let's just take a look at the mathematics then and see what the level does.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, at that point, if a grown, sensible, so-called adult is stood in front of you, or you're having a chat on a server, and they're saying level is not level, it's curved. At that point, you need to walk away. It'd be ridiculous to carry on a conversation with that person.
Yep, next.
Horizontal line, the bisects view is a curve where sea level meets sky. It's not curving. What are you talking about?
I mean, I know we do it. I know we do it, and I've done it. But even from what I've just said, at the point where now you're going to start trying to prove how level isn't curved, you know, you're almost as bad as the person who's telling you level's not level, it's curved.
Yeah, to stop entertaining
there's a contradictory definition that's been introduced into the language. And that's the only reason I would see the need to demonstrate, with an example. I mean, you use any example, though, level is always horizontal. I mean, think about that. Level's curved. Okay, well, you got to give an example for it. It's not just enough to say there's a dictionary definition. Would you say sea level is curved then? Well, yeah, of course, blah, 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 a long string of crap. So sea level meets the horizon, or meets the sky. That horizontal curves, does it?
The funny part is in the same exact definition and the next one, it states that it's parallel to the horizon and horizontal, and that it's horizontal within the horizon. You mean a straight line? Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, well, the problem is geometry breaks down when you're talking about the optical scale, right? Or the optical plane. The way we perceive things, we don't perceive things with geometry, we perceive them with our sight and lines of sight, which can create illusions, optical effects, all sorts of different things. The horizon does not exist on the material. It is not tangible. It exists only in the optical plane. It doesn't exist on the actual plane of measurement.
The thing is, when you apply the measurements of our Earth and it's flat, it's just the way it is. The Earth's measured flat, the Earth's flat. It's nothing towards us anymore. It's just the aspect of the way it is. The horizontal plane you dwell atop. All right, guys, you have a great one.
See you later, CC.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's not in contention. Like, I don't know why they're trying to pretend like it is. That's never been in contention, as demonstrated by the measurements.
You want to listen back to a little bit of today's show? Check this out.
Yeah.
Humanity.
Yeah, man, I miss some.
And I think that you're here to deceive people, and I think that it's okay to a certain extent, but it needs to be called out and showcased.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, Biodual.
Yeah, I mean, that's very interesting. But like I said in the pre-show, I have no arbitration over what I disclaim here. So, for instance, when someone comes to me and tells me that they've got a measurement from sea level for an altitude perpendicular to a plane, and I point out that's perpendicular to a plane right there, you can say you're lying to the world. But in reality, it's the people that come to me, like yourselves in the server, that offer me the information with flat Earth measurements attached to them. Now, that isn't me making up lies, but you can call it that if you want to. I don't mind. It's not the bit I thought it was. So, measured flat, put a timestamp. He put, oh, the irony.
That got me kind of upset.
Say again?
At the very beginning, that kind of got me upset. Like, he's like, you're here to deceive, and that's okay. And I just wanted to go, deceiving is okay? You know who would say that? Is a deceiver.
Yeah, well, it's projection. But that isn't the clip I thought it was. I'll dig out the bit. I thought it was the clip when they're like, oh, you can't be using copywritten material. It's not the clip I thought. Oh, well.
Thank you for letting that guy read your poem all the way out. That was the pinnacle of a show I would pay for.
Exactly. It was beautiful because he's like, what does this mean? And he read something out and I'm like, oh, that has a slight air of familiarity, but I can't quite put my finger on it, where that is in the book or what that is in the book. And it's because, generally speaking, both my wife and I, when we get to that poem, we don't read it out. You know what I mean? I just skip over it. That is to say, I haven't read it when it's in the book. I get to it and I'm like, oh, we don't need to read this. In other words, I've gone through it so many times that it's a well-established series of words that doesn't need anything doing to it, so there's no point reading it. So I've skipped past it. So it's become slightly unfamiliar, as weird as that may sound. You know what I mean? So when he started talking about it, I'm like, what exactly? I was a bit vague about what he was talking about. And then when he started reading it, like, the ether sensation is the manifestation of the vibration when viewing libration. And you're like, whoa. Okay. So this is literally been turned into a song, you realise. Like, the ether sensation. And then when it got played, suddenly I'm on mute and I'm like, okay, fair enough. I obviously guessed, I'm like, they don't like music being played, but I'm playing out to the audience, so I just carried on, and periodically they'd be taking me off mute. But then when you get back into the swing of it, we don't have copywritten music in this server. You're like, how beautifully ironic.
Yeah, my initial thoughts.
That's okay.
My initial thoughts are that just like we've seen already, the only complaints or criticisms or gotchas they're going to get from the books that they've obviously stolen or nicked a copy of are going to be appeals to format, appeals to spelling and grammar and prose and stuff like, like with the poem. What does this even mean? You're just spouting gibberish. Those appeals are all they're going to have. And I think the best way to address those, besides your maniacal laughter, is to thank them profusely for helping you to copy edit and to make the book better. And that shuts them up more than anything.
Yeah, I did. That's exactly how I reacted. Oh, thanks. If you found another error, Carmen, you say. Perfect. And the answer when they say, well, have you researched this? Have you looked it up? No. Like, I'm very familiar with what the Carmen line is. Does that mean I've ever typed into a search engine, Carmen line? It's like, no. I am unfamiliar. Yes, I've spelt it wrong. Like, that's because I'm acutely familiar with it without needing to go and look up the spelling of it. Like, the rhetoric in terms of what the Carmen line represents in the discussion forum doesn't need the spelling. So therefore I've got it wrong. It's like, yeah, I'll eat that. Nobody's infallible.
This is what they do. When I was in chat, I said, when we're describing what an angle is, two straight lines meaning at a vertex. So it must have, when I sent it, it must have spelled vortex at a vertex. Oh, you should have seen the ridicule I got for that.
Is an engineer less of an engineer if he sorry, I'll restate that. Is a dyslexic engineer less of an engineer if he can't spell spanner?
No.
Listen, but this is great. Let them. That's all you got is corrections for spelling. What about the fact? Oh, you can't say anything about measurements. That's pretty telling.
Right, so let's have this song as its base.
The ether sensation is the manifestation of the vibration when viewing libration and the perturbation and the variation of a background radiation when we view illumination. There is no postulation in my verbal masturbation because perception of the visualization of light emanation in a rotation, toroidation of magnetization through vacuum evacuation, showed the Maxwellization propagation with emotion demonstration phase quantization via quantum induction validation where we view the Michelson.
Yeah, that'll do.
Hey, I got a question. I got a question about the copyright on that. You wrote those lyrics, right? So that's your copywritten material, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now that you put it through Suno, whatever, and made a song out of it that you didn't write the music for or the voice of, even though it's a digital voice. What is technically the copyright issues with that? Does Suno allow you to
I know the answer to that.
market that? Okay, so my question basically then technically is, if you do a Suno song and you put it out there and you put it on Spotify, is that as if it's your song, or does Suno still technically own part of that?
Basically, if you use a free account, you shouldn't really, they own the copyright. You can't really use it commercially. But if you have a paid account, as long as you keep paying for that account, you can do what you want with it.
Yeah, that's when fucking Edinburgh started with me with the roast chicken. Get on my case about you're paying for that one deck, copyright. Oh, he's going to go. It's probably him who's stealing all the books. He's a sad man.
I should give you all access to my paid account because I very rarely use it.
Has Edinburgh ever addressed my destructive dichotomy of the inch?
I have no idea.
I thought it was millimeter on it.
You mean the bender meter?
Yeah. How much curves in a millimeter?
But I just use the reverse of what he said and say, well, since Earth's a sphere, everything has an arc value. Therefore, a millimeter is not the closest distance between 2 points and can't be expressed as a function linearly. Has he addressed the destructive dichotomy?
I don't think half of them know what linear means. I literally don't think they understand what the word means.
Yeah, because they're all the time saying a curve, like it's nonlinear. Curves are nonlinear.
The same goes with geodesics and Euclidean. Like we will offer them up their own use of a Euclidean measurement, and then they'll categorically tell you that it's non-Euclidean. That's like a geodesic, and you're like, what? What? Do you not understand the words coming out of your own face? And the answer to that, I used to say it rhetorically, like, do you not understand the words you're using? Because in my mind, they do know the words that they're using, but they're intentionally being deceitful. And when you step back and go, none of this really matters, you then assess it slightly differently. And instead of going, do you not know the words that are coming out of your own mouth? Because you think there's is this Hamlin's razor again? don't attribute to malice that which could be attributed to stupidity. Because now I've stepped back, I go, they don't know the words coming out of their own mouth. Not do you, with an inference of nefarious intent. It's you don't know the words coming out of your own face, do you?
Right. Yeah, that's exactly right. They might speak to them phonetically. They have no idea what their context or meaning is.
Right. So when you attempt to engage them in the Socratic
tell us
method...
about the Roman Catholic religion. Tell us about the mathematics, Nathan. What's the Roman Catholic mathematics?
I love that because then there's this... some things I like to be resolved on a show. So if there's a point of fact, it's nice to have it resolved. Whereas those points of fact at the moment are all geared around Earth measurement. Therefore, that becomes the primary focus. Everyone understands that, right? Aside from that, you've got various other standards, in this case specifically, a historic standard. And when you have stepped back from the information because it becomes less relevant, i.e. Earth's always measured flat, the historic standard that has hijacked these measurements, in this case the Roman Catholic Church, the timeline, the protagonists, any aspect of the story becomes totally irrelevant. Now, the fact that this historic standard is not understood by the people who adhere to it is comical, but also something that I can leave unresolved. Because when you leave, it's a bit like in music. If you've got an unresolved note, it makes people very uncomfortable. It just is wrong. With something like an unresolved historic standard, where I go, okay, you can have the win. Yeah, I'm wrong. It's not come from the Roman Catholic Church. There's then this grating, unresolved issue of, well, where did it come from? That, well, you and I know exactly where it came from. We explained it, but we were shot down by Elderbear. But then for the people in the room who hear that, especially if they're being called stupid because they're shallow people, and that will affect them greatly. It's like, you idiots don't know where your rhetoric has come from. Now, again, it's a statement of absolute fact. Like them not knowing the words coming out of their own face, they genuinely don't know where their own rhetoric has come from. Now, us, having spent 10 years in the arena as advanced heliocentrists, were almost obliged to go out and find out the historic standard of the heliocentric rhetoric that we were bracing against, because it seemed all so important. Now, you're like, well, as much as I could lord this over you with my fart-sniffing understanding of Copernicus or Kepler or Huygens or whoever it is in this historic timeline that's relevant to their religion, it's not necessary, right? So I don't have to care about it. But I know that in the mind's eye of somebody who's hearing that, it just becomes an unresolved point that's laid on the table. Then you've got a couple of issues, a couple of resolves. You, the person listening, or the people in the Discord server at that particular moment, can either go, yes, I recognise my own ignorance. Let's go and resolve that. And in which case it requires effort and a bit of primary source research. Not that complicated if you know what you're doing. Or you can go, I choose to disavow this lack of understanding and just pretend it did not happen. Those are their options. They can either let it grate, in which case they just go, let's just pretend that didn't happen. I'll just put that to the back of my mind, which is just going to stay there, right? You know what happens when you try and suppress things. They fester, right? So this becomes a festering irritation in the mind's eye of my opponent. Or they are forced to go and do their own frickin' primary source research for this historic standard that's suddenly left unresolved as a result of some idiot, Elderbev in this instance. It's like, all you're doing is torturing the ball believers by doing this. The same when he tries to put the heliocentric standard at my doorstep. You're like, this is hilarious. All you're doing is pointing out how big a failure the extracted heliocentric values are. Now, once it's, well, you've got a flat Earth direction. Oh, you've got a flat Earth angle. Oh, well, you've got a flat Earth minimum. You know, once those things have gone past, once they've been framed in that way, I consider them resolved. But the fact that in the mind's eye of someone like Elderbev, he wants to burn the failed globe on my doorstep. And all, again, that's going to do, if unresolved, is burrow itself into the mind of the people who are heliocentrists. Because suddenly there's, this globe's rubbish, it's failed. It's just been branded Nathan Oakley's global equator. You're like, no, this isn't mine. This is all the people around you. hearing what a massive failure that you say their globe model is, while alleging to be on their side, right? Bracing against me, the enemy of my enemy, and all that crap. This is all horrendously painful. Now, again, not when you're in the thick of it, it's hard to recognise this sort of shit because you're involved. Whereas these days, like I said to the guy at the beginning of the show, I don't care about this anymore. None of us are arbiters of this stuff. None of it matters. At the end of it, nothing's going to change. So who cares? Means you can step back and go, my God, look how painful this really is for them. I used to say it and not really mean it. It was just a punchline. Now it's a cognitive observation of pure desolation mentally of our opponent. They're very, very troubled by what's currently happening.
Well said, Nathan. Just a quick. Sorry, John. Go on, mate.
I was just going to say the reason that the equator is yours now is because they understand its origin, and in their mind they have to separate themselves from it. So yeah. Okay, it's Nathan Oakley's equator. Where's yours?
Yeah. Yeah, prove your flat Earth, prove your claim to be flat Earth measured equator. Exactly. And you're like, what the hell are you doing? So on the one hand, you've obviously recognised that this is derived from a flat Earth measurement, but suddenly that means it's mine. And if you can defeat it, what do you win? You're relinquishing your own bleeding claim. I mean, I like it. But again, in days gone by, I'd have summarised it and gone rock and hard place and gone through it in great lengths with them in the moment. But now you're like, it don't matter. It's just humorous. It's just funny to watch.
I was just going to say, I don't know if it was purposeful today, but I thought I noticed, Nathan, you was giving him a bit more time to respond, which was good in a way because you could hear a lot more of the pathetic words coming out of the mouth for a longer period, which I thought was interesting and good for the audience. And like you just said, they don't even know their own rhetoric. The guy who you asked where do you get his radial value from, I think he just ran away in the end because he didn't have a bloody clue.
I doubt this is the case, but you're almost secretly seeking credit because you specifically critiqued that yesterday, and that adaptation is as a direct consequence of your critique. That is to say, when you guys say stuff on the panel, I do take it seriously. As in, it's not just I'll fob you off and go, I take that under advisement and then ignore you. It's like, yeah, I get it. Often I want to interrupt at the point that's pertinent to the response. So the moment they mention an elevation angle with respect to a plane, I'll cut them off and start highlighting that fact. Whereas, you play it by ear. Obviously I've got to decide in that moment with a split second notice based on what's gone into my ear holes, whether or not it's an appropriate time to then interject to point out how flat Earth is being measured by basis of standard of my opponent. But the interruption sometimes is not mistimed, but, would be more desirable later because you get to hear more crap that's attached to it. It's not like I can't backtrack to the point that was utilised in their waffle about a flat Earth measurement. So, when you said that yesterday, I had to take it on board, and that's the reason for that. So you can pat yourself on the back if you wish.
I said something so.
Yeah, it wasn't it for that. I did find it. I did find it helpful for the audience, and it's nice just to listen to them. Well, just what you said. Yeah, correct. It was good, but I noticed it. You did it today, and like you say, the guy they don't even know where the radius, how their radius came about, and they're absolutely fucking useless, aren't they?
Well, it's another reason to punt the book, though. Like, there's a lot of heliocentric rhetoric that, as much as I was chastised when I said or suggested that we were heliocentric experts. So a couple of years ago, I was like, we should call ourselves heliocentric experts. And everyone was like, no, I'm not a heliocentrist. Fair enough, we're not. But we had a particularly good knowledge of it, way beyond our average opponent. Like that is what the fart-sniffing flat earthers like to lord over their average humble Joe that comes into the debate forum without realising what they're going to be up against. There's a good chance that you'll be up against a flurf that knows more about your own religion than you do. And the flurfs love lording that over globies. Oh, do you know what your radius is? I bet you don't even know what your radius is. And you're like, yeah, well, that does have a certain degree of weight, which is to say that I can use it to punt books. and go, yeah, there's a good chance that you don't know where your radius value came from for your heliocentric religion. You don't know where the religion originated, or who commissioned it, or why they commissioned it, or what they were trying to achieve. Nobody knows this from the globe side. They're just like, it's a globe, NASA says so. That's it. That's their standard. It's woeful. You know, it demonstrates how easily brainwashed the world is, and the lowest of the low standards is the common denominator for the most part. Consensus is really easily achieved. You're like, wow, that doesn't speak much to the cognitive abilities of people. But then you go, well, no, they've had to be pushed through a system to achieve that. Like the comprehensive education system has achieved that. Ends for the people in charge. You're like, okay, so then you just step back and go, well, it doesn't speak much for how easily brainwashed we are, how easily convinced we are, how easily we will cook to a consensus worldview. But so be it, that's life.
Another good example is Nathan's tune says so. That was a standard we got hit with. And was it James Hanna server? And then when McToon comes in, he says, yeah, Nathan's a liar. And everybody thought that was evidence that Nathan was a liar. I was in shock.
Yeah, McToon said it, therefore it is so. And you're like, wow, that is so pathetic. And you contrast that with the amount of internal arguments that the people on the fart-sniffing anti-globe side, flat earth side, would have. Like, nobody could ever agree. Everyone's always constantly in a debate. Everyone's constantly checking everybody else on their understanding and knowledge. Like, nobody just accepts anything as read. In fact, quite the opposite. You end up with a load of hyper-skeptics that don't want to accept anything, ever, under any circumstances. You're like, the standard becomes massively overinflated from the flatties side. Whereas over on the ball side, this YouTuber said it's so, well, then it's so. You're like, wow. You're like, yeah, it does make you cringe for humanity. That's why they call them influencers. Like, literally, you say, go and buy this perfume. It's the greatest smelling perfume ever. And people do.
Yeah. I'm not a hyper skeptic, and I'm not, I don't think I'm brainwashed anymore. I don't know what I am, really, on that scale.
Buy this book. You're an influencer. Just buy this book. It'll explain everything you need to know about Earth is measured and how it's always been measured. And how the people who think they live on a globe or believe they live on a globe also use these measurements that are used to measure Earth flat with. And that's all they talk about. I mean, talking about the rhetoric, they don't, all they talk about, they don't even know where they got the radius value from. They probably don't even know what the supposed circumference of their globe is. And all they'll do is argue the fact about what level is, and that you can obtain an elevation angle. It's got nothing to do with the surface of Earth. Arguing facts about flat Earth measurements and the ins and outs of that in a weird way. That's where we're up to with it at the moment. I mean, Sockbuster, was it last week or the other day? Yeah, it keeps mentioning elevation angles. It's got nothing to do with the surface of Earth. And I don't know how many, I think it might have been 17 times, Nathan. You asked him what elevation means. He didn't want to answer.
Well, he didn't want to make it worse.
Well,
so, what I understand on the grapevine, he's got into a lot of trouble. Like, to say McToon was not impressed, and he's been chastised for it. That's why, because you kind of question, why is he now aligning with the opposite of his own rhetoric? That is to say, aligning with the lie. Well, because he got in trouble. And these pathetic dweebs take that stuff seriously. Oh, our guru said you're a bad person. You made them look bad. You're like, self-flagellate immediately. You're like, get your whip out and run it across your own back. You're like, okay, that's how they behave. Sad, but true. But yeah, apparently Toon was not impressed with being demonstrated a liar by this faceless troll. He's built his reputation with a face next to it, and then some faceless troll comes along and absolutely humiliates him and demonstrates him unequivocally to be a liar with a complete contradiction that cannot resolve itself. You're like, yeah, no one's going to be happy about that. Now, the fact that the person who's the liar in this instance is actually being supported by the cucks around him is par for the course, isn't it? It's like, which way do they want to go? Well, we can't have our guru be wrong, therefore let's support the lie. That's the tack they've taken. No, we will go with it has nothing to do with Earth's surface. So, like, well, okay, admittedly, Buck's position that it had something to do with the globe surface did absolutely annihilate, demonstrate Toon a liar, humiliate him and embarrass him, but that is the fact of their rhetoric. In other words, Toon's ignorance is the reason this has occurred, not Buck. Buck's done nothing wrong. But what's the resolve? Chastise Buck! That's what they've gone with. It just speaks volumes how they've reacted to it. Let's back up the lie from the influencer is the way they've gone. Amazing, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah. But let's stick with two. We'll have to backtrack on what I said pre and go with elevation's got nothing to do with the surface of Earth. But I mean, you say Toon's not happy. How do you know that? No, I'm not quizzing you on that. How do you know that, Nathan? Because I don't know that. I presume if he found out, he would, but I've not listened to him say anything or. But somebody told you something. How is it? Do you know how he's reacted to this personally?
Yeah, commenters. People leave comments. I get thousands of comments. People come and tell me.
Okay, no worries. Go for it, John.
That's one of the next. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, as far as all this goes, I like talking to Matthew Learns because he's the easiest to get the necessary concessions out of. You know, he may say he believes it's a ball after he demonstrates and acknowledges how flat it must be. But that's, what are you going to do with this?
Yeah, he takes the ball jitsu approach. Concede the flat Earth measurement reality fact that is on the table because there's no getting away from it. So I don't know if this is his mind's eye approach to it when he just concedes how flat Earth must be measured. For example, if you were to put it to Matthew Learns that you're acquiring an elevation angle from a flat baseline, he would just immediately agree. He might pause for a second or two, but he's not going to brace against it and lie and obfuscate. He'll just concede to the measurement reality fact. So therefore, when he says afterwards, well, it doesn't mean it's not a ball, you could get frustrated with that, but he's conceded the axiomatic measurement fact. Therefore, that's the most easy to get along with from an opponent's point of view. It's like, you're not going to lie. And you have to grant it or give credit where it's due. Matthew Learns typically doesn't lie. If you contrast him with a different teacher, so if you do Flat Earth Math, albeit in name only, he's a heliocentrist, first and foremost, was happy to lie and say, no, we don't require the R value. That's an outright lie. Within a day of him saying it, in contradiction of me and my rhetoric at the time, me saying that they always assume R. Well, we don't even need R to suggest sphericity was his approach, and then would immediately introduce the R value by way of begging the question in his own rhetoric, literally within days of stating that obviously incorrect statement. Well, Matthew Learns hasn't done anything equivalent like Flat Earth Math did, Charles, right? So therefore you go, okay, well, he at least is perceived to be slightly more honest when you go with the back and forth. It only takes 5 minutes with him and he will give the concession.
Yeah. He's got more balls than the other ones because that he's being honest, basically. Yeah, well, I'm using flat Earth measurements.
Being an actual glober.
Yeah, he follows the actual rhetoric. The globe requires these measurements, therefore to deny them would be to suggest that he doesn't understand where they're required in his own rhetoric, even if it's further down the line. Like an elevation angle for a globe Earth is a necessity. It's a prerequisite for many of their extrapolated values. So to deny it is stupid if you do understand how it works, because you're going to be using it later down the line, and that's humiliating if you understand it. So therefore, when he concedes, and I agree with John entirely, I'm just nodding along with John basically, you go, okay, you'd be foolish to not concede this, as it's part of your own rhetoric. Therefore, if I'm to understand that you understand your own rhetoric, you wouldn't be conceding this.
Yeah, totally. What did you try and tell me last week, though, or the week before? He was telling me Mount Everest has never been measured. It's not a measurement. It's never been measured. It's a calculation. So I basically, asked him about trig and would an elevate what is an elevation angle measurement? Yeah, to get the for Everest. I said, is that a measurement? Well, yeah, that's a measurement. I said, well, it started with a measurement then, didn't it? And he was going back and forth with that for half an hour.
Okay, let me just break this down because he's correct. What he's saying is, in the same way no one's measured the radius of a sphere Earth, because you can't, no one's dug to the centre. And by the same standard, no one has dropped a plumb line down the centre of Everest and have it meet at the point that we know is the measured surface level datum, because the datum itself is an averaged value that gives us a topographical point at 0 that we can describe the altitudes from. But you'd have to have a line coming from where the ocean is to the point in the middle of the mountain where you drop the plumb bob down after drilling a core out of the centre from the top to call it a measurement when you dropped a tape measure down. No one's done that. Therefore, it's the Al-Biruni methodology, which is to say you're measuring an altitude angle and then taking another altitude angle and then getting the height from the difference with respect to a plane. Therefore, the measurement isn't a direct measurement of its actual altitude from sea level. It's a calculated value based on flat Earth altitude angles, in the same way Al-Biruni does, right? And he's correct. But as you've pointed him out, I'm assuming you did this deliberately and led him there, or it went round in circles with him, one or the other. The calculated value for Everest's height off sea level, a flat Earth perpendicular value, which is where that argument would have ended for me. It's like, regardless of how it's calculated or measured, it's a value from a sea level. Therefore, we're measuring a flat Earth, calculating a flat Earth, giving it as a flat Earth description after the fact. Everything about this is flat Earth in orientation. But his quibble, if you want to call it that, is that there is no direct measurement of the mountain. You've got to calculate the value of its altitude with respect to sea level with trig. And he's right. But you're still measuring for the trig off a plane. Otherwise the trig fails. So you still got to measure a flat Earth regardless, even if it's one step removed from the altitude angle. Well, yeah, but the altitude angle's measured as you've just correctly identified, one deck. It's like, well, that's still a measurement. Yeah, it is. Off a flat Earth. So who cares?
Yeah, that was my point. Yeah, I do understand. Yeah, it is a calculation, but it started with a measurement from flat Earth. So, yes, it has. I was saying it has been measured because it started off with a measurement. So the initial thing you'd do was the elevation angle, from surface level or sea level, and then you do your trig. Yeah, Al-Biruni, same Al-Biruni method. But that was my point. Yeah, that's what, Nathan.
Yeah, but the derived value for radius could be easily suggested to be incorrect. That's what the straw man that Bev and a few others want to burn at my doorstep when they debunk the globe. You're like, okay, so you're suggesting that the extracted value for a linear radial value isn't correct when you derive an equatorial minimum with it. You're like, okay, so what you're saying, the globe fails? No, your flat Earth measurement fails. No, the altitude angle's still an altitude angle. The measurement that you're deriving latitude with is still an altitude angle, and the extracted distance that's used for a globe for its radial value that isn't mine is still a linear distance value measurement. It's a radius at 3959 miles that's straight, linear, flat, and ascribed to an equatorial plane you say is wrong. Okay, so it's wrong. I couldn't give a crap. Every measurement that's been taken's from a flat plane. So you say that the after-the-fact calculation fails. It's like saying, well, when we measured these altitude angles to Everest, the altitude angle measurement tool wasn't accurate enough. The degrees that you got weren't accurate. Therefore, the extracted after-the-fact calculated value is wrong. You're like, okay, so you're saying that the height of Everest's wrong. Basically, yeah, I'm saying that you haven't got the exact height. You're like, okay, we still had to measure a flat Earth though, right? Yeah, well, if we make it more accurate in the methodology that we're employing with better tools, will that still be using a flat Earth? Oh, absolutely. So this matters because, well, it doesn't, does it? It's just, it's a non sequitur. Is it a non sequitur or red herring? Red herring. yeah, it seems like it's relevant.
Yeah, it all starts off with a measurement. It's like the guy today with on the clock or in the clock, you know, and he's telling you he's measuring an angle. He's telling you the distances, and then trying to say somehow describing all this is proving that it's not coming from planar measurements, and he's absolutely pointing planar measurements out. Can't remember word for word what he was saying, but he was going down the same road. You know, they're describing these measurements and flat Earth measurements, and then, sorry, I've just cut off for a minute. Hang on.
Yeah, the other thing they do is immediately project their own inability to deal with a rebuttal. So I'll put the rebuttal to them. They'll echo out their original claim without any acknowledgement of the rebuttal. And then when I reiterate the rebuttal and the fact that they haven't addressed it, they'll start saying, "You're not listening to us. You don't know how to debate." It's just laughable projection. And it's so overt. Like, projection isn't necessarily the simplest of concepts to understand. Like, you would have to unpack it to a certain degree. But it's so overt when they do it currently that even an idiot can see it as a beautiful example of projection. Right, I'm going to have a quick game on Fortnite. Hopefully the conversation doesn't die on its arse. Where's everybody gone? Gardner started a game. I was probably rounded out at that point.
I was having a bite of pizza.
Fair enough.
That clock thing that they used this morning too, I think it was BioDual. He lost me with all of that because I don't know where you can get measurements and what kind of arc ticks he was trying to extrapolate out of that example. And all I could think was, well, if you're using the face of a clock, why aren't we talking about directionality? You're really, you should be conflating a compass and a clock, but it was laughable.
Yeah.
Well, at one point, the second time he was trying to go through it, he was mentioning that he was going to, that all you have to do is measure the distance around the clock. And it's at that point that the dichotomy fell, or the false analogy fell through, because how are you measuring that distance, that angle? I don't know if he was trying to measure an angle or trying to measure the distance around the circumference of the clock or whatever. But yeah, it's
How did you get the degrees on the clock?
right. He was comparing the degrees to the measure, to the circumference of the hand of the clock, I assume. He was avoiding, instead of using the hands of the clock as your angles, he was assuming the distance from 2 to 3 on the clock and using that arc distance between 2 and 3 of the circumference to prove.
Yeah, but he was given degree measurements. Where did he get the degree measurements? From the center point of the clock.
Was his clock a sphere? I was confused.
Well, even if his clock was a circle, it must be derived from the center point, not from the outside. So first, we got to be inside a sphere for this to be relevant.
I look at this whole thing as a matter of apologetics. in Christian apologetics, you're basically charged with giving a reasonable, logical reason for your belief or for what you know to be true. And you're only supposed to use logical or true statements. And basically using your knowledge and ninjaing your position. That's kind of what apologetics is. The problem is that your average Glober doesn't know what they know. They don't know the epistemology to even go into apologetics for heliocentrism. And the flat earthers, in name only, anti-Globers, have, and I'm guilty, hand raised, are in the position to have actually done the research to know the reason why heliocentric religion exists. They know the apologetics. They know the key phrases. They know the words, gravity. Well, which gravity? There's Newtonian, there's Einstein, blah, 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 blah. Right? So what we are in the position of doing is being the apologists for our opponent because our opponent doesn't know. And that places us in the position of being the ones making the claims or any positive claim. Even if we've previously stated that we are steel manning their religion. And that what knowing that how things are measured, the stuff that goes without being said, the truth of how we measure stuff does is it removes any of the need for anyone to make apologetics for the position of flat or globe earth, for the whole debate, the whole issue. That's why flat earthers get mad too. That's why I think flat earthers, the flat earth ninjas that are still out there and still learning heliocentrism in order to debate it and debunk it. All of that apologetics goes out the window when you just rely on what is true. And they're not, if any of them read the book, they're not going to get apologetics, talking points. They're not going to get epistemological points for the flat earth model, the flat earth concept. And that's going to be a little disheartening for them. They're not going to be able to be the ninjas who know the apologetics for flat earth. So, other than how it's important to understand when someone says azimuth, knowing that that is a flat earth measurement. So
Nathan done really good in the book going through the housekeeping questions, and as their claims go, he's taken their claims and shown how they don't work, but he's also taken their claims and shown how they necessitate a flat plane. So he's done both within the book. He's done really well.
Oh, I agree. And I like the way it's subtle because it's, it's basically, from what I've read so far, I'm up to the ether chapter, is that he's not beating over the head the truth of how it's measured. It's just that it is measured. So he goes through, Coriolis or through elevation angles or whatever, and then just parenthetically says that's a flat earth, that requires a flat earth, that's a flat earth prerequisite. So in that sense, the book isn't a point by point, here's how you argue for flat earth with measurements kind of thing. It's just pointing out, here's all the heliocentric apologetics that we've learned over the years, and way that requires a horizontal plane of reference, the Coriolis for the inertial reference frame, blah, blah, blah. And it's just parenthetic rather than explaining it in detail. So,
that was sorry to cut you off, mate. So yeah, that's great, and I reckon like if we wouldn't have got to this point, and Nathan would have kept to his original book in the first instances where he was going through the housekeeping questions, that's what it just would have been. That's what it would have been. But like you say, and I've noticed reading the book exactly as you just said, it's pointing them facts out and then just putting in where this has always been a flat Earth prerequisite measurements. Yeah, and I also think, and I've pointed out that I think for it's better reading the book. I think for somebody, not obviously us on the panel and close people around us know this crack, but if people are just listening to the show on YouTube or on Discord, sometimes it can be a bit quickly what we're talking about or what now Nathan's. But you can read the chapter twice. You can go back a few paragraphs, and when you're reading it, you can read it at your own pace. So that aspect of it, that everything was always measured flat, and all these terminologies that everybody's using on either side, we'll say, is always using the same terminologies. Because you have to, because that's the way it's measured. And then at the end of the day, on another little point, I mean, if you're going to get into, if somebody wants to talk to you about the shape of the Earth, I mean, it's going to come down. I mean, to cut all the bull crap out of it, I would just say to the person now, listen, we're going to go back and forth with a few different things, but I'm telling you that it's going to come down to me telling you that all measurements of Earth come from a master reference called sea level. And I'm going to be saying that is a level horizontal reference. So are you prepared to go get to that point? Let's just get to that point straight away, if you like, because that's what it's going to come down to, pardon the pun, that all measurements of Earth come down to a level reference plane called mean sea level. Now, are you going to be telling me level is not level? I mean, is that where we're going to go? Because that's where it's going to end up at the end of the day. After all the crap, everything's going to come down to the baseline.
And in the defiance of all measurements.
And I would suggest that might be a pre-show talking point when Nathan goes on Jesse Lee Peterson or anything like that. And to get that out of the way first, before you even have the conversation. If there's any pre-show talk, I think that should be brought out in a non-confrontational, just, this is the premise of the book. The Earth is measured as a horizontal topographical plane with sea level, something like that. Because I'll guarantee you, Jesse Lee Peterson will go somewhere like, okay, so what's the flat Earth measurement to the ice wall? And he'll bring up all of the, usual Glober talking points, well, what about the ice wall? What about the dome? Blah, 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 and all that stuff. Because you're not going to spend too long talking about how the Earth's measured.
But Nathan would. Nathan wouldn't let it go there. None of us would. To an ice wall and all that. We're measuring flat with elevation angles to get latitude from Polaris using sea level. And it's level. It's got to be level, else we won't get the elevation angle. Are you telling me level's not level, Patterson, whatever your name is? Are you going to be telling me level's not level?
They're all desperate to get you locked into a model so they can do the same thing you're doing in their minds to their model. They want to destroy your model since you're destroying theirs. To believe you live on a model is the essence of reification.
Well, yeah, and that's what, even the people who are open to the idea. You know, Jesse Lee Peterson. I think Brad Lee, who's interviewed David Weiss twice now, but they've always gone to the Feast of Nonsense stuff. I think people like Brad Lee would get it instantly and be glad to be told that all the Feast of Nonsense BS, you know, the Earth's not a globe because NASA lies, all that shit, you know, he doesn't have to deal with. He's from what I've seen of his podcast, I mean, he's kind of a no-nonsense alpha male. He is the epitome of presenting.
Also, Daddy, what they do is that, you know, they're skipping past everything, aren't they? So you'll tell them that, you know, latitude is an elevation angle measurement from sea level using Polaris. Yeah, you've got a level base called mean sea level. So then they'll just say, well, where's the end of the Earth then? Well, that doesn't matter. We've already established we're measuring it flat from sea level to a luminary in the sky and obtaining elevation angles. But then, you know, like you said, your Dave Wises and all that, I'll get into ice walls and, you know, you're not allowed to go beyond this point and that point, and where's the guns, Nathan, type of attitude. You know, load of crap. Where you just measure an angle. I mean, all you've got to do is measure 1 degree away from Polaris and using sea level, and you've got a flat Earth measurement. That's all you need. You don't need any other distance, really. I'll give you 3 degrees if you want. Huh?
Ask you about how big was your flat Earth measured, right? They don't understand what measurement is, right? Just because you have a yardstick and you lay it on the ground and you measure a yard doesn't mean that that's the end of your yard. You may have a bigger yard than that. You know, I got a really big yard. I got a lot and a half. Does that mean that the yardstick is the extent of what we can measure? These people don't understand what measurements are.
No, they don't. We're measuring flat, but we're okay. But then they skip. Okay, then you're measuring it flat, but what is the total measurement of it? Where we want a model. But in that sentence, they're accepting it's measured flat anyway. But they're not happy about that because they want the full scale model, whatever a model is, of the flat Earth model. But Dave Weiss will give them a model. He'll give him the ice wall. He will give him that. That's his issue. Doesn't stick to the measurements.
He'll give them that we see too far.
Yeah, we see too far, and we've got an ice wall, and you can't just go there and navigate. You have to get permission. And the wall does hold what water requires containment.
And
the wall
real
around
quick, because the ice wall would be.
Well, mate.
We don't know the parameters of our containment. We just know that we are contained. We are isolated. Physical reality does not go on forever. We know that. That's all we can say.
Yeah. Yeah, we're contained because we've got gas pressure that we breathe, so that's a fact. And it's measured flat, and we've got a master reference level called sea level, which we use for all measurements going forward. So there's like 2 big deals there.
Yeah, and the idea of what's under it. Okay, well, you realize that under is with respect to a plane. So when you say what's under a sphere, you don't understand what you're asking me, dude. The words that come out of your mouth is what you've been trained to say in response, because they don't recognize the axiomatic reliance upon a flat plane to ask them.
Yeah. So it's like what's under it then? So they just heard you explain that it's flat. And so they're sort of acknowledging that in a way when they say, well, what's under it then? Yeah, no, it's flat. Well, who cares what's under it? It's measured flat. Deal with that. Talk about that, not what's underneath it, skipping past the main point. So all they do is skip past the main point. But like I said, and F Daddy was agreeing, if you get on these shows, it's like, yeah, we're going to get down. At the end of this conversation, I'm talking about myself here with somebody else, my mate John, for example, that we keep referencing because that's how I wrote the Sea Level poem. We're going to come to a point where we are going to now, John, be arguing as two grown men about what level is. Is level or is level curved? Do you want to go there? And John, my mate, said no. And so we finished our couple of drinks we was having and we went home. And I wrote the poem.
Well, a lot of this goes back to where these first ideas were first derived, right? And it was ancient Egypt, right? The way that they made a square. Most people don't know how you make a square. How to make sure it's perfectly square. Does anybody know how to make? I mean, Neil, I bet you Neil does. And trust and believe Neil knows how to make a square if he ain't got one.
Talking about a square or a cube?
No, the tool called a square. You know how to make a square.
All right. Neil might, yeah.
You take a weighted string. No, you just need one. You take a weighted string and you tie it up above your head and you cross-reference that with the horizon, and then you just align your sticks to be square with that. And that's how you make a square. Because it's using the property of sea level is horizontal and plumb is vertical.
Say that again. What do you tie above your head? What? Say that again, John.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, you're a bit chattery like, but I'm making most of it.
You take a weighted string and hold it up, tied up above your head. Yeah. Can you hear me better?
Break it up, mate. I don't know if it's you or me, mate. Sorry. Any other comments off other people about John's audio?
The internet hates John. Just doesn't want him to get this truth out to the world. You take a weighted string, tie it up above your head, and then you take a weighted.
Hang on, what? Yeah, but what do you tie it to?
Oh, I don't know, a tree or a swing set.
Okay.
You just
all right. Yeah. So we got tree branch. We're in the park. We got a tree branch. We got a weighted piece of string. Tie it on the tree branch, and I'm going to stand underneath it. Yeah.
Right. You're going to have the string in front of you, and once it's settled, then you take a straight line, a straight board, or something that you know is straight, and then you level it with this plumb line and the horizon. So you have to be able to see the horizon from the park. And then that's that is a square. You can know that's absolutely square and 90 degrees plumb.
Yeah. So, well, we know the horizon is used to establish, horizontal.
Right, but if you need horizontal and level, and if you need a square, then you can use that horizon to match up with your stick or board or whatever with the plumb line, and you know that is square.
Yeah, so it's a 90-degree angle in reference to the horizon, which is horizontal.
Unfortunately, people know that we can do that, and yeah, that works and everything, but it doesn't mean the Earth's flat. It doesn't say anything about the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, it doesn't mean it's flat, and sea level doesn't mean it's level, even though it's shown on maps as a linear distance, miles, and it's a horizontal 0-degree baseline for all elevation profiles. Doesn't mean it's actually level, even though it's called level, and we all know what level means, and that's where the argument's going to end. Not that it's an argument.
We could drag it on because you don't know the mechanism that causes the plumb bob to point down. I can't say down. I can't say go to point. It does. You don't know the mechanism that causes the plumb bob to plumb, dude.
So yeah, mate.
That's okay. I'm ordering a milkshake here. I got it. Hold on.
Yeah. So I mean, all plumb lines. You can't demonstrate a diverging plumb line, can you?
You'd have to have two of them in order to do that.
Contradiction in terms. It's diverging, it's not plumb. To be diverging, it requires a plane to be diverging from to describe the angle of deviation. But that violates what plumb means, doesn't it? Reciprocating zenith angle argument is a complete cluster screw.
Yep. Yeah, it had me wound up for a bit though. Like I was saying earlier, I've tried to simplify these things in my own mind, and I've been doing for years just to make things easier. That was one of the things that, even though I knew it wasn't correct, it's like, just like getting out of that one again. Like in the beginning with the Eratosthenes, you're thinking, how can I deal with Eratosthenes? And then you research it and realise he's measuring elevation angles from the surface of Earth with a vertical pole or post and a horizontal shadow on the surface of Earth. I had the same issue with the reciprocating zenith angles. But like you said on the show, I think you brought it up the other day, Nathan, didn't you? You're going to require a plane to set your tool up, your theodolite, and you're using the theodolite, which is only measuring angles. It's not measuring curvature. So anything you're measuring, you're using a planar, and it's an angle measuring tool or piece of equipment. So in no sense of the matter are you measuring curvature. The curvature is just a presupposition of an observation or an optical illusion, or however you want to term it. All you're measuring is an angle.
So even in the realm of discussing measurements, there's still a level of apologetics that still needs to be employed when discussing with people who aren't sure that level is level, because they're not sure that the Earth is a horizontal plane or a ball or not. They've got that cognitive dissonance in there. I really like the idea that just establishing that level means level and that everyone knows what it is really the best starting point for any conversation, and especially on the book tour, when that is the end result of the entire book. Earth is measured level flat, or synonymous with flat, because everyone has a problem with the word flat. But the Earth is measured level and horizontal. Establishing that with a host, that is ultimately where everything goes to. All roads lead to. See, that goes with the book title. All roads lead to. So everything we're going to talk about that road will ultimately lead to how the Earth is measured level. And that, I think, will set the tone for the interview about the book the best.
Yeah. That's what I was saying about, especially like Jamie Lee Peters, what it's called. Or anybody you're talking to. Say, right, we're going to have this conversation now. We're going to debate. It's not a debate. Right, let's just establish one thing. Do you agree? Do you understand what level is to the person you're going to be talking to? And let them set that out first. Right? Because that's going to come into the discussion. So we need to get some underlying facts of, we need to draw a line under these circumstances. Do you understand what level is? Can you tell me what level is in your own words? Define level.
And that's where I was talking about creating a square, right? With, because if you don't have anything, right? Nothing pre-existing, what relationship has a 90-degree relationship?
Well, yeah, you need something to relate to it. You need a
right.
You need a horizontal plane.
What you have is the horizon and a weighted string. And when you stand behind that and look through to the horizon, that relationship forms a 90-degree angle. And you can calibrate all squares to that. It will always be that 90-degree relationship. It is where sea level appears to meet the sky. We call it the horizon, and it is horizontal.
Yeah, it's horizontal, and it is referencing the surface of Earth, where the sky appears to meet the surface of Earth. So it's in reference to the surface of Earth.
Level. Well, it's not just the surface of Earth. It must be sea level or surface level to be a horizon. If it's not, it's an obstruction to the horizon.
Yeah, sea level. That's what it boils down to. That's what I'm saying. That's where that's you just might as well clear all this up and get everything else out the way, and say it's going to come down to we're going to be talking about sea level at the end of the day, you and I, whoever you are, and at the end of the day, I'm going to be pointing out that sea level is level. Do you understand what level is? Can you tell me? Define level. Tell me what you understand level to be. And if they say, well, level is curved, at that point, you're talking to a psychopath. You're talking to somebody. You don't want to have the conversation with that person at that point. Because level isn't curved. Else you'd only have one word. You'd either have curved or level. You wouldn't have the two words.
That's an excellent point. One deck. And as I'm sitting here listening to this too, I'm thinking you could go down your entire list of 30 words and just make sure that everyone agrees on the definition of all those 30 words. And once you do, then any sort of perceived debate would be over.
Yeah, exactly. You can't use them words when describing curvature, because them words have got nothing to do with curvature. So why would you want to use them? You shouldn't be using them. People didn't like that. That's why I got kicked out of politics. You can't fucking tell us what words not to use. Well, I am. You're not using that word. You're not using theodolite. You're not using horizon. You're not using plumb bob, perpendicular, plumb, theodolite, level, sea level, horizontal, vertical, north, east, south, west, azimuth. Not using them. You should not be using them when describing how Earth curve is measured. Nothing to do with it's in a different category. and words. So remove them from your vocabulary.
Well, you know how McToon kept on saying, how can you prove that the horizontal baseline and the Earth are coincident? Remember how he kept saying that?
Was that on the when you with Albaru Hif?
No, it's when he was talking to Nathan. I tried to speak up a couple times, but he kept on calling me a drunk.
Oh yep. I remember that.
Well, what I was trying to do is say the way you prove they're coincident is with the horizon. That's how you create a square, is by the horizon being the point where sea level appears to meet the sky, forming a perfect 90 degrees for that square. That is undeniable.
Yeah, it is undeniable. You're correct. All these things that we're talking about and Nathan's putting about on the show, it's all undeniable. It's just facts of the matter, prerequisites. Horizon, horizontal, elevation, altitude, circles of equal altitude, elevation angles, compasses,
but
maps.
the tools they use to create squares, right? They have tools that are created. And still to this day, that's how the initial calibration tool checks its calibration. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that. And I'm sure there'll be a video on that we could maybe find and go over on a show this week. If you could find one, John, that'd be great.
One out. Yeah, I'm sure somebody's made a video about it. I mean, it's common fucking knowledge. I don't know why they're denying it.
Yeah. So, how do you create a square tool? What's used? We've done it with planes, flying in straight and level flight. They use the horizon, just in these small, small aircrafts where where they're not. They've got instruments in there, but their instruments are there. But in the smaller aircraft where there's 2 or 3 people in there, they're actually using the wings, the horizon to demonstrate how they're flying straight and level. They're using the horizon. We've been through them. And so that was great. And that's a good point, John. So a video like that would be great, I think. I think Nathan would like to go through that because it's a tool that's used, a square tool, and it's utilizing the horizon and sea level. And if it's a square with a 90-degree angle and you're using sea level, how can level be curved? But we know level's not curved. I mean, the moment I start arguing with someone about level not being level, I mean, I become as retarded as them, I think. Now I'm thinking about it, even though I have done.
You think with all the technology we've got now, they'd be using like GPS to calibrate squares.
But I mean, I know what you're saying, Daddy, but it comes back to sea level is the master reference level for everything. That's what John's just pointing out. It's for everything. That's what we've. If it was level to begin with, as far as we know, we've got this mean level reference across the entire Earth and all the adjoining oceans. It's level. Then, as a human being species, then that's what we've had to use. The levelness. Because we've had no bloody choice. We can't think, well, it's level, we've got this levelness, but we're not going to use that. It's pointless using what's been given to us on this earth to find our way around and navigate and map the place. We won't use the levelness that we've been given. We'll use a curve. Not that we've got one, but let's just use the curve. It's pathetic. We've had to use level because that's what we have. That's all we have. Levelness, sea level. That's the master reference, as Nathan points out. It's the master reference starting point for everything. So that's where it's going to come back to in the end. It's the starting point and the finishing point. There's a catch for that. Can't think what it's called. The beginning and the end, but there's a catchy phrase for that. But that might come to me later on. Yeah, it's the beginning and the end.
Cyclical?
Hey?
Cyclical?
I don't know, I'm thinking it's either in a song or something, but it's saying it's the beginning. It's the beginning and the end.
No, I think I thought what you're saying. Like they'd start with the do and end with a do.
Yeah, I can't. It'll come to me. But yeah, sea level is the beginning and it's the end. Everything starts with sea level, and you can either toss about everything else, and it'll end at sea level.
Alpha and Omega?
Well, you said it really well. They have no
I think
choice.
it might be Alpha and Omega. I think that might be it, mate. Yeah, Alpha and Omega.
I will point to Master B, and they go over how a square was created.
But you put something in there, John, yeah.
Yeah, I would have you look to method 1, because method 1 is the first way that they use to create a square. Method 2 came later after they understand geometric relationships.
So fundamental principles of geometry. Long before modern manufacturing, as ancient builders and artisans relied on two primary methods to find a perfect 90-degree right angle without having a pre-made tool to reference. Astronomy coupled with gravity and the mathematics of knotted ropes. These techniques date back to at least 2000 BC in ancient Egypt and Babylonia, where they were used to lay out agricultural fields and construct the pyramids. 1, 2, 3. Method 1, the plumb line and water level, nature and gravity. The absolute earliest squares were built by utilising the predictable physics of the natural world. So you're using the natural world for these measurements. You're using what you've been given as a natural source of measurement, which is sea level. Establish horizontal line. Ancient builders filled along profile basin with water because water always finds its own level. The surface of the water provide a perfect flat horizontal line. Establish a vertical line. Builders hung a weighted string of plumb bob directly over the water or a level beam. Gravity pulls the string perfectly straight down. Transfer toward the intersection where the perfectly vertical plumb line met the perfect horizontal water level forms an exact 90-degree angle. Each craftsman placed wooden blanks into this intersection, marked the angle, carved it out, and their first position wooden tri-squares. Method 2, 12 knots, rope. The 3, 4, 5 triangle, long before Pythagoras formally wrote out.
Method 2 comes later. Method 1 is the way it was built originally.
Yeah, it'd be nice to go, yeah, these are the things really, yeah, go through these things.
You notice where it says a nice flat level horizontal line?
So I've just parked up in my work van and it's absolutely like hailstone on my windows. So sorry if it's a bit noisy, guys.
Right, but it says the water forms a nice flat level horizontal baseline.
It's established vertical transfer to wood, the setup. Have you already read that or have I down to that? Transfer to wood, ancient wood squares.
Yeah, it's one of the first things you read.
Oh, right, okay, I'll go back up there, yeah. From the bottom before manufacturers. Oh yeah. So the establish a horizontal. Ancient builders filled a long trough or basin with water because the water was found so level. The surface of the water provided a perfectly flat horizontal line. Which we all know it does. I mean, we're reading these things and thinking, yeah, we're reading these things saying, there you go, there's some proof of. But it's just obvious crap you can demonstrate in reality. Water level, a plumb bob. It's just simple.
Yeah, but most people don't understand how you use a water level for what purpose. Well, this is one of the purpose, is to establish a 90.
Yeah.
I mean, the most straight building that's ever been made used a water level its entire length to measure from.
Yeah. Water levels used in or is used without a doubt in all construction projects. That's probably theodolites.
Yes, one deck, because how do you think the fluid in the bubble is the way it is? Because of gravity.
But gravity, being as it is described, is only applicable on an inertial plane. So
Did I hear you
think of it as
asking?
a
Hold on.
force,
Go ahead.
even when you think of it as a force, you must think of it as a force that applies to an inertial plane.
Yeah, listen, when you're using a level.
Hold on. Did I hear you early?
Go on, Neil. Sorry, Neil, go on.
Did I hear Refracted earlier asking if anybody knew how to make a square?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Waiting for
How do you
you.
make a square, Neil?
Refracted. These freaking people don't even know how to square a room. You think they're gonna make a square out of nowhere?
Hold
on.
I thought that you'd be. I thought I said, yeah, Neil might be able to tell me, but like it's just not common knowledge on how you make a square.
Oh, I know now. Go to the beach. Yeah, you hang a plumb bob. Yeah, above you, and you look out to the horizon, and that's your 90.
Yep. Then you
You
just
always
need
use
two straight pieces of wood.
Yeah, from the plumb bob and to your
Yeah, you
line.
don't gotta go there. All you know, listen. All you gotta do is get the vertical side stick. You don't have to be this to the freaking beach.
Oh, you stick to your curval, mate.
Are you being funny one deck? I'm getting bits and pieces with these stupid headphones.
No, it's all right, mate. I'm only having it. Mate, no, I'm not being funny. Just having a joke.
You can use.
You can use the one. Can you use the 135? See, in it when we're squaring a room, it's I haven't done it in a while.
Yeah.
135 or
Yes, you
345.
Yes, you can. That is another way to establish a square with those three straight lines, but that's a geometric understanding that come after the utilization of a plumb and a level to create square. The 135 is the second method for establishing a square, and it is mentioned in the reference I give for the citation or whatever.
That principle, how to find a square, is the answer to the baller's question of how do you establish that level is level.
That's correct.
That square is square. And that's the only and best thing you can do is to give that example.
Yeah, but
Don't
8
come
inches
back
at his curve, mate.
They'll tell you it can be done in a globe. It's possible on a globe. I'll just get a 135 on a globe. I'll go to the center.
Yeah, but the 135 may work on a globe in their heads, which it doesn't, because the initial way of doing it was with a water level and a plumb line.
Listen, they're screwed. They got nowhere to go with the measurements. That's why there's all the spurging. There's been like an extra amount of people in Gen Pandas and all these servers because they don't know what to do.
They don't know what to do. They don't know what to do. Exactly, you took the words right. They don't know what to do. I said this last week. They're going to be. I knew something would have to come from them because they'll all have to talk to each other about this. They've sussed out the measurements, guys, and we've been using flat Earth measurements. What are we going to do? How are we going to deal with this? What is our response to Nathan going to be and the panel and these guys? Because they're pointing out that we're pointing out that Earth measured flat. Well, how do we deal with this? Do we lie? Do we just talk nonsense? Do we ad hom attack? What's the best defense we've got now as Globers who are giving Nathan and the crew flat Earth measurements? What should we do? Let's come up with a plan. I think you're seeing it today a little bit. Like, Nathan's, what did he call him, Nathan? He's a deceiver or whatever. He's lying to the world. He's just making these measurements up. They're only Nathan's measurements. So that's going down that road a little bit. You've got to come up with something. If they'll all be talking. Craziness.
And they do talk amongst themselves. When we're in the Discord room this morning, as soon as Nathan closed the show and left, and of course, all the G+2 panel members, all you guys leave. A couple of us stick around. I know Steve A stuck around. I stuck around, and it's the biggest group of. They're just defeated, and that's exactly what they're doing. One deck. Neil, John, that's exactly what they're doing. What are we going to do with this guy? And their only argument is, well, he just comes in here and blasts away, and we got to learn how to debate better than he debates, and that's what they're doing. They're strategizing right now.
Yeah,
that's all they can
agree
do.
With that. I was just going to add, that's why they're so dismissive of John, because they actually fear him and his credentials.
I think that's why I liked at the beginning of the show, during the pre-show, how the tone of the show was starting out, kind of like an introspection time. We're done. We're fine. How are you guys doing? And letting them make their arguments and just be, the Carmen line was just the start. It was the epitome of
of the fun approach to having them make their main point, which is a misspelling, and asking if Nathan's done his research on that. Obviously he didn't research enough with a spell checker, and then
You'll
turning
see
it back on the guy.
Daddy opted in chat. They were mocking Nathan, but they were also misspelling it because it's Karman, and every single one of those globs put MEN in the chat. So it's just pure irony.
Yeah. And it was, again, Nathan stops it with how high is the Karman line? Okay, we're done here. And didn't give them a chance to even, do their apologetics for what the Karman line is and their research on it, which they've not done. The whole thing is one big irony. It just, we should feel sorry for them and just say, we just need to come in and we realize it's been tough and we'll give you some wins and, why don't you do some winning and get some awards for stuff.
It's not that. It's like, Daddy, Sogbuster just wants to talk about elevation angles not being nothing to do with it. Right. At the end of the day, like I've just said, and you've just agreed, at the end of the day, everything is derived and starts at sea level. Now, it's a level plane of reference. Yeah, it's the beginning. Yeah, that's where everything starts, and it's a level plane of reference. Now, so we're going to come to a point now, me and you, whoever you are, so we've got a sea level level plane of reference. Is it level or is it not level? That's what it's going to come down to. That's all. I had a joke. When was my joke about? I think I had a joke with Nathan when I don't know if he's on about the title of the book, and I said I'd have a book and it'd just have one page and one name, and he said, "What would it be?" I'd say, "I'd call it sea level," and the first page would just be 2 words called sea level.
Hey, one deck.
Yeah,
one
mate.
deck. I was reading that you were annoyed with the Coriolis. Did you see what I read? What I wrote, though, right? It can be annoying, right? But remember, I don't know how it was for you when we were first breaking it down, but I enjoyed how Nathan broke it down. And you got to remember, when newbies are coming in, it's annoying to you, but you can't think it's going to be annoying to them, right? I think we're worried too much about how the newbie's going to understand what we totally comprehend. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, and no, I wasn't being funny when I said it, because even though and Nathan, what is it, Job Works or something? The tightrope example. I've not got to that one. I'd read I'd finished the chapter this morning, and it's a good chapter. But I always remember the times I've been involved with the after show in the book club. Thinking, and I was there with Paula and Nathan and you guys. I'm thinking, oh God, I'm thinking, I'm sure we can condense this a bit much. I'm a bit like Nathan, probably thinking, this is like
it was annoying me too. I remember it was annoying both of us. But now you got to remember, a new reader is not going to be annoyed because there's new information in him or her.
Yeah, but to tell you the truth, I was reading it yesterday afternoon. I was busy I'm just busy at the moment, and I was thinking, oh God, I know all this anyway. But I was thinking, I was putting myself as a new reader, not knowing much of this, thinking, God, this sounds like overcomplicated. It's like, well, I'm never going to get to the end. I'm not going to get to the end of the tightrope. It's just a constant battle to try and understand what's being said. Where I'm thinking, in my mind, I'm thinking, well, it's simple, really, because
that's why you're having a problem. Hold on, that's why you're having a problem, because it's simple for you now.
Yeah. Yeah, but I was obviously I must have got halfway through. It's a long chapter. I think that's the longest chapter so far I've read. I think I don't know how many pages. I didn't count, but just through reading and flicking the page, that I think that's the longest chapter through now. But as it went on, I've not changed my view on it. But as I went on and finished the chapter this morning, I thought to myself, yeah, it becomes more clearer. And Nathan repeating things and going over the things and going back to the roundabout situation and the drone and the flight times and helicopters or whatever it is, it becomes more sort of obvious what is being said. And I think Nathan, when I've had a chat with Nathan in the past, because there's so many stupid definitions, #definitions of Coriolis, you have to cover all that crap because you do get different stupid definitions, don't you? Coriolis
Yeah, but
force,
that's
Coriolis
important because they're going to look that shit up. I'm glad Nathan covered the whole thing. The first thing they're going to do is look shit up, and they're going to know, oh, this is a stupid one because I got it from the book, and the book gave me a heads up.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I've just always had that with Coriolis. It's like, I don't think it's difficult to understand once you know what's being said. It's not difficult, but like Nathan said, you've got to go through a whole host of like crap and examples. I remember a few years ago, who was it? He was saying something about, I can't remember who it was on the show, saying if you're a height above the equator, and depending on your height above the equator, then things will happen different with the Coriolis effect and the tornadoes and the hurricanes. It's like people just get into nonsense talk about Coriolis, where all it is, it's an apparent fucking drift. It's not even, it's an apparent drift. It's something that looks like it's. That's why I wrote a poem about that to simplify it for myself.
I think the phrase you're looking for is optical illusion.
Yeah, optical illusion. It's not actually deviating.
The optical phenomenon.
Yeah. Might even try and find that poem, actually.
I didn't know. Nathan was, I guess, in the book, had a pretty long explanation of a definition of Coriolis. And I didn't know that, according to that definition, they claimed that the atmosphere rotates in different directions, north and south of the equator. Like the wind, maybe I read it wrong. I don't know. Nathan couldn't correct me. Can remember his own book. But I seemed to do a double take. It seemed like it read that one of the claims of Coriolis was that Earth rotation was that the air goes one direction in the north and the opposite direction in the south. If that's correct, then that totally destroys the nonsense about the air sticking to the ball.
Yeah, well, yeah. Well, this is why. Sorry, Daddy. This is what I wrote when we was getting into it, and it's an old one, but I called it Misunderstood, and this is how it goes. I'm feeling misunderstood, and that's not good. People just don't get me. They never see the true me. They say I'm drifting and falling off track, but I don't see myself like that. My aim is to stay on the straight and narrow. Forward thinking, never deviating. But in your mind and from your point of view, you think I'm actually drifting, and that's not true. It can be a lonely place in my reference frame of mind. People on the earth can be so unkind, observing and watching me as if they were blind. My name is Coriolis, and I'm misunderstood. people just don't get me, and that isn't good. So that was my Coriolis poem back in the day.
Here, here. Very nice. Very nice.
It's misunderstood and people don't get you. You think you're drifting. So I got the little points in there, and that's what I was saying before. I sort of wrote these things down for me to understand myself, to make it simpler, because I had trouble sometimes understanding these things. And I had to get it, I wanted in my own mind to get it to the simplest possible common denominator, which is sea level. That's all it comes down to. Down being to a horizontal plane, obviously.
A daft little thought I had the other day was, are you familiar with Rage Against the Machine, the American band?
Yeah.
I'm doing a parody called Rage Against the Measurements.
Nice one.
So I'm just putting that out there if anyone has any little thoughts that they could chip in. But
well, I'll listen to the song again and try and sort of get it in, get some. Sorry, I was just doing something. Glenn, yeah, that sounds great. That Len.
Can I ask you a quick question? Sorry, One Deck. Once you've purchased the book, so you've gone through the process, you've put your card details in, you've purchased it. How do you actually get it? Because I've just got my mum to pay for a copy. Once she's actually paid for it, what does she do next?
Well, I seem to remember I had to go to that iBook, because that's what I thought when I did it. First of all, you have to download it. There's a download tab.
Yeah, where's that?
It should be, I think, on an email.
Oh, it comes through on an email. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, because yeah.
No, hold on. No, it doesn't. It's on the page where you bought it from.
Yeah, my experience was you didn't get it.
It says download the book, and you download it to your files or wherever you want to put the file in a file folder on your computer or phone. And I just put it on my phone. And then I opened that file with the Kindle app. And I also eventually opened that file with my iBooks or Apple Books. I assume it's just click on it, then it will ask you where do you want to open it, or it'll open it as a PDF. No, it's an EPUB file. So the EPUB is the universal book file and ebook file, and it'll open it up in whatever app. But you have to download. There's a button there that says click to download your book. My problem is I never got an email confirming the book, but I got an email that said something about WooPay, WOOPAY. And then it asked me to click on something to register with WooPay, which I assume is just like Venmo or all these other pay systems. Thing is, I paid with it with my Apple phone, with my Apple Pay, and it went all through and it registered and stuff like that. So I did not.
So you click the button then, yeah.
Right. The thing is, I never got an email about the book, and I kept trying to, when I was trying to do the affiliate.
Nathan does now. Well, I remember going through email and doing something, but let's see what Nathan does. If he comes back, then you tell him that story, mate.
Okay, it's my feed store. I got to buy some grain in a minute, but basically, I had a problem with, like at the moment, if I want to go back and get an update to the book, with the email address I use, my personal email address, it asks you to click a link, put your email in, and then it will send you a confirmation code. it never sends me an email back. And I don't know if it's wrong with my system or what.
No, I think the way set up Surf Daddy is to kind of keep the IP within that particular website. So like you're saying, upon completed purchase, you're going to get the download link on that site. And, I had purchased it day one as well. And I moved off the site before clicking download. But apparently by going through the purchase process, you're creating an account within that site. So you can go back, log in, and you'll always have the download link. And then when Nathan does an update, it stays housed within that piece of software. And I think that's why they're not sending the emails out with the links.
Well,
and to add to that real quick here too, I had a similar problem, and I asked Chuck, the publisher, how to take care of it. He responded here this morning too, saying, "Dear fisherman, the way you download books is by using the download link, which you'll find in your account after you log in. When you first buy a book, it takes you to the download section of your account. But if you didn't download it, then you can always come back, log in, and all the books you purchased will be listed with a download link." And that's Chuck.
Yeah, and that was my real world experience, because when I made my purchase, I moved off the purchase page without clicking the download link, assuming I was going to get the email and download it onto my laptop, because I purchased it on the phone as well. That never came. And then I was talking with Measured Flat, and he kind of gave me the idea of, well, maybe they created an account for me on that site. And I went back in, and sure enough, there it was. And there was the link,
Great. Problem solved.
Well, I'll have to check it again to make sure, because I tried going on the site from my desktop, and the cookies, I'm sure, or whatever, are on my phone, but I can't. It when it asks you to log in, it gives your email, and then it says put your password in. Well, I don't know my password. I never entered a password. So you click the forgot password link, send your email or give your email address, and I wait for a link to go back, and it never comes. So I'm not sure if I've done it several times and nothing ever comes. But I've never just gone on the site and just gone on with my email address. I should probably just do it with my phone to make sure I can do it. So I've got no problem. I did eventually set up an affiliate program, but with a Gmail address that I have. So, and I've got that set up, and I've already got hits on my account, and no purchases yet. But I got a friend that's going to purchase it later tonight, so we'll see if that works. And but that all works, and I just leave that page up on my desktop, and I haven't logged off, so to speak, to have to log back on to see if it sends me the password or sends me the access code for a new password or whatever. But generally seems to be working okay as long as I keep the page open on my desktop.
Do you want to hear another old poem?
I like that poem.
Do you want me to read you another old one?
Oh, yeah. I got to go buy some grain though, so I'm going to.
Oh, you got it. Anyway, this one's called The Greeks Play Tricks. Yeah, The Greeks Play Tricks, it's called. It was way, way back in 200 BC that a Greek measured Earth using mathematical trickery. So here it is. I'll explain what he did by measuring angles using shadows and sticks. He presumed in one location at the zenith of a well, he had sunlight coming down straight and parallel. In another location, 500 stadia away, a stadia for ease is a mile, we'll say. He again measured the angle of the sun. Whoops, I'll just explain what he's done. He just measured an angle using the surface of Earth. But you can't measure angles. by using a curve. This is point 1, proving Earth is flat. But we don't want to get hung up on that. The angle he measured, 500 stadia away, was 7.2 degrees, we'll just say. Right then, what next? What do? We just need to presume a sphere, Earth, of 306 degrees. Then divide 360 by 7.2, that gives us 50. Now what do? He times that 50 by stadia 500, which equals 25,000, not 100, supposed Earth circumference. So this is how the Greeks measured a sphere, using straight line angle measurements. Oh dear, oh dear. It's surprising what mathematics can do when you sprinkle on some wizardry and trickery too. There you go.
Again, well written, well done.
It's an old one, but it's pointing out the Greeks presumed a sphere, how they measured the sphere, using angles, shadows, horizontal shadows, yeah, mathematical wizardry. That's what they did.
Well done, Wondek.
Hi, George. How you doing, pal?
Very well, thank you. Yourself?
Nice one, mate. Yeah, good, mate. Been busy in the summer. Refrigeration, just crazy this time of year for me. June, July, August, not much time to myself or to concentrate on. It's just work, which is good. I'm earning a little bit of extra money, paying a few debts off and just shit like that. But yeah, just busy. No time to think properly.
You still find time for poetry. That's well done on you, man.
Yeah, well, that was an old one. Not wrote any for a while. Last one was Sea Level, but these were old ones. I'm trying to go over them because I've got some other ones, like, you know, in reference to the Black Swan. So we sort of got a different outlook on the Black Swan now. Yeah, because, you know, we used to use the Black Swan arguing about where the non-geometrical horizon was, without first pointing out that we're using a distance which is linear, and they've got the rigs have got a height above sea level. But you know, I think I've got a poem about that somewhere. You know, but I'm looking back because now, like, the frame of mind has changed. But I'm looking back at the poems I used to write before the changeover.
Yeah, space is linear. Length, width, and height is linear.
Yeah. Well, you've got no choice, have you? Can't remember which it was called, that one.
Using Euclidean geometry, and we know that length, width, and height is linear. So it's endgame. Again.
Oh, yeah, this was the one. Got it here. This was back in the day when the... this is what I would have been writing down when the Black Swan came out. Hey? What, mate?
Yo!
Listen, this would have been when the Black Swan came out, and I called this formerly known as the curve for some reason, and it goes something like this. Back in the old days, they used to say, especially when watching a boat sail away, the boat would disappear bottom first. They said this was because of Earth curve. But then in 2020, January, they discovered the Black Swan imagery. The distance to the oil rigs and the horizon afar proved the globe radius out by far. Finding this proof caused a lot of tension and a list of globe arguments that I'll briefly mention. The distance to the sun will now have to change. The size of Venus can't remain the same. And what about time and orbits too? What's the ISS going to do? and I've only mentioned a few. The size of landmass on maps would alter. Navigation and travel would surely falter. These are the things a larger radius would do. What's it going to take you to convince all of you? But even in that poem, I've mentioned distance to the oil rigs. I've mentioned the horizon. I've mentioned the globe radius. So that's why I'm looking at them. I'm looking at even in my poem, I'm arguing the fact about it. But now I'm noticing, I'm also mentioning all these flat earth prerequisite measurements in the process of putting a poem together about the black swan, which we didn't notice in the beginning. It's good to look back on. So I'm glad I've got these poems just to reference them. Hope you enjoyed it.
Well, I'm now in my debates. I'm asserting that all measurements are linear. Will require a linear. Yeah, if you're measuring something, is from one end to the other. That's a linear measurement, regardless if you're using a Taylor's measure. Yeah, as long as it has feet or centimeters or miles, it's all linear. 1 foot is linear. It's from one end to the other end of the foot. Regardless of how many feet you put one after the other, it's still linear. They cannot cope with that.
Yeah, but linear is curved, George.
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
Have you ever seen the Taylor?
We are debating horizontal lines. That's how idiotic it is, the argument.
Have you never measured your waist with a Taylor's tape?
Yeah, but it's still in centimeters or inches, which is a linear measurement.
Yeah, you must have measured a basketball.
Even brought me the wheel, that you use the wheel to measure the roads, for example. That wheel, one rotation is still one rotation, is linear. 1 meter is linear. You put it on the wheel, makes no difference on the measurement.
I've just wrapped a tape measure around it. I've just wrapped a tape measure around the basketball. It's 53 inches.
From one end to the other end.
That's not straight,
like
mate. That's a
like putting a basketball within a square, and then measure the square from one extreme to the next extreme. That's linear.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not doing that, George. I'm wrapping something. I'm measuring the circumference using a tape measure. It's obviously not straight.
Yeah, circumference. You're going to need the radius, and the radius is what? What's the length?
I'm not measuring the radius.
Of the radius of that circle.
No, stick to the point, mate. I'm not measuring the radius. I'm not inside the ball. I'm just got a tape measure wrapped around it and measuring the circumference. It's a spherical object, and I'm measuring it in inches. Linear is curved.
You're measuring circumference, not the length.
Yeah, I'm measuring circumference. It's round. It's not straight. It's circular. Linear. Circular.
You're going to need a radius for that.
No, I don't need a radius, mate. I just need a tape measure and a basketball. Get a grip. You don't even know your own model.
The argument is hilarious, man.
No wonder you're going quiet, mate. Linear is curved, pal. Deal with it, George. You don't live on a flat earth. It's fucking round. Because I can measure a basketball. Earth is a globe. Deal with it. No wonder you're going quiet, mate.
I'm busy on this end. Sorry.
Yeah, you will be busy because you know Earth is a globe and linear is curved. Because I've just measured. I've just measured a basketball. Yeah, now you're fucking going into one because you can't handle that you live on a globe.
Isn't that the reification?
No, it's a measurement of a basketball using a tape measure, using inches, linear curvature measurements, mate. Just proved it to you. How are you going to deal with that?
What's the measurement again of that of that circumference?
50. The measurement was
50 what?
a curve measurement around the basketball.
50 what? 50 what?
50 curved inches. Yeah, you can laugh, mate. Earth's a globe, 50 curved inches, not linear.
So
Hello?
an inch is curved.
Yeah, sounds like I've won the debate, mate.
So a curved line is the shortest distance between 2 points, yeah?
Is that what you're saying to everybody?
Well, if a straight line is curved, that's the shortest distance between 2 points, isn't it? A curve.
Well, I didn't say straight line was curved. I just said I got a tape measure around a basketball. It was 53 inches, and it's not linear, it's curved. Therefore, Earth is a globe.
No, the
That's what I
inches
said.
cannot be curved. The
Earth
inches
is
are
curved.
still linear.
No, not when they wrap round a curve. They're not, mate. They're curved.
No, the inches. It's not about the curve. It's about the inches. The inches are linear.
Do you want me to send you a video of the curved inch?
No, the inches are still linear. 1 inch is a straight line from one end to the other. 1 inch.
You can say that, but I've got a video of me measuring a basketball and the inch is curving round the circumference of the ball. I can show you in physical reality that it's curving.
The inches are not curving around. The tape is. The inches is
Do you want me to send you
still
a video?
a measurement.
Do you want me to send you the video of the measurement to prove it to you?
Really?
Do you want me to send you the video of a curved inch?
A curved, yeah, go ahead. I have a curved level
Right,
already.
Yeah, I'll send you the video of the curved tape measure curving around the circumference, therefore globe. You've got no proof of flat Earth, George.
This is another one like the curved triangles, yeah? Oh, come on, Owen Dag, don't stop a conversation just to look for something.
Sorry, I was just getting I was trying to send you the video of the linear curve measurement.
He's not even funny.
Well, it's not for you, because you claim you live on a flat Earth when I'm demonstrating how linear measurements are curved. Not funny for you. I've proven the globe. That's how it's measured. It's measured linear curvature. I can prove it. I'm just going to send you the video. Now you've stopped me sending you the video because you don't want to see the evidence. You want me to keep talking and stop sending the proof. And everybody's heard it.
All measurements will be linear. Even temperature.
Yeah.
You need to start with a baseline, 0.
Yeah, the baseline's sea level and it's curved. Obviously. You're not seeing a globe. You've never seen a globe, George?
Not working. Yeah, I've seen the globe. The ones that says not for educational purpose. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So is the sea level or is it curved? on the globe?
It says on the word, it says on the name. Is sea level. What kind of question is that?
Yeah, but that's just a word. When you look at the globe and the sea level, is it curved or level when you look at the globe and witness what you're looking at?
You mean the one that
Tell
is
the
not
truth,
for
George.
educational purposes?
Yeah, that one. Is it curved or level?
Yeah, you mean that that paper that is colored in blue that says C on it? That
when you look at the globe, is the globe curved or level?
I know.
George, is the globe curved or level?
The globe.
George, it's a simple. Is the globe curved or is it level?
I don't know what you mean with globe. What globe?
Oh, can you not hit? Is the globe curved or level? Simple question, George.
I don't know this globe that you're talking about.
When you look at a globe, is it curved or level?
Well, you need to start from a level part, isn't it? You need to have a deviation from straight for the circle.
You're not. You're confiscating from the question. So when you look at the globe Earth, yeah, the model, is it curved or level?
I never seen a model of Earth. Can you show me?
Right. So have you ever seen a globe Earth model with a non-educational garbage that's underneath it that you just quoted me? Have you not seen one of them?
That's not the model. You cannot model the water, can you? What you have is a piece of paper colored in blue that says C.
Right. So is a basketball curved or level?
It's the antithesis of level, isn't it? For you to see if the surface is level, you need to be able to place the basketball and it cannot move any direction.
So is it curved or level?
The basketball is curved, yes, it's a ball.
Right. So can you wrap a tape measure around it, George?
Yeah, but the tape measure is linear, it's flat.
No, it's a simple question. It's a yes or no. Can you wrap a tape measure around it?
Yeah,
yes.
Even with a measuring stick, you can do that, yes.
So you can measure the circumference of a basketball using a tape measure. Therefore, the measurement is not linear.
I can use a meter stick and do the same.
Welcome to Globe
Just roll
Earth.
the ball on the stick and see where it stops.
Welcome to Globe Earth.
The length is still linear.
No, because you've just wrapped around the ball. You said the ball was curved.
No, you don't
said
have
it
to
wasn't
wrap around
level.
the ball. Put the stick on the floor and roll the ball instead.
Welcome to Globe Earth, George.
Yeah, the measurement is linear, though.
Oh, you've just wrapped it around a curve and measured it. It's not curved. It's not level. It's curved.
No, in this case, I wrapped it around. No. I just rolled
around
it
the curvature. You did it around the curvature, didn't you? That's exactly what you did, around the curvature with your linear measurements, which is curved. Welcome to Globe Earth, George.
You're funny.
No, I'm not funny. I'm being serious. Welcome to Globe Earth. You've just proved Globe Earth. That's why you are a conspiracy theorist, George.
Give me a couple of minutes, a couple of seconds. I need to turn dinner around.
Yeah, you go and wrap your tape measure around your basketball, mate. Welcome to Globe Earth. Alrighty then. So that's what you got to deal with, is deal with these globe retards, which I was just being a globe retard. That's what you got to deal with. Because they can just say what they want, phrase anything the way they want. and just act like a spastic. I bet George going to get the tape measure of his basketball on it just to try and prove himself right. Oh my God.
Is the conversation come to a conclusion? Do I need to round out?
Yeah, I think it has, Nathan. Linear is curvature. George has mentioned the basketball, therefore we live on a globe.
I would say that's pretty much it. I mean, the length these people will go to break down reality.
You say length, mate. Length is linear. And length is linear. See, George, length is linear.
Have curved measurements.
Excuse me, mate. Don't stop interrupting. Length is linear, and it's a curvature measurement, as you've just demonstrated.
Linear is curved, yeah.
Yes, that's correct. Welcome to the globe Earth.
So
welcome
what is
to
curved
globe
then?
Earth, George.
So what's curved then?
The Earth is curved, mate, because you've just measured it that way using the basketball.
No, curved means the shortest distance between 2 points.
Yeah. So you just measured a tape measure round the ball, and you said it was linear. It's not linear, as it wouldn't curve. I thought you was doing dinner. Now you've come back. Have you gone to do some research or something about linear being curved or not curved? And you've never seen a globe before?
Stop with the research. I had yesterday someone researching a horizontal line. This is how prepared these people are. They come to a debate about flat Earth, and they have to search on the spot what it means horizontal.
Horizontal's
because
curved,
they don't
obviously.
know that a horizontal line is parallel to the plane of the horizon at right angles to the vertical. Yeah, a key word is angles, plural, to the vertical.
Yeah. Yeah, well, your linear's curved, and we've got a horizon, so obviously the horizon's curved. We've got a distance to the horizon in linear measurements.
Horizontal, because one is parallel to the other at right angles to the vertical.
Yeah, we've got a linear distance to the horizon, which is a curved measurement, as you've just explained and demonstrated with your Taylor's tape wrapped around your basketball. So the distance to the horizon is absolutely curved.
So what is the ball on Earth?
Pardon?
What is the ball on Earth? If you're gonna compare to Earth a basketball, what is the ball on Earth?
The ball on Earth is the horizon. It's a linear distance. It's curved, as you've just demonstrated with your Taylor's tape wrapped around your basketball.
It's curved like the horizontal, because the horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon at right angles to the vertical. That's why it's curved.
The horizon is curved. The horizon's curved, obviously. We've got a distance
if the horizon
to it.
is curved and it's parallel to horizontal, it means that horizontal must be curved.
It's to do with the observer's height from sea level, which is linear, which is curved.
Curved linear. Got you.
Yeah. Linear is curved. That's why we have a distance to the horizon, and that's why the horizon is curved. And that's why celestial navigation only works on the globe. Can't got your tongue?
500 years there's been the Carta Marina, still used today for navigation of the seas. Carta Marina. 500. You know, 500 years ago, no one would say that the Earth was a sphere.
Yes. As you say, years are measured. It's a time measurement, and we use the horizon, which is a distance, a linear distance, which you've just demonstrated as a curvature measurement. Time is measured from curvature. Hello.
Hello.
Time is a curved measurement, mate. And you've just demonstrated that for
500
everybody.
years and counting. 500 years and counting, using flat Earth maps and flat Earth techniques to travel the ocean.
No. Time is a curved measurement, George.
Yeah.
How do you think sundials work?
Yeah. How do you think AM and PM works? How do you think longitude works? Time zones. Post-meridian or anti-meridian?
Obviously. Yeah, all from linear curved measurements, mate.
No?
Yeah, from the curved radius, mate.
And
all comes from a curved radius.
Yeah.
Yep, that's correct, George. Yep. Welcome to the good base.
Man.
Yeah. Welcome to Globe Earth, George.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. So to conclude, George has proved to us today that a linear measurement is curved because he's used a tape around the basketball. So, George, just like I'll welcome you to Globe Earth.
All measurements are linear. All of them. You have a thermometer going up and down. It's linear. All measurements are linear.
Right, I'm going to round out. Anybody else got anything to say? If not, that's the end. No. A massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, downloading my books from Books Online, joining as an affiliate, if that's your thing, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
Millimeter, it be accurately measured. It's measured flat, direction up and down. Flat level we at, flight over ground. Descending from that breeze, heading in degrees. Horizontal, flat, EST, now you know it's flat below.